Chapter 45 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 45. Dr. Juno organizes the secret order of Naturalists. Pat, please tell me now about the man of whom you spoke of being drowned, or something to that effect. Maybe he will be of some use to us in freeing our friends and overcoming these bloody conspirators, said Dr. Juno. Certainly, he'll be of use, for he be's very rich and influential, responded Pat. The very man we want to use, if he is alive and ready to expose these dastardly scoundrels. Do you think he will aid us? Asked Dr. Juno. Certainly will he, and he be's wide alive, for I drawed him out of the sea a-kickin' like a big fish, said Pat. Go on and tell me how this happened, demanded Dr. Juno. Pat O'Connor told him the whole story about Harry Gossamer, with which the reader is already familiar, and said, Mr. Gossamer has gone west, get away from these bloody curmudgeon. Howsomever, he will be a-lookin' out for they dirty devils. These hypocrites think he be's drowned dead, and he be's a-goin' to let 'em think so until he git a chance to expose 'em, said Pat. Do you think he would write to me if I would first write to him and ask him to cooperate with me? Asked Dr. Juno. Yes, sir, but he be's not a-goin' by his own name, and if you wish to write to him, I will say a word, so he know all be's right. His name now be's John Williams Jordan, said Pat. Pat, will you assist me in organizing a secret society, where we can lay plots to entrap these demons? I know now of several true and fearless men who will aid me to the death, responded Dr. Juno. Yes, sir, I'll help all that, and if I die wid ye all, earnestly said Pat. Dr. Juno cautiously left the house of the General by the side door, and reached his office without molestation. He retired, but his brain was so active that he could not sleep for thinking of his darling Lucinda. He planned how he should organize the Order of Naturalists, and as soon as they had enough men indoctrinated into the order, they would free his dear Lucinda. At his next physiological lecture to men alone he proposed to organize a beneficial society at the close of the discourse, but only those who comprehended, appreciated, and were willing to carry out the teachings of nature could become members, and such he invited to remain in their seats after the audience was dismissed. 40 remained, and after stating to these what was to be the motive and work of the proposed secret order of naturalists, 10 of them left, and 30 remained to be initiated into the order. The inner workings of this secret body of apt, able, and heroic sons of toil were completely and conscientiously practicable, which always strengthens men's determination. Hence fear or favor for mere gain did not belong to their articles of faith, but they steered straight ahead as one man who, knowing God's holy truth, dared maintain it in spite of any and every power that human invention could bring to bear against it. The membership increased rapidly, and after all their plans and operations were matured, Dr. Juno proposed to have Jemmy pardoned and Miss Lucinda Armington delivered from her unjust incarceration. He said, "I have been to the Eastern Penitentiary to see Jemmy, the former overseer of the help at the West Philadelphia Insane Asylum, and he avows that Miss Lucinda Armington is confined in the 3rd story of this lunatic asylum. He further says that he was convinced on suspicion that he was instrumental in exposing this foul outrage upon her, as well as my incarceration therein, but that it was simply suspicion, not one particle of proof was produced against him. But Deacon Rob Stew made up his mind that he, Jemmy, was a dangerous person, hence had him arrested, indicted, and convicted, and, although Jemmy was guilty in aiding my escape, as also in the exposure of Miss Armington's imprisonment, still they could not prove it on him. Therefore, if at any time these same bloody conspirators, or their leader, Rob Stew, should become suspicious of any other man, they would dispatch him, as they did myself, Miss Armington, Jemmy, or Mr. Harry Gossamer." With the sad story of the latter, and his miraculous rescue from drowning by the cunning and noble Pat O'Connor, you must all be familiar. Hence we should make a move in the right direction by freeing the beloved daughter of General Washington Armington, who has been driven to real insanity by the villainous abduction and concealment of Miss Armington. I have thought this matter carefully over, and I have come to the conclusion that we can go boldly to this hellhole asylum where Miss Armington is confined, some evening about 9 o'clock, and by all being armed to the teeth, more for show than deathly work, and one man asking permission at the outside gate, and upon the keeper opening it, we all rush in, gagging and binding him, and everyone else as we go along, leaving several to guard them and the gate, whilst the rest march straight for the 3rd story to release Miss Armington, knocking down, gagging, and binding or imprisoning all who have a voice in the asylum, or who interfere with our work. And after having freed Miss Armington, hinting boldly to the physician-in-chief and managers who may be about that we charge them to be very cautious how they move against us by way of exposing this work of liberating an abducted citizen. I am convinced that such a course will be successful, because they dare not arrest me, nor any of you for having made the assault upon the accursed institution for fear of an exposure and speedy downfall of the bloody clique. Surely, Dr. Juno is a deep-sighted brother, whose course of action in this direction is beyond a doubt the best, and will be attended with the pleasing results of releasing the distressed young Lady Armington, as well as give these bloody hounds a taste of a mysterious and deeply strategic movement by a rival organization, which would almost scare the life out of the whole bloody clique, because they know they are guilty of numerous foul deeds, and therefore the members, like cutthroats and thieves, would fear each bush to be an officer, or an avenger of the wrong these innocent parties have suffered at their hands, said a member of the order. "Yes, sir, brother," replied Dr. Juno, "you are perfectly right, and I propose that we meet here next Thursday evening sharp at 8 o'clock, each member bringing a revolver, dirk, blackjack, and any other weapon of death that he may possess, for I mean work, fight death or freedom. I have been long enough stigmatized and branded by these bloody conspirators and their followers as being cruel, low, vile, and criminal. Therefore, the hour has arrived when it behooves me to accept the game of the name they gave me, and I shall be indefatigable, fight, and, if necessary, show the black flag, by striking the vipers dead without mercy or quarters. Think for one moment what I have endured whilst thrown into that loathsome felon's cell in the county prison, for publishing a useful and truthful scientific physiological book. Think of the many wily plans that were laid for my ruination and destruction by these human fiends, and then ask me to be any longer merciful. As well ask God for the devil to yield their fixed intentions, and ask me to change the even tenor of my course. I therefore ask you to join me on the evening of next Thursday, when I will general you for the first time through these devils' ground. End of chapter 45. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 46 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 46. Lucinda shoots Deacon Stew in her cell, and escapes. Miss Lucinda Armington had received numerous visits from Deacon Rob Stew during her confinement, beside those which we have already described. 2 or 3 of these visits might be worth mentioning, which come near excelling the first and second ones that he made the helpless lady. On one rainy afternoon, the deacon suddenly entered Miss Armington's cell through one of the secret doors, which startled the poor girl terribly. "How is my darling young lady?" said he. "I have been wanting to visit you last week, but business of great importance kept me so busily employed that I could not possibly find time. The last visit I made you was not as pleasant as either of us might have desired it, but I hope you will by this time know me and my intentions fully. Therefore, yield to my wishes like a wise, obedient child." "Indeed, sir," said she. "What are your intentions?" "My intentions, my darling girl, are to make you my wife," said the deacon. "Well, and how do you propose to do this little business, by fair or foul means?" very sarcastically responded Miss Armington. "Haughty lady, I tell you, by fair means, if you prefer it, and by foul, if the former don't suit you," defiantly ejaculated he. "Ha, ha, ha! You must think that I am a fool or a baby," she said. "Do you forget the tutorage I gave you when you visited me on a previous occasion?" And, rising to her feet, continued, "Deacon Stew, you had better be careful, or I'll murder you before you can leave this cell." "Not so fast, my sweet young lady. Do you see this?" drawing a 6-shooter from his pocket and inging it to her breast. "Now stand back, or I will you," interrupted the deacon. "Shoot, you cowardly villain," she exclaimed, and as quick as lightning knocked the pistol from his hand, and, grasping it in her own, pointed it toward his holy breast, when he winced like a cur and begged her, "Oh, do not shoot, the pistol is loaded," and tried to back out of a secret door, when she said commandingly, "Stand still, and do not move one step, or I'll blow out your cowardly and villainous brains. Do you hear me? Remember, I am as good as my word." He stood like a statue, almost petrified with fear and horror, when she began to laugh at him and said, "You are a fine fellow, a nice saint, a model deacon, who dares to insult a helpless woman by all sorts of proposals and assaults. Now, I want you to listen to me sharply, and swear by the God that is above us that you will do as I wish you to do, or I will shoot you as dead as a mouse. Do you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am, I do," humbly responded the bold Deacon. "In the first place, I want you to swear that you will never more harm Victor Juno, by word or deed, and will make immediate reparation for all the injury you have done him in the past. Swear it," she commanded. "I cannot do that, anything but that," he responded. She cocked the pistol, and fired one shot into his right arm, the bullet penetrating the center of the forearm and lodging in the plastered wall of the cell, when she said, "This is shot number 1, to disable your right arm. The next will be your black heart," furiously said Miss Armington. "O Lord, help me, help me," ejaculated the pious Deacon. "No, sir, the Lord won't help you, but I will," and raising her pistol towards his heart, continued, "Will you swear, or die in your sin and shame?" "I'll swear to anything," ejaculated he. "Propose the oath." "I will. Repeat after me without mental reservation or prevarication," she said, and continued, "I, Rob Stew, do solemnly swear, without mental reservation, that I will never injure by word or deed Victor Juno, and that I will make immediate reparation for all the injury I have done to Victor Juno in the past, so help me God. Now, Miss Armington, I have done it. Will you, therefore, put that pistol down and let me go in peace?" said his deaconship. "No, sir, not by a long ways. But you shall now give me your keys to this prison cell, and I will lock you up, and leave this place in your stead." "Holy Lord God," meditated the deacon, and, turning deathly pale, stammered, "Miss Armington, would you be so cruel as to demand all this of me?" "Yes, sir, and more. For fear that demons and lunatics in the place below should recapture me, I'll demand you to take off your coat, vest, pants, and hat, and give them to me, for a disguise, that I may represent your holy self for once in my life. This may seem immodest, but a desperate woman knows no frivolous modesty that she would not sacrifice for an honorable deliverance from a fiend like yourself. Do you hear? Take off your clothes," resolutely responded she. "You certainly would not compel me to strip off my garments before you." "Off," interrupted Miss Armington, "or die, coward," and cocking her pistol, which made him speedily tear open, take off and deliver the same to her. But she did not attempt to put them on herself, until she requested the deacon to tear a sheet into pieces, wherewith she made him firmly tie his own feet together, then ordered him to make a loop of another strip of sheet and place his hands between his back into the loop, which she drew tight with her left hand, whilst she held the pistol in her right hand for a shot, should he fail to obey. As soon as his hands were secured by her left hand, she laid down the pistol and bound them securely. Then she threw him on the floor and cast a lot of bedding on him. To this he objected, and was inclined to scream, when she commanded him to open his mouth, and she stuffed a large rag into it, and bound a strip of the torn sheet over it and his eyes. Thus, his deaconship secured, she removed her heavy skirts, then donned the saintly deacon's pants, vest, coat, and hat. But all were too large, which made her look dilapidated. However, after getting the keys of her cell and pistol in hand, the desperate young heroine started on her way toward freedom. After leaving her cell and alighting upon the corridor of the second floor of the asylum, she met several keepers, who approached her, staring with amazement at her, without saying a word, when she asked them, "Which is the best way to leave the asylum?" To which a surly fellow said, "I don't think that a crazy lunatic like you will leave it any way." "Why not, sir?" she said. "I am no lunatic, I want you to know." "I am not so sure of that," responded the surly fellow, and added, "John, go for the superintendent, and tell him a strange creature is in our ward, and ask him what we shall do with the queer thing." Miss Armington trembled at this state of affairs, but she made up her mind to fight her way out, if she had to shoot a dozen. The physician-in-chief and the superintendent both arrived at the spot where she had the conversation with the keepers, and seeing that they might surround her, she backed into a corner of the corridor near a door. And when the physician-in-chief ordered the men to secure her, she drew her revolver and cocked it, and said defiantly, "I'll shoot the first man that lays a finger on me. Open the door and let me depart in peace." "Who are you?" demanded the physician-in-chief. "I am a sane person who wishes to be let out of this place," she said. "Seize the ruffian," commanded the physician-in-chief, when the surly fellow made for her, but she shot him through his right arm, which scared the whole batch of them, and the trouble was how to get the stranger out of that corner. "I have it," said the superintendent, silently, to the physician-in-chief. "I will go and cause that door by him to be opened, and make him believe that he may escape that way, when either you or I will grasp him from behind." "All right," replied the physician-in-chief. The door was opened, and Miss Armington saw what they were after, but she thought that very likely she could make her escape. Therefore, she would go through the open door. But as she moved, the keepers were upon her back, when she turned upon them and fired at the breast of the leader. But at that moment someone grasped her elbows behind her from the outside of the open door. End of chapter 46. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 47 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 47. Lucinda is re-arrested before she escapes. The superintendent's plan of opening the door proved a success, and as Miss Armington turned to fire, he grasped both her elbows from behind, which raised the pistol the moment it went off, and thereby missed hitting anyone. The superintendent at once took the revolver from her hand, and rather roughly handled the poor girl, when she said, "You have gained the victory, and I will therefore yield honorably, like a whipped enemy. Be so kind as to let me rise." By this time the physician-in-chief and the rest of the keepers, help, and innocent lunatics gathered around her. The physician-in-chief at once recognized her face, when he ordered her to be removed to his private office, and directed the rest, except the superintendent and 2 managers, to attend to their business. After these 4 men and Miss Armington were locked into his private office, the physician-in-chief said, "Well, young lady, how do you come by this male garb and pistol? I know you, Miss Armington." "Miss Armington!" exclaimed one of the managers. "Yes, Miss Armington in disguise," said the doctor, and added, "What do I see? Deacon Rob Stew's coat, hat, and vest? Or I mistake myself?" "Well, yes, I acknowledge they are his garments, which may give you some idea how I came by this graceful disguise," said Miss Armington with contempt. "What? The deacon did not aid you to escape by disguising yourself in his clothes?" ejaculated the physician-in-chief, looking amazed as well as his comrades. "No, sir, not exactly aid, your Excellency," tauntingly replied she. "How, then, did you get his clothes and that pistol? Who gave you the pistol?" said the physician-in-chief. "I do not know that I choose to be so closely catechized, unless you promise to give me my freedom, which I think I deserve after having gone to all this trouble," she said. "You ask too much." "How so?" interrupted Miss Armington. "What have I ever done to deserve this confinement, and to be compelled to be continually insulted by that rascally old Deacon Stew?" "What, you call him rascally when he has favored you with this disguise?" "He has not favored me," interposed she. "Girl, you confound me," said the physician-in-chief. "Did you not say that these were the deacon's garments, and that he gave them to you?" "Yes, they were his garments, and he gave them to me. But now they are mine, for I have earned them by hard labor, and at the risk of womanly modesty," said she. "Explain yourself," said he, "for instead of understanding you, I become more bewildered by your remarks." "Do you?" tantalizingly responded Miss Armington. "Yes, miss, you are a puzzle to me," said the physician-in-chief. "Doctor, I am astonished at you," exclaimed the superintendent. "Don't you see with half an eye that the creature is as crazy as a loon can be? Come, let us lock her up and attend to better business than trifling with her." "Indeed, bah! You are a pretty fellow to be so wise as to pronounce me a lunatic. If I am crazy, I'll wager my life against a dozen soft heads like yours that I can outrival you in anything," haughtily replied Miss Armington, and continued, "You must not think, because you are clad with a little authority, that your august position raises you to manhood, a thing you do not possess. Come, this is more idle talking than if Miss Armington were insane, and we would amuse ourselves over her wanderings, and, therefore, I ask the superintendent to go and attend to better business," responded the physician-in-chief, and so saying he unlocked the office, when the superintendent left. But the other continued, "Come now, Miss Armington, please tell me where you got that pistol." "I got it also from Deacon Rob Stew," interrupted Miss Armington. "When did you get it from him?" said he. "Not an hour since," said she. "Really, Miss Armington, you must be crazy," said the physician-in-chief. "Ah, indeed, you, too, doubt my sanity. Do you want me to prove my soundness of mind and purpose to you in the presence of these strangers?" said she. "Well, you astound me, but you have the deacon's clothes, and I do not see how you got the pistol, unless he gave it to you. Yet I cannot understand whether he has proved false to you or us," said he. "You did not answer my question. I said, did you want me to prove my soundness of mind and purpose to you in the presence of these strangers? But perhaps they are familiar with the doings of this place," said Miss Armington. "No, miss, it is useless for you to make that attempt, for we all know why you are in this institution, and as I cannot understand you, and you will not explain, I shall be compelled to return you to your old quarters," responded the physician-in-chief. "I can assure you that I expected nothing better from you, and as these gentlemen are co-conspirators of yours and the holy deacons, I cannot call upon them for succor or sympathy," haughtily said she. "Madam," responded one of the managers, "you have my heartfelt sympathy." "Then assist me to escape, or use your influence to have me released," she pled. He dropped his head, and, with tears in his eyes, said, "As cheerfully as I would do so of my own accord, yet am I powerless to aid you, unless you consent to become the deacon's wife." "Ah, indeed, you too desire that. Well, gentlemen, if such I may call you, I am ready to be conducted to my cell, where I will show you a fine specimen of a deacon," sneeringly said she. "What, you did not murder him?" asked the physician-in-chief, terror-stricken. "Oh, no, he is too mean, low, and cowardly a thing to kill. He and his likes," looking at them with a contemptuous frown, "better live a while yet, that they may see the glory of the noble hero, through whose instrumentality I am incarcerated and insulted. But, mark me, I feel it in my inmost soul that the tables will shortly turn, and then I may laugh at you when you get your deserved reward," said she. They conducted the disguised heroine back to her cell, but, lo, the horrible-looking deacon, with bloodshot eyes, swollen head, and almost suffocated, lying in one corner of the cell, dumbfounded the gentleman, who at once relieved him of his effectual gag and shackles, and the physician-in-chief asked, "How came this so?" But there was no reply, because the deacon fainted, whilst Miss Armington smiled, and really seemed to enjoy the joke. This enraged the physician-in-chief, and for the first time he threatened violence to Miss Armington, who coolly said, He only got his dues." "He is dying," exclaimed the physician-in-chief, "and you are his murderer, young woman." "Yes, in self-defence I subdued him, as any one would, and as I would do again," heedlessly said Miss Armington. Suddenly the saintly and hypocritical opossum-acting Deacon came to, and seeing the pistol in the hand of the physician-in-chief, he grasped it, and rising to his knees, raised it, and fired at Miss Armington, ejaculating furiously, "You she-devil, die!" End of chapter 47. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 48 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 48. The Bloody Conspirators in Terrible Fear of Dr. Juno. Deacon Rob Stew had 2 serious assaults made upon him close together, for almost as soon as he had recovered from his gunshot wound, which, however, was kept perfectly secret, he received the beating at Tabernacle Hall. The night when the sentinel and 2 or 3 brethren attempted to remove the annoying man at the outside of the door of the hall, and were overpowered by policemen and citizens, the sacredly secret conclave were thunderstruck when they saw the intruders, and Sister Nancy Clover, who had the floor, thought the world was coming to an end. But upon seeing that it was only a crowd of police officers and private citizens, she exclaimed in a loud and dignified voice, "Gentlemen, and should-be guardians of the peace, what means this tumultuous intrusion upon the holy meditations of a docile and law-abiding religious people? By whose authority do you force your way into our sacred hall this hour of the night?" I pause for an answer. This womanly speech rather took the policemen back, but the citizens, it seemed, were not to be so easily silenced, when one of them said, "Miss Nancy Clover, we have come here by the authority of one of the religious denominations, whose most prominent members know some of the black deeds that are transacted in this place, and who have suspicion that Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Pier have been foully dealt with by those who belong to this institution. Sir, do you know that these are serious charges, and that before you intrude yourselves in such a peculiar manner, you should have proof to sustain yourselves? And now I ask you to produce your warrant and proofs for the purpose of sustaining this assault upon our sacred rights. And if you cannot produce them, I order the brethren to use all the means in their power to eject you from this hall, if you go not voluntarily, as, I hesitate not, you came here." "I again wait for an answer," said Nancy Clover, with authority and vim. Silence reigned for several minutes, when the heroic sister continued, "I am compelled to conclude that you were not lawfully authorized to intrude yourselves into this hall. Therefore, I order you to depart instantly, or take the consequences. As we have no proof at hand—" "Nor a warrant to arrest anyone," interrupted Nancy Clover. "Therefore, you would better leave instantly, and thank God and this brotherhood if you do not get your deserts for this breach of the peace." Never mind that, Miss Clover," continued the citizen spokesman. "We may astonish you with proof some day, very soon, that will not be any too palatable to any of your bloody clique. Leave this instant, you miserable rioters, and, as for these policemen, they shall learn, through us, that it is not their duty to join a cutthroat mob like you to break the peace. Now, brethren, I order you to go to the armory and produce sufficient weapons to shoot these ruffians down like dogs, if they don't instantly go away and leave us in peace," said Nancy Clover. In a moment 20 or 30 brethren were armed with rifles and bayonets, who waited for their orders from Sister Nancy Clover to fire or charge with bayonets upon the intruders. She said, "Prepare to fire." Like lightning the brethren aimed at the intruders, who now scampered away much faster than they came, and the bloody conspirators were master of their own ground, who felt gleeful over the victory they obtained. Sister Nancy Clover spoke as follows: "Beloved saints, don't you see what unanimity of action, a bold face, and undaunted courage do? These villains were evidently meaning mischief, but what or how they happened to come here I cannot contrive. They were evidently suspicious that we had something to do with Brothers Pier's and Stew's absence from the religious celebration, because nothing but sickness or death could keep these faithful saints from such a religious gathering. But how did they know all about our secret work? For that man actually spoke as though he knew more than he ought to know. Can this demoniacal Dr. Juno have fathomed our brotherhood and have spies on our track? It is a good thing that the Deacon, as well as Brother Pier, is improving very rapidly, and will both soon be well, when this matter may be brought before the Court of Sessions. However, it may be wiser not to agitate anything of this kind, but time will tell best what we would better do. I shall be too happy to have Brothers Stew and Pier again with us, for counsel, and to aid our noble cause, which seems to be assailed in several new quarters." At this point of the proceedings, the physician-in-chief of the insane asylum took the floor and said: "Mr. President and beloved saints, I am fully persuaded in my own mind, from what I have lately seen, that our enemies, through the instrumentality of Dr. Juno, are gaining ground upon us rapidly, and unless we fortify ourselves by renewed efforts in all directions, we shall surely be overpowered. I do not speak thus to discourage the brotherhood, but to rivet them closer together in thought, feeling, and action, so that we will not have any more quarrels and fights amongst ourselves, which is like a house divided against itself, by depriving us of a power that we most need just now. It would astonish you to know how much trouble we have had with Miss Armington at the asylum, and the indomitable energy this young lady possesses. Why, she has almost turned the head the other week of one of our most loyal managers, and if she has that much influence with our best people, what a mighty auxiliary she would be to the cause of Dr. Juno, should she by any chance escape us." "Nonsense. You certainly do not think it possible for her to escape, do you?" asked Nancy Clover. "Well, no, but it is hard to tell what influence this innovator may bring to bear against us," said the physician-in-chief. "But does he know that Miss Armington is in the asylum?" ejaculated Sister Clover. How could he know it? He knows more than some of us think, said he. But I do not think he knows it. Still, I think he suspicions it, because he has been there himself. Donner und Blitzen. I tinks you bis a set of fools, to bis so skeert. Mein Gott, I just winch unser Deacon wash bin well, exclaimed Hansen Tiefel for the first time. End of chapter 48. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 49 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 49. Lucinda doffs the Deacon's clothes and threatens to shoot the conspirators. When Miss Lucinda Armington was fired at by Deacon Rob Stew, when they returned her to her cell, he missed her. On account of his wounded arm, he could not guide the revolver. Therefore the bullet barely escaped the hip of the physician-in-chief, who was frightened out of a year's strength, and who exclaimed, "I am confounded and confused at the state of things. What is the matter between you two? Will either of you explain?" Neither felt disposed to do so. The deacon felt ashamed and a little conscience-stricken, although one might suppose that his conscience was so perfectly seared that nothing could touch it, and Miss Armington was too dignified and insulted to gratify them by explaining what the reader already knows. At last the old lover of this heroic damsel said, "If you wish to know how all this came, I will tell you, after you restore to me my wearing apparel." "What, have you given your clothes to her for the purpose of allowing her to escape in this disguise?" asked the physician-in-chief. "No, indeed, I did not give them to her." "Yes, you did, coward," interrupted she. "Well, yes, I did give them to her, but not voluntarily," stammered the deacon. "I see now how it was," said one of the managers. "Will you please darken this cell, and then compel her to give me my clothes, and after I am dressed and ready to leave, I will tell you all about it," responded the deacon. The cell was now darkened, and Miss Armington was requested to dismantle and convey her disguise to the owner of it. She said, "Oh, gentlemen, do not fret yourselves about it. Here are his trappings. And now I ask him to make a hasty retreat from my presence, or I'll make the old villain sweat before he gets away." In a moment these militant lovers had their wardrobes arranged to a degree of chastity in the dark cell, when the deacon said, "I am ready, give us light. But, O Lord, how my arm aches." "Your arm?" responded the physician-in-chief. "What causes it to ache?" "Why, this she-devil of a woman shot me through it," said he. "How did she get the pistol?" asked one of the managers. "Well, brothers, I am now ready to tell you all about it. I have been in the habit of visiting her, and she treated me so savagely that I feared she would do me personal violence some time. The men laughed at this, which displeased him. You may laugh, but I would as lief be housed up with a mad bull as with an infuriated she-devil like her." He gave her a fiendish look at this moment, which was responded with a glare from her eyes that he knew meant mischief. "Brothers, let us leave this cell. I will tell you all about this matter elsewhere," timidly said the deacon. "I would rather you would tell us all in the presence of Miss Armington, as we should like to hear what she has to say to it," ejaculated the physician in chief. "Will you then keep her safely away from me, for my arm is painful, and she may make an assault upon me when I tell you all," said he. The men laughed again, and Miss Armington could scarcely keep from doing the same, but she wanted to frighten the old deacon, and cure him from venturing in the future into her cell. "Go on, Brother Stew. We will warrant that she shall not touch you," replied the physician in chief. "I have been to visit this woman occasionally on errands of real clarity. In fact, I loved the girl, and would have taken her from this place and made her my own wife. Therefore, you may know that I intended no harm," said the deacon. "But she abused me awfully, and the last visit preceding this one she actually threatened my life." "Cowardly cutthroat, tell the whole of it," interrupted Miss Armington. "Who has a right to speak?" continued the deacon savagely. "Well, brothers, I made up my mind that hereafter, when I would visit this modest virgin, I would carry weapons of defense. Therefore, I brought that revolver with me today." "How came she to possess it?" interrupted one of the men. "She took it from me as I was about to defend myself against a furious assault upon me. I should have shot her, undoubtedly, had she not knocked it from my hand, in less than the sparkle of an eye, and as quickly picked it up, and presented the muzzle of it to my breast, and vowed she would shoot me dead if I hesitated to obey her orders. I saw that she meant what she said, but still I thought she would not shoot so freely as she once used her fists upon me. But I misplaced confidence in her, which is proved by her firing a bullet through my right arm, on the least prevarication on my part to comply with her august orders. She vowed, after sending that bullet through my arm, that the next time I hesitated, when she asked me to do a thing, she would shoot me through the heart. Now, I am not a coward, but discretion—" "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Miss Armington, whilst she interrupted him, and gave him a terribly defiant look. "Yes, laugh, you miserable she-devil, but the next time I have business with you, I will fix you so you cannot do any harm to me or anyone else. Mind that," said he. "I was going to say that, under certain circumstances, discretion was the better part of valor. Therefore, I obeyed the fiend and ingrate, and trusted to Providence, and you see, he has favored me." Here he gave her a look that meant victory, as he always does the elect. "You will see whom he favors if you live a little longer," interrupted Miss Armington, considerably embittered and chopfallen. "Never mind, my lady, I will be even with you yet," ejaculated the deacon, and continued, "but this she-devil was not satisfied with shooting through this arm, but ordered me immodestly to take off my coat, pants, vest, and hat, and give them to her ladyship. I even hesitated a moment, when she raised the pistol to my breast, and, undoubtedly, would have fired had I not quickly obeyed. Then she ordered me to tear a sheet to fragments and tie my own feet together, and make a loop and place my hands into it, when she had me secured as you have found me." Miss Armington kept her eye upon the pistol. After the physician-in-chief took it from the deacon, and with a bound she grasped it, and jumped into the corner of her cell, and said, pointing the pistol toward the deacon's head, "Now, leave speedily, all of you, or I will rid this world of a lot of the vilest cutthroats that ever breathed the breath of life." End of chapter 49. Recording by Meg Turecek.
Chapter 50 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 50. The Leading Bloody Conspirators at Loggerheads. Quickly the deacon moved toward the door and said, "I will go. Please put that pistol away." The physician-in-chief stepped forward toward Miss Armington and exclaimed, "You certainly would not fire so imprudently?" "Wouldn't I, then?" she interrupted him, and instantly pointed the pistol at his face, when he dodged, and the party of conspirators left precipitately and bolted the doors behind, then repaired to the medical office, where the deacon asked the physician-in-chief to examine and dress his arm. Afterwards they argued as follows: "What will we do with this woman? She has that loaded revolver, and no one is safe to go to her cell whilst she has it," said one of the managers. "Ah," responded the deacon, "you do not think it so funny to have a loaded pistol pointed at your heads, but when I related my perilous adventure with this desperate girl, you thought it an excellent joke. I cannot see what has come over her. When she lived home with her father, she was a perfect lady, quiet, chaste, modest, kind, and very polite, but now see what she is. You need not wonder at the change, for she has the general's blood in her, that never knew fear or favor in time of war, and our treatment toward the poor girl is desperate war," ejaculated the physician-in-chief. "How many loads does that revolver hold?" "6," replied the deacon, "but I only had 5 loaded." "Let me see, how many shots have been fired since she took it from you?" asked one of the men. "She fired 3 downstairs, 1 at the deacon, and the deacon 1 at her. That makes the 5," said the physician-in-chief. "Surely, if you are certain that she fired 3 times downstairs, the pistol must now be empty. Therefore her threats were barren, but she as little knew that as we did," responded the deacon. "I am glad that I am safely away from where she is, and I do not know that I will ever risk my life in her presence again, unless I first chain her securely." "Oh, brother Stew, you would certainly not be so cruel as to do that," angrily interposed the sympathetic manager. "Wouldn't I then?" continued the deacon. "Well, I am not so sure but that I should be tempted to do anything to revenge myself on her for the humiliation to which she has subjected me. She is a perfect devil! I never could have believed that the female lived who dared do as she did. I am astonished, angered, and pleased with her heroism. Ye gods, what would not such a woman be worth as a wife, if I only could by some means gain her affections?" "Dear brother, never dream of gaining that lady's affections, because such stock as she would never forget the injury you have done her. Moreover, she is fired to redoubled energy by the love she bears that Dr. Juno. She is your lifelong foe, and would send you to glory rather than be happy with you, or even see you happy," ejaculated the physician-in-chief. "I don't believe all you say, because if she had desired my death, she could have taken my life after she had me bound and gagged," said the pious Deacon Stew. "She had other fish to fry. To escape was her ambition, and not to kill you. Moreover, she believes that your conscience will prevent you from being happy, and she may have thought far enough to have doubted if she could escape. And she wants you to live, she said, to see you suffer by the vengeance that her lover will visit upon you," said the physician-in-chief. "Bah!" responded the deacon, "the vengeance that her lover, the heretic Juno, will visit upon me I do not fear. Far distant is the day when he will have that satisfactory opportunity to wreak vengeance on me." "Do not be too sure of that, dear brother," responded the sympathetic manager, "for Dr. Juno is making rapid strides toward gaining immense popularity." "What! Are you one of his sympathizers? Do you doubt our success in finally overcoming this innovator, and how dare you connive with him?" ejaculated the deacon. "Oh, my brave deacon, who skulks from a little woman, you should not be quite so pompous and self-conceited. You do not now have me in Tabernacle Hall, where you are monarch of all you survey, but even there some of these days you will get yourself taken down, mark my words," said the sympathetic manager, who was in love with Miss Armington. "May the curse of the Almighty strike you deaf and dumb for this secession. You are a very dangerous man to be trusted with the secrets of our sacredly secret conclave, and I will see that your case will receive early attention. Remember Harry Gossamer, the apostate," furiously interposed Deacon Stew. "Gentlemen, or brothers, this is neither the time nor place to discuss and quarrel over matters that are part and parcel of our conclave and holy cause. Therefore I charge you, be silent and do not fight amongst yourselves, or surely the downfall of our house is not far in the distant," responded the physician-in-chief. "It is my duty to chastise any renegade brother who has taken our solemn oath and is familiar with all the inner workings of our cause, and this sympathizer of the Juno crowd must be summarily handled, or surely the sainthood will suffer through his apostasy," exclaimed the deacon. "Better be moderate, brother Stew," said the physician-in-chief, which aggravated the domineering deacon, when he said, "Well, I shall require an explanation at our next meeting at Tabernacle Hall, concerning the peculiar conduct of both of you. And as for Miss Armington, I will pay her another visit before long, and show her my power. There is something going on that I cannot comprehend," said the deacon. "I should not wonder but you could not comprehend the browbeating and personal chastisement that the little lady upstairs gave you. You want something similar some of these days, by the brethren, to show you your proper place, you cowardly tyrant," ejaculated the sympathetic manager. The deacon was fairly foaming at his mouth with rage, but what could he do with his lame arm except grin and bear the insults that he received in this asylum? It will be remembered that at the following meeting, as already described, the deacon and Reverend Joe Pier got a solid beating, which was partly caused by the sympathetic manager, and which nearly cost the pious deacon's life for his temerity. These brethren parted with rather conflicting sentiments and bitter feelings toward each other, a thing that must have pleased the guardian angels of Dr. Juno and company. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 51. Nancy Clover lecturing Deacon Stew. Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Peer were confined 3 weeks in the secret chamber of Tabernacle Hall, suffering from the terrible beating that the saintly brethren dealt them so generously, without money and without price. The deacon suffered immensely, was delirious and in agony for several days, and when he came to his senses again, Sister Nancy Clover had several quiet discussions with him, in which she counseled him to be more moderate and cautious in his deportment toward the saints. Otherwise he would prove the worst enemy to the cause, by being overzealous and too severe. He did not feel disposed to agree with his beloved Sister Nancy Clover, and said, "You are like all the rest, giving me advice that is not sought for. Therefore I do not value it. Hence shall not heed it. If you folks had our holy cause as much at heart as I have, you would be equally zealous in promulgating its advancement, and quite as severe on delinquents, backsliders, and apostates as I am." "Brother Stew," said the sister, "you are mistaken in your logic and the course you are pursuing. You cannot drive intelligent and heroic minds as you can the lower classes of the sainthood. You should be old enough to know that, in a project like ours, a great deal of policy, in the shape of a literal flattery, is necessary to cause an energetic unanimous action. Cannot you see that this beating that you and Brother Peer received was caused by the spirit the brethren had against you, for being so terribly rigid with them? Had you used a little more soft soap instead, neither you nor Joe Peer would have had any need to suffer from the terrible bruises that you have received." "If your logic is correct," said he, "why did they strike Brother Peer? He never was severe on any of them, but as mild as mush and milk, and as easily scared as a child of 5 years. But on account of being afraid of you, he invariably enforced your commands, contrary to his own convictions, which caused them to despise him, instead of hating him as they did you. Since you have been lying sick in this place, I have lectured to the brethren in such a manner as to cause them to be a unit again, and they are now all friendly toward both you and Brother Peer. I therefore pray you to take my advice, and when you come before them again, be resolute and determined, but more conciliatory than you were before, when you will strengthen the bonds of sainthood, and cause a powerful unanimous cooperation with the whole religious world," said Nancy Clover. "My beloved sister," said he, "I must acknowledge that you are the best and wisest strategist living. Therefore, I will most heartily and thankfully carry out your excellent advice. You must have labored hard and suffered much since that night of the fight." "You are right. I have done all that, but I never find it hard to conciliate the sainthood. However, I use policy, and by shrewd flattery and common sense appeals to the disturbed minds. I am always capable of exercising an influence that works favorably in carrying out the plans in anticipation. Probably you have noticed this on several occasions," responded Nancy Clover. "Yes, beloved saint, I have seen it, and had it not been for you and your wise counsel, our sacredly secret conclave would have gone to ruin long before this time. You really are an angel, worth 10,000 butterflies like the modest, fashionable women of our age. I admire a woman that can act her part dauntlessly in life's great conflict. There are only 2 females on this earth, that I am acquainted with, whom I admire. You are the one, and Miss Lucinda Armington is the other, seriously said the deacon. Bah! Exclaimed Sister Nancy Clover, with a contemptuous sneer on her countenance. What do you see in her to admire? She is a poor, weak, silly fool of a chit, and I am astonished at you to admire the one that despises you, and is your mortal enemy. I cannot help admiring and loving the little imp, said the deacon, because she has the mettle of a heroine and fire of an infuriated tigress, noble qualities in a woman, if she knows how to use them, as Miss Armington does. Indeed, ejaculated Nancy Clover. And when and where did you detect all these excellent qualities in that despicable creature? It must have been since we had her carried to the asylum. Certainly, it has been since she is confined in the asylum, said the deacon. He now related his adventures with Miss Armington, with which the reader is familiar, when Sister Nancy said, So you admire and love the character of a woman who can work her own way through calm and storm? Well, brother, I admire you for having so much good sense, for it would be better for the race of mankind if women could learn to stand upon their own legs. I mean their own inalienable rights, and although I hate Miss Armington, because she is our enemy, yet I nevertheless think more of her for having thrashed you, and also for that most ludicrous exchange of apparel. Really, beloved brother, the latter incident seems very ludicrous to me, although it may have been almost death to you. Yet, as you admire the heroine, for such she is, in spite of everything, you must look upon it in the same light that I do. Truly, dear sister, responded the deacon, I often laugh to myself about the ridiculous picture I must have made. If anyone could have seen the whole affair, he would, undoubtedly, have enjoyed it amazingly at my expense, as the boys did at the bullfrogs. How was that? Said she. Did you never hear that story? Several boys were throwing stones at the frogs, which was fun for them, but death to the frogs. Surely, your case was not unlike the frogs, and you were a lucky frog to have gotten off so easily, said Sister Clover. Yes, dear sister, but you know that the Lord always favors his elect, and, although I have received several assaults recently, you can readily see the finger of Jehovah each time pointing to my side, which saved my life in the most perilous conflicts, and I have unbounded faith that God will protect me on any occasion, exclaimed the deacon. Do not be too sure of all that, good brother, for although my faith in God and in our holy cause is equal to anybody's, yet there are certain fixed laws which he has made, and which we are ordained to learn and obey, else we cannot stand erect and safe in life or death, said she. Hut-tut, dear sister, do you know that you are advocating Dr. Juno's cause when you speak that way? I hope you are unlike one of the managers of this insane asylum, who was a great admirer of Miss Armington, and is evidently in sympathy with this heretic, ejaculated the deacon. Truth is mighty, Brother Stew, said she, but I will not commit myself in public or before the sainthood, as you did, to receive a furious pummeling, laughed she. Really, you are a trump. Say or do what I will, you always catch me in some corner, which plainly shows that you are the better man of us two. Therefore, I shall heed your excellent advice now and in the future, exclaimed the deacon. Brother Joe Pier came into the room, when the conversation was changed. End of Chapter 51. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 52 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 52. Lucinda bites Deacon Stew's ear nearly off. When Deacon Rob Stew, the physician-in-chief, and managers were suddenly driven out of Miss Armington's cell by the handsome maneuver of the young heroine with the empty pistol, the deacon was determined to pay her a visit as soon as convenient, some evening, when he could bribe a few of the keepers to handcuff her for him. Then surely he would be master over the proud and fearless girl. However, he did not expect that he would be so roughly handled by his own people before he would have the pleasure of treating himself to a coercive interview with Miss Armington. As soon as he was right well again, he made his evening visit to the asylum, and bribed George and William to join him at 8 o'clock that evening, to go with him to her cell. And said he to them, "I have a pair of excellent handcuffs here, which I want you to put securely on her wrists, joining her hands behind her back, so that she cannot strike me with them. And be sure that you graduate them so she cannot slip them off. By this screw you can make them larger or smaller, and when you have done it, come out, and I will go into her. And when I have done with her, I will come out and let you go in and remove the cuffs again. I also want you to turn the gas on in her cell, and light a glimmer, so I can have light, should I desire it. Now go in, seize and handcuff her." "But should she scream, and we be detected?" responded one of them. "Never mind," said his deaconship. "She will not scream. She is not of that sort. But she may fight you like an infuriated demon. Therefore, do not give her an idea of your intentions until you have an opportunity to grasp her hands." "Oh, never fear," said George. "We understand how to handle strange lunatics. Why should we hesitate or fail to manage a weak lady like her?" laughing at the absurdity of such caution by the deacon. "All right," interposed the deacon. "Only you secure her before you come out of her cell. One thing more. She has that revolver in her possession, with which she shot at some of you several weeks since, but it is empty. Of this I assure you. Therefore, should she threaten to shoot you with it, be not afraid of that." "Enough!" ejaculated they simultaneously, and made their ingress to her presence. The pure and innocent maiden was sitting by her table, with her elbows resting upon it, and her hands to her face, whilst her eyes were turned toward the skylight overhead, from which the light of day still caused a glimmer to descend into her cell. Suddenly she heard the presence of George and William, when she sprang to her feet and ejaculated, "Who's there? And what do you want at this unseasonable hour of the day?" They advanced toward her, without saying a word, when she said, fiercely, "Stop, or I'll shoot you." "Your threats are barren, for your pistol is empty. We know what we are about," exclaimed George, and fearlessly advanced, when she dealt him a blow with the heavy revolver that sent him spinning like a wheel. William now tried his hand, when he also received a dangerous blow on the top of his head, which struck him dumb to the floor. Having thus disabled her enemies, she boldly stood still, preparing herself for a second blow. should they advance again. In a few moments, George scrambled up and said, "Miss Armington, we do not wish to harm you, nor did we come here of our own accord to insult you, but we were ordered here—" "Who ordered you? And what to do?" interrupted the heroine in a defiant air. Silence reigned for several minutes, when a deep groan came from the place where George lay, when George said, "You have killed him." "What is that to me? And I kindly tell you, unless you leave me, I will kill you both. Mark me," said she. The deacon heard that a terrible scuffle was going on inside of the cell, when he opened the outside door, however, carefully allowing the inner gate to remain locked. He saw William sitting on the floor in a position as though he was going to rise to his feet, but was unable to do so. George was standing in front of William, parleying with Miss Armington, whose back was turned toward the door. The deacon now made a noise as if he was going to come in, which caused Miss Armington to turn partly around, and when she saw someone coming she felt lost, as she could not guard before and behind herself. Therefore, she expected to be overpowered, but she made up her mind to warm the monsters before they could secure her. As she turned toward the door, George grasped both her arms from behind, which made her almost powerless. Still, she tussled a good while with him before he succeeded in handcuffing her. She knocked his handcuffs twice to the floor, and had not William been able to put the first one on, he probably never would have gotten them on. William was still stupefied, and it was all he could do to fasten the cuff on her delicate wrist. Of course, when this first arm was secured, George had an easy time to fasten the second one, which, when done, he let go of the young lady's person. When the deacon saw this, he asked, "Have you handcuffed her securely?" "Yes," replied George. "Then I will come in," said he. "Oh, you most miserable coward! I thought it was your pusillanimous work," ejaculated the persecuted young lady. "Truly, miss, I made up my mind to be even with you," said the deacon, and giving the boys orders to leave, he closed the door, whilst all this time Miss Armington was very docile, acting as though she would submit to anything almost. She thought, "I'll throw the pious coward off his guard until I see an opportunity to punish him." The saintly deacon now began to abuse her. He blackguarded her, said that he thought he would get her in a position that he could easily manage her, and he now had her, that he intended to often visit her this hour of the night, when he could have the services of the men to handcuff her for him, and, continued he, "I mean to use you just as I please, since you refuse to become my wife. However, I will again say that if you will voluntarily marry me, I will not force you to become as good as my wife. Now choose between the two, for I shall conquer you." "Do you think so?" said she. "I know so," interposed His Holiness, "for the Lord is always on the side of his elect." At this moment he placed his arm around her waist and pulled her to his breast, she submitting gracefully, only she turned her face aside when he kissed her on the cheek. Suddenly she took his long ear into her mouth and bit it until the deacon fairly yelled, "Murder! Murder!" End of chapter 52. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 53 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 53. Dr. Juno's stirring speech to the Secret Order of Naturalists. Dr. Victor Juno promised to lead his men through these devils' ground, and on the night of meeting for that purpose, he spoke to the brothers of the Order of Naturalists as follows. Dear brothers, you all know what is incumbent upon every one of us in these troublous times, when the leaders of piety meet in secret conclave continually, for the purpose of subjugating those who behold God in nature, and who recognize nature to be the language through and by which an infinite, beneficent, and immutable Creator speaks to us in scientific arts. It is time that we gird on the armor, not only of defense, but of aggression. We have been stigmatized by these bloody conspirators as heretics, infidels, obscene libelists, seducers of innocent women, cheats, profaners of the temple of God, and, in sooth, epitaphs and acts have been heaped upon us in public, private, by pen, tongue, muscle, and the knife. Yea, dungeons and their concomitants were made the recipients of our bodies, whilst we were robbed of every right that is inalienable to man and beast. Therefore, as we have never taught nor practiced anything that would injure or defile body, soul, or spirit of friend or foe, young or old, male or female, the time has arrived for us to act bravely in the aggression, until we strike terror to the hearts of these vile leaders of the blind, whom these comparatively few demons lead on to the work of dividing and subdividing the Holy Church of God, until hosts of mean, bigoted sectarians claim to be the elect of God, when they are the followers of false prophets, false Christs, blind leaders, and by deceiving themselves, and are made the tools of the various cutthroats that ever disgraced God's footstool. I ask each one of you then, do we love our scientific, progressive teachings and an infallible Creator as much as these vile vipers do their master, the devil, and his work? Do we fear them who can destroy the body, but cannot harm the soul of the just? Do we assume to be men, whilst we permit these serfs of the devil to usurp all power on earth? Or will we strike for our rights, our homes, God, and fixed law? These few leading conspirators misguide and jeopardize the lives of the millions, who believe them to be the oracles of heaven, when they are the very ones who rob them of the knowledge of God's fixed laws, deprive them of natural Christian freedom, and use them as the veriest dupes to carry out their own hellish work, whilst they have no more love for them than imps have for angels. I have thousands of times lain in my bed wondering how it was possible for these pharisaical leaders to hold the sincerely inclined religious people in such ignorance of God's hallowed laws, and in bondage to sectarian monopoly. God is generous. Jesus is generous. Nature is bountiful, and by uniting all the sound sense that is contained in the Bible, we must conclude as rational creatures that salvation must be the acme of all the arts and sciences, but yet the examples and precepts of Christ, who is the Alpha and Omega of obedience to fixed natural law, are as nothing to the sectarian Christians. Let us worship God as much as possible as Jesus did, by good works, which center in the improvement of the race, the amelioration of those whom we are commanded to love as ourselves. And let us comprehend that we cannot carry out that holy injunction until we make natural the habits of the whole people. Yes, physiology must become the catechism of the nations. Brothers, there were 3 kinds of slavery, 2 of which still exist, that must be abolished before our cause can have free scope. First, and least, was Negro slavery. Second, social, including martial and sectarian slavery. And third, and worst, slavery of the eating, drinking, sexual, and filthy lucre propensities. The least of these 3 slaveries has been abolished by the sword. The next to the least is the slavery of the wife to her husband, who must bear his embraces, children, obey him, but does not belong to herself, nor own the property that she earns with her own hands. Yet she must nourish his children at her own breast and feed them, whilst the man may be slave to rum, tobacco, licentiousness, etc. But the same selfish sectarian spirit that sanctions this social selfdom also enthralls its misled victim. But the slavery that the order of Naturalists aim to abolish is the king of slavery, because it undermines the constitutions of the race so gradually that few can be made believe that it defiles the temple of God, deteriorates the blood, rots or petrifies the bodily tissues, thereby scientifically hardening the heart, causing the spirit of selfishness and the propensities of men, women, and children to master the moral nature of the race, whose love is so cold on account of this worst kind of slavery. Therefore, our cause, which is so offensive to the bloody conspirators and their followers, strikes at the root of all evil, which, when understood and adhered to, will abandon, of its own free accord, the lesser evils, and give each person capacity to master his own spirit, when he and she will become bona fide legislators or voters, and through love to God and mankind will govern everything with an eye single to God's glory. Thus, the millennial dawn will appear, and the image of God will be substituted for the image of the devil, or image of ugliness and disease, and love will be free amongst the inhabitants of the earth, who will be slave to no seat, that takes no private road, but looks through nature up to nature's God, pursues the chain which links the immense design, joins heaven and earth, and mortal and divine, and knows where faith, law, morals, all began, all end in love to God and love to man. In conclusion, brethren, let me reiterate that with these Christ-like sentiments and right on our side, we are clad in the armor of heaven. Hence, knowing that we are right, we can fight to the hilt, if it be necessary to do so, to abolish the worst of slavery. The genuine Christian will always sacrifice the good of the few for the many, will sacrifice himself, if necessary, for the cause of God and his wonderful works and fixed laws. Therefore, when we meet the foe tonight, and danger stares us in the face, remember that our cause it is just, and this be our motto: in God is our trust, and the banner of freedom and triumph shall wave when our work is completed through God's power in the brave. Then, onward and upward, let your prayer of might be a bugbear of death to the bloody conspirators, until they are ousted from their lofty reign of terror and are made to respect God's fixed law of nature, or are degraded and banished from the field of human life. End of Chapter 53. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 54 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 54. Dr. Juno mobs the insane asylum and frees Lucinda. Precisely at 9 o'clock, Dr. Juno started with his 100 drilled men, who were armed to their teeth, in squads, for the insane asylum. He told them that he would stay with the leading company, and after one of them would gain access to the outer gate of the asylum, he would march his squad speedily into the yard, bind and gag the gatekeeper, or whoever else would be there. A sign would be given to the rest to follow. Afterwards he would general them as he thought it best. They reached the outer gate at 9:30, and entered it easily, and after securing the keeper at that post, and the whole regiment was admitted, Dr. Juno ordered 6 men to guard that place, when he marched with his company or squad toward the principal door of the main building. The same had already been locked for the night. The bell was rung gently, which caused an old drowsy fellow to open it abruptly and asked, "Who rings the bell this time of night? This is not the door to receive insane folks." "Is it not?" said Dr. Juno, and added, "Seize him," which also meant gag and bind him. The door was guarded by 2 men, and after 25 active brethren were inside, the doctor ordered a captain to take the balance of the men and guard the outside building, permitting no one to enter or escape short of the penalty of death, and to be ready, should a signal be given, for their attendance inside. The doctor now said to his men, "I think we had better secure the officers of the asylum first, and imprison them by bolting them securely in cells, or use ropes on them. Where is Thomas, who is acquainted with this whole establishment?" "Here I am, brother," said he. "Show us to the officers' apartments," responded Dr. Juno. In an instant they stood before the physician-in-chief's office, which was lit up, and upon a knock on the door, a sharp voice answered, "Who is there?" "I am here," replied Thomas, who imitated the voice of one of the keepers, whom he knew. "Wait a moment until I unbolt the door," said the physician-in-chief. In a moment the office was filled with soldiers, when the physician-in-chief reached for a bell-pull and asked, "Who are you, and what means this intrusion?" "Not so fast, sir," said Dr. Juno. "It is not necessary for you to pull that bell, neither is it necessary to tell you who I am. I am no ways disguised, like some of my enemies, when they are on errands of deviltry. We are here on an errand of justice and mercy, not to harm anyone, if we can obtain what we came for voluntarily. But if resistance is made, we shall kill those who come in our path like vermin. Mark me," authoritatively spoke Dr. Juno. "You are Dr. Juno," said the prisoner. "But what is your pleasure?" "We want Miss Lucinda Armington," commanded Dr. Juno. "Miss Lucinda Armington," ejaculated the prisoner, feigning surprise. "I cannot give you what I have not got to give." "Here, old viper, none of that," said Dr. Juno. "Gag and bind the villain, and see that you handle him rigidly, for the old rogue shall learn how it feels to be a prisoner, for his lying." "Murder! Cried he, but before he got it out the second time, a piece of an old rag was jammed into his gustatorial apartment. They let him lie on the floor of his office, left it, and locked the door, and took the key. "Lead on, Thomas, in the direction of the rest of the officers," commanded Dr. Juno. Soon they arrived at the general office, where the business of the asylum is issued from, and there they met 4 of the night officials, who were always on the alert for danger. Dr. Juno spoke in a commanding manner. "Gentlemen, we want you to surrender yourselves peaceably as prisoners of war, when no harm shall befall you." "We are not so sure of that, my brave hero," said an impudent voice, who jerked the alarm bell immensely, which was as quickly replied to by Dr. Juno, who said to his men, "The half of you will take care of the outsiders, and the balance charge upon these men." The man that sounded the alarm and spoke opened a table drawer, and took a revolver therefrom, which he levelled at Dr. Juno's heart. But, before he could fire, Dr. Juno gave him a terrific blow with his huge fist on the temple, which levelled him, and in a minute every man was securely done up, as was the fashion. The outside men, however, did not succeed so well, as their numbers were in the minority as compared to the keepers and general help of the place. But as soon as Dr. Juno made his appearance on the spot, he said, "Soldiers, fire upon anyone who makes any advances." This caused an inclination to create a stampede. When Dr. Juno saw this, he again ordered, "Any man that moves to leave the place, shoot him dead also." All stood still and trembled with terror. Dr. Juno saw this and said, "You are the hired servants of this hellhole, and I want you to understand that we will not harm you if you obey my orders. But if you refuse, you may meet your God quickly for disobeying me, for I am hard-hearted and will be observed." "What do you wish us to do?" asked one. "I want you all to surrender yourselves," said Dr. Juno, "and show us an apartment wherein we can securely imprison you for a short period." "Take us to the main cell, which is empty," said the same prisoner. They were all conducted into that cell, which was first inspected by Dr. Juno as to its security. After they had entered, Dr. Juno asked them, "Have you got the key to Miss Armington's cell, in the 3rd story?" Silence reigned, and no one seemed to answer, when he continued, "Do you refuse to speak? I want you to understand that I will not show you any quarters, provided you resist me by word or deed. Therefore, answer instantly, who has that key?" "I have," exclaimed a burly fellow. "Here it is." End of chapter 54. Recording by Meg Turecek. Chapter 55 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Turecek. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 55. Meeting of Victor and Lucinda in her cell. It was George who had the key, and who gave it to Dr. Juno, when they bolted the cell doors and left 3 soldiers to guard the prisoners. One of the keepers escaped the vigilance of Dr. Juno, and passed around through another corridor to the physician-in-chief's office, with the intention of arousing an alarm. But when he got to the office door, he found it locked. He then called, knocked, and listened betimes, when he heard a muffled voice saying, "I am locked in. Get a key and come in." He tried his keys, and found that one of them unlocked the door. He rushed to the spot where the prisoner lay, and, removing his shackle, said, "Heaven! Doctor, all the keepers and help are arrested and imprisoned in the main cell. What shall we do?" "You leave the asylum by the rear gate, and arouse the neighborhood, and be sure you do it quietly. In the meantime, I will see what I can do," said the physician-in-chief. Very foolishly the guards, who were left to protect all the bound, gagged, and locked-up prisoners, paid no attention to the doctor's office, esteeming the physician-in-chief safe enough for as long as they cared for his incarceration. But they missed it a little in this conclusion. Dr. Juno, after receiving the key to Miss Armington's cell, asked Thomas to lead the way to it, and when the lover speedily threw the doors, 4 in number, open, and appeared in Miss Armington's presence, what should he see but a demon inclining over the poor girl, who was all bloody. Dr. Juno hurled him aside as though he were a flea, and picked the prostrate prisoner and beloved of his soul up from the floor, and laid her gently on the bed, thinking that she was dead. But he soon saw signs of life reappearing, and in a few minutes she asked, "Oh God, where am I?" And screaming with all her might, "Go away, you fiend, or I'll murder you yet!" Dr. Juno kissed her on the forehead, and exclaimed, "My precious darling, your own betrothed is by your side. Fear nothing." She opened her eyes with amazement, and hysterically stammered, "Great God, is it you? Oh, let this not be a dream. I pray, great Father, let this not be a dream that will vanish with the awakening of my slumbers." No, my precious one, it is not a dream, but a bona fide reality," ejaculated Dr. Juno, with immense tears in his eyes, whilst he dropped his face upon her neck and wept like a child, until he shook from head to foot. Miss Armington came to realize that her own beloved Victor was holding her in his own dear arms, when she exclaimed, "Where's Deacon Stew?" "What?" thundered Dr. Juno, whilst he sprang away from the young lady, and grasped the bloody Deacon in his hands, and dashed him upon the floor like a dog, whilst he was just going to jump upon his face with his heels, when Miss Armington said, "Oh, Victor, come here." When he went to her, she replied, "Do not murder him, my dear Victor. Leave him to heaven and the wrath of his Maker." "Darling, your opportune words have saved his miserable life. But what has he done to you that you are so bloody?" "The blood that you see on me came from his body, not from mine," said she. "He had me handcuffed, and then he insulted me." "What? Handcuffed you?" interrupted he. "Yes, and they hurt my wrists severely. Please remove them, dear Victor." "Great Heaven, you handcuffed, and I did not see it. What a stupid fellow I am," said Victor. "But I will murder this foul demon. Soldiers, bind him like a felon. Place his hands uncomfortably behind his back. Look, like this poor young lady's are, only make them tighter, so he may receive his reward." "Have you the keys to these handcuffs, old hypocrite?" asked Dr. Juno of the Deacon. "No, sir, I have not," stammered he. "Who, then, has got them?" Be quick, or you'll die on the spot, exclaimed Dr. Juno. George has got them, responded the deacon. George is the man who gave you the cell keys, said Thomas to Dr. Juno. Oh, yes, he gave me a bunch of keys. I guess he was wise enough to have added the cuff keys. Let me see. Here they are, I think. Yes. All right, my darling. Free once more from the shackles of these bloody conspirators, who shall be tortured nigh unto death, but shall yet live to feel their degradation whilst they writhe in agony, ejaculated Dr. Juno. Mercy, oh, mercy, be merciful, prayed the deacon. Merciful, ha, 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 merciful to you, a fiend, a carrion monster, a cutthroat, a ravisher of innocent, helpless women. You dare to ask for mercy at my hands again, and I will cut you to pieces by slow degrees, and cauterize every incision. You infamous daredevil, or rather leprous coward. May the double curse of God fall on your pestiferous head, exclaimed Dr. Juno with terrific emphasis. A noise was heard downstairs, when Dr. Juno continued, We will away from this place. Soldiers, take this scab on decent people, the deacon, to my office, but gag him before you remove him. I pray you, do not gag me. I will keep silent, come what will or may, if you do not gag me, stammered the deacon. Silence, old ruffian. Men of your stamp are never to be trusted. I know you too well. I know of too many foul deeds that you were ringleader, or commander of. So gag the fine deacon, and load him on the express wagon, and haul him direct to my office, and 6 of you guard him there until I come. Here, take these handcuffs with you. I shall use them on him as a memory-strengthening plaster for the pious deacon, responded Dr. Juno. At this moment a soldier came upstairs and said to Dr. Juno, General Juno, the physician-in-chief, whom you had gagged and bound, has disappeared, and another man escaped from the asylum by a back entrance. I am afraid they may arouse the neighborhood and give us trouble. End of Chapter 55. Recording by Meg Turecek.
Chapter 56 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Navarre. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 56. Dr. Juno offers amnesty to the conspirators. Dr. Juno offers amnesty to the conspirators. Dr. Juno and his regiment left the asylum about 1:00 a.m. without any trouble, with the exception that he did not get to see the physician-in-chief, to whom he intended to give some sound advice before he would free him. However, he gave it to the 4 night managers, who still continued in fetters, with the exception of the gags. They were removed for the purpose of taking the oath that Dr. Juno proposed. He spoke to them as follows. You belong to this fine orthodox hellhole, and undoubtedly are members of the sacredly secret conclave of the bloody conspirators, and therefore I hold you as my mortal enemies. Hence, expect no mercy from me, but instantly answer me such questions as I shall ask you. Pointing to each separately, he continued, Are you a member of that secret conclave? I am, said one. Are you one also? Asked Dr. Juno of another. I shall not answer that question, said the one now addressed. You will not answer indeed, but I think you will, and I will give you half a minute to do so by my watch, responded Dr. Juno, holding his watch in his hand. No answer? The half a minute is up. Soldiers, use the tormentors on this scoundrel until he is ready to answer. The soldiers applied 3 tormentors to him, which consisted of thin ropes with handles to the ends. The ropes were put around a limb and then twisted by the handles until the victim cried enough or died. Whilst the soldiers were torturing the stubborn man, the doctor asked the remaining 2 whether they belonged to the said conclave, who freely answered in the affirmative. The torments acted like a charm upon the stubborn man, who said that he did not belong to said conclave. I do not believe you, said Dr. Juno, and I tell you now, for once only, that I will brook no lying from any man, friend or foe, for if you lie in saying that you do not belong to said conclave, and after I ascertain from these men that you do belong, I will torture you worse than for anything else. Then I'll speak the truth. I do belong to the conclave, said he. So I thought, responded Dr. Juno. Remove the tormentors, and now let me warn each one of you not to be rebellious. But answer me in everything truthfully, for I shall ask you many questions only to try your veracity, questions that I know if true or not. Also, do as I command. As you are ready to hear my advice, I charge you to be attentive, that you may hear and understand what I say to you, else your own lives may be made to pay the penalty of your recklessness. This advice is for your own good, and is nothing of a secret order. Therefore be not alarmed, but act like men of honor and turn from error. You are undoubtedly aware that both myself and Miss Lucinda Armington have been abducted some time since, and were cast into this charnel house by your bloody clique. And you must also know that Miss Armington was still confined within these walls until this present moment. I came here to liberate her, not to injure you, nor for the purpose of revenging myself, but to serve God and my fellow creatures, to save even your own souls and bodies from further degradation and despair. And whilst I am compelled to be cruel to the perverse and prejudiced, I am nevertheless ready to receive the vilest penitent sinner to my ranks, and would rejoice were I capable to save every bloody conspirator. However, such men as Deacon Rob Stew and your physician-in-chief are very self-righteous and hardened sectarian blasphemers, who must be severely dealt with to bring them to their true sense of understanding things. But I may say to you that whilst my summary punishment of yourselves is severe and may seem no better than that which was heaped upon myself, Miss Armington, Harry Gossamer, Jemmy, and others by your clique, still the object is different. I visit chastisement upon you and my enemies, not from jealousy, malice, selfishness, or worldly power, but for the purpose of abolishing a crying evil, for the purpose of saving mankind from the yoke of partisan and sectarian bondage, that love to God and mankind may rule his kingdom in accordance with the generous teachings of Jesus and the infallibility of nature's laws. Therefore I offer you, even you, my bitter enemies and prisoners, the same boon of salvation that I claim for myself. And if you will repent of what is past and turn from the error of your ways, and join God's rational Christians, we will welcome you with open hearts and hands, as our precious Master, Christ Jesus, pardoned and accepted sinners who forsook their evil ways, and took up their cross and followed him. To me, it makes no difference whether you and your bloody clique publish to the world what has this night transpired in this place or not, because if you do so, it will cause a speedy expose of your own deviltry, and prove to the world that I have been the friend to humanity, whilst you persecuted me to your utmost capacity for serving God and mankind. I now ask you to repeat the following oath, which you dare not violate. But before I will propose it, I am willing to pause for a moment for the purpose of learning from you if either or all of you have made up your minds to forsake these bloody conspirators. Therefore speak. I would be willing to do so, but I was compelled to take the solemn oath of the said conclave, which is awful, and it would be dangerous for any member to violate it, independent of the hereafter, responded the man who first said he belonged to said conclave. You must bear in mind that God will forgive anything that the penitent man will ask by returning to good works, by ceasing to do evil and learning to do right. And as for the danger to your own life, I would also have you to know that it is tenfold greater in the place you stand now than it would be were you to discard the shackles of a demoniacal serfdom and become a free man, ejaculated Dr. Juno. Will you give me time to think over this matter? Asked he. Yes, sir, your own time. But I shall now ask each of you to separately pronounce the oath after me. I solemnly swear without mental reservation that I will never more conspire against the followers of Dr. Juno, nor against him personally, so help me God. And further, should I ever be found to do so, I will not ask for mercy, but receive my reward according to the deeds committed in the body, and this I solemnly swear, by my body, soul, and spirit. May the Lord help me to keep this vow. Amen. Now, misled brothers, farewell. But be kind enough to acquaint your leaders of what has transpired, and tell them that this advice is also meant for each of them. End chapter. Chapter 57 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Navarre. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers by Simon Landis. Chapter 57. Lucinda free and at her own home again. After Dr. Juno had finished his lecture to the 4 prisoners, he conveyed Miss Lucinda Armington to a carriage in waiting for this purpose and carried her to her own old home, which was still in possession of Pat O'Connor and Judy McCree. And when he reached the house, he ordered the footman to ring the bell and arouse the servants. Shortly after causing several strong pulls upon the doorbell, Pat O'Connor ran his head out at a second-story window and exclaimed, "Who be's there, and what do ye want at this time o' night?" "Pat, come down and call Judy also to be with you. I have your mistress here. You certainly know me, Square," said Dr. Juno. Square was a secret word by which Pat and the doctor were to know each other if ever found in danger where they could not recognize each other. "Ach, be Sant Patrick, it be's Dr. Juno," ejaculated Pat to himself, and he donned his garb in a moment, and aroused his Judy darlin', shouting gleefully, "Judy darlin', Judy, ach, Judy begorra. Dr. Juno be's downstairs wid our mistress Lucinda. Come quick." Judy sprang to her feet like lightning and exclaimed, "Pat, ye air a dreamin', and sure there be's no truth in it, but ye'll git into trouble ef ye ain't careful. Mind that for a warnin'. Judy darlin', come, and don't be a foolin' wid your betrothed and mistress, ye slappy goose. Come, I say." "Yis, Pat, I'm a comin' straight," interrupted Judy. Pat opened the door courageously, for he knew for a certainty that it was Dr. Juno. But Judy was scared and suspicious until she saw Miss Armington and Dr. Juno, when she bellowed forth in terrific hysterics of delight, grasping Miss Armington around the neck. They lord, ach, me swate lady, ach, me swate lady, am I awake? Ach, me swate lady come back, and for sure, but she looks so thin and pale, ach, me swate lady." "Judy, and you make a fool of yourself," snivelled Pat O'Connor, whilst Dr. Juno and Miss Armington both wept with joy and gratitude. It was a happy moment for all around, and for once servant, mistress, and master felt as one family without distinction. The bravery of Pat and Judy, and their lasting fidelity to the welfare of their employers, supported by their faith in God's justice and in the virtue of the persecuted, made them the beloved creatures of the household. Dr. Juno broke the ice by saying, in a cheerful manner, "Well, my faithful friends, I have kept my promise." "And sure ye have," interrupted Pat, still weeping as if his Irish heart would burst. "And ye be's the greatest man livin', and be me soul I'd give me life for ye any time, so I would." "Thank you, Pat. I fully appreciate your worth and valor. But now, let Judy get something to eat and drink for her mistress whilst she reclines on this easy lounge," said Dr. Juno. "Yes, sir," responded Judy and Pat simultaneously. Miss Armington was so overcome with the joy that she experienced by the surrounding circumstances. The great delight her restoration gave to these humble and faithful servants was to her almost too much to bear without fainting dead away. She could still not yet fully realize that it was a settled truth, that she was delivered from her persecutors, and was once more in her own home, surrounded by her beloved Victor, the faithful servants, and her most affectionate father. Therefore, the first word she uttered, after Pat and Judy left her presence to procure a repast, was, "Father, where is dear father?" To this question, Dr. Juno was nonplussed. What could he, or what would he say quickly? He did not desire to tell her that he really was insane, nor should he tell a falsehood, so he said, "Your father, beloved Lucinda, is not at home at present, but we hope soon will be. In fact, the dear soul has been mourning your loss until he could not rest here at home, where he had your smiling company." "Dear Victor, there is something not right about poor father. Do tell me, is he dead?" she interrupted. "I see it in your countenance that something is wrong." Dr. Juno hung his head in deep grief, when she continued, "Oh, speak, beloved Victor, do not keep me in suspense. Say the worst that has befallen him. Is he dead?" "Sweet angel, he is not dead," sighed he, mournfully. "Thank God for that," she exclaimed. "But where is he?" "He went to Europe to seek you." "Is he then still in Europe?" she interposed. "No, my precious love, he is not," said he. "I see, my beloved Victor, that you tried to hide from me the real state of affairs about dear father," responded she, "but do not hold a thing back." "You love me, do you not?" asked he. "Of course I do, precious dear, but you cannot be jealous of an affectionate parent's love. No, my darling, not jealous, but grieved to tell you that he is insane. Oh God, oh God! My dear desolate father insane, and on my account, but not through any act of mine, as heaven knows," said the distressed child, weeping and mourning until she could no more. Dr. Juno went and cast his arms around her slender and half worn out form, and sent his animal magnetism into her body, whilst his love and prayer baptized her nervous center with renewed life, and soon she beheld the misery of her betrothed lover, when she said, "Oh, my long lost darling, you are everything to me, and I should rejoice and praise God for having you with me. But it seems so cruel, so very hard that my beloved, good, noble father should suffer through us." "Yes, it is my fault," he interrupted. "Had accident not thrown you in my path on that seemingly fatal day when Pat O'Connor's horses ran away, neither you nor your father would have had occasion to suffer this martyrdom." Here he ceased to speak, and wept, and shook like a leaf when the wind blows it. She at once saw that he misunderstood her, when she was aroused, and exclaimed, "My dearly beloved Victor, you did not understand me. I did not mean that you are to blame. No, never, never. Oh, I beseech you, do not take this matter so much to heart." End chapter. Chapter 58 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Navarre. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers by Simon Landis. Chapter 58, Pathetic Interview Between Lucinda and Victor. Dr. Juno raised his head and wiped away his great tears, and said, "Oh, what can I do for having brought so much misery upon you, my dear, my most precious Lucinda? My love for you is beyond the power of language to express it, but my love for God and his cause is equal to it. Therefore, I cannot see how I could have acted to have kept possession of the two things or creatures that I love far better than my own life, namely, yourself and my cause." "Noble, brave, Herculean hero, I love you a million times more for that righteous expression," interposed she. "But I have really been the cause of all the misery that you and your excellent father had to undergo. And you, dear saint, who have always had all you wanted or needed, have been taken away from everything that was delightful, and have been cast into a dungeon, been insulted, abused, and tortured, on my account," ejaculated he, in great distress and earnestness. "But listen, my precious one, I have found you by the loss you speak of. Yes, for a brief period of suffering and loss of imaginary wants, I have gained a jewel that is worth more to me than kingdoms and worlds combined. Do not deem me a poor, weak chit of a thing, but look upon me as a woman, who knowing the right dare also maintain it, and if the firmament overhead falls. I have loved my father, but as long as there is life, there is also hope, and I feel now almost certain that you and I, with the help of the fixed law of a just God, will be able to calm his frenzied brain and heal him of his disease," said she. "Holy angel, you speak like an inspired oracle from heaven." "Yes, and who made me such but your noble self?" interposed she, smiling and touching him tenderly under the chin, whilst she kissed his brow. "Heaven be glorified for giving me this helpmeet. Now I am blessed. Now I am crowned with glory, and I feel that 10,000 deaths would be painless with you by my side. You, whom I looked upon as a tenderly bred and lavishly raised child of affluence, have grown an inspired seraph, who can vitalize the dormant faculties of sage and sire. You, whose talismanic power and expansive mentality can teach me what I thought no woman could know or do. You, who are worthy to become the wife of a throned monarch. How can I ever repay you for this intrinsic heroism?" said he. "Precious dear, you can repay me fully by continuing to love me, and no woman is happier than to see her lover act like a man of principle and man of honor, who would suffer and die for the right, as I am convinced you would. For you have already suffered the most cruel martyrdom, have gone through many dangers, but have been saved by a higher power than man can wield for me alone. Is this not so?" asked Miss Armington. "Yes, sweet saint, I am yours, body and soul, and yours alone forever, so help me God," responded he, whilst he pressed her to his heart. A knock at the door, when Judy announced that she had prepared such edibles as they had in the house, which they were invited to partake of. Dr. Juno conducted the young millionaires to the table, where they found everything that was healthy, palatable, and fine, and whilst they satiated the inner being, they spoke to Pat and Judy, who were as lively as bees, waiting upon their long-lost hosts. And when they had finished their meal, the persecuted lovers returned to the drawing-room, where Miss Armington, by request of her lover, told him how she was abducted, and the general treatment she had received at the asylum. She related everything to her beloved, except the last interview with the Deacon, with all of which the reader is already familiar. When she had finished her recital of the exciting incidents, he said, "The Deacon is a vile reptile, but you, my exquisite angel, are truly a heroine, and saint of the first water." "Do you think so, darling?" she said, giving him one of those seraphic smiles which a perfect woman alone can give. "I am sorry, dear saint, but really I must repair to my home. I have much to tell you that will astonish you, but I must leave it for the next time we meet," said he. "When will that be, beloved Victor?" asked she. "Whenever my darling desires it," said he, "but I must not monopolize too much of your time, for you require rest from excitement." "Do not say that, for I only rest when I am in your precious presence. Come tomorrow, but before you leave, tell me only one thing. Where were you when father was first attacked with insanity?" asked she. "I was in my own office, where your noble father visited me to ascertain of the whereabouts of your precious self," said he. "Did you know where I was?" exclaimed she. "No, my love, I did not, but I had some strong suspicion that you were somewhere in that hellhole," said he. "What made you suspicion that?" asked she. "Well, to tell you the truth, I was abducted the very same night, and almost the same hour that you were, and was gagged, bound, and carried to a horrible basement dungeon that was damp, dark, and unhealthy, in that same asylum," ejaculated he. "Oh, how horrible, most horrible! But how did you escape?" asked she. "Through an honest Irishman's assistance, who was a friend of Pat and Judy, by the name of Jemmy," said he. "Jemmy! The honorable fellow! I know him. He was an overseer, was he not, at the asylum?" asked she. "That is how I was aided, my love," said he. "Then it was through Pat O'Connor and Judy McCree that we got our freedom," replied she. "Yes, darling, primarily it was," said he. "Oh, beloved Victor, how you must have suffered! But I do not ask you to give me a full statement of everything that transpired since we were abducted just now, as you wish to go to your office, but I long to hear it all very soon. One word more, and I have done for the present, my precious Victor." "Where is father?" asked she. "I am grieved to tell you that he is a lawful prisoner in that same asylum, but they treat him very kind. I have been to see him once," said he, softly. "Poor, dear father," she sighed. "Do not mourn, my precious love, we will get him well," said he. "But now I must go to my office, and punish the villainous old Deacon." End chapter.
Chapter 59 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 59. Dr. Juno performs a serious operation on Deacon Stew. When Dr. Juno arrived at his office, the clock struck 4, being not far from daylight. He found the 6 soldiers and the half-scared Deacon nicely seated within his sanctum. He immediately ordered the soldiers to remove the fetters from the Deacon. Then he handed the handcuffs to them which his holy deaconship had put on Miss Armington, to be shown him when the doctor said, "Scoundrel, do you know these little bracelets?" "Yes, sir, I do," responded the chop-fallen Deacon. "Did you order them to be put on Miss Armington, so that you might carry out your infernal designs?" ejaculated Dr. Juno, flushed with holy indignation. "Answer me squarely, or you may infuriate me so terribly that I will slay you before you have time to reply. Speak instantly." "Yes, sir, I had them placed on her, but—" "No buts, sir," interrupted Dr. Juno. "Well, I was going to say that I did it only to prevent her from assaulting me," stammered the pious Deacon. "Liar that you are!" exclaimed Dr. Juno, and now, addressing his men, continued, "Soldiers, put them on his beautiful wrists, joining his hands behind his back, as he did to the innocent and helpless young lady, for the purpose of ravishing her. And, as soon as you have done that, place him on this large center table on his back, and secure his legs backward and upward, for I shall make him a eunuch for the kingdom of heaven's sake, so he cannot become a breeder of sanctified criminals, nor make any more attempts to ravish innocent females." "Oh, have mercy, 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 I pray you! I ask humbly 1,000 pardons, and will make reparation for all the insults, danger, injury, and wrong that I have done to the young lady, if you will only grant me the privilege of escaping your just wrath. By the God above me, I swear it!" ejaculated the helpless Deacon, in terrible despair, whilst Dr. Juno stood silent for a moment, staring the Deacon in the face, half smiling. Then he said, "Well, sir, you acknowledge more than I thought a saintly scoundrel could be guilty of, and then you coolly ask me to let you off, and you appeal to God to swear to a lie, thinking that I am a fool or a chicken-hearted dunce. But I will show you how coolly I can cut you, how easily, slowly, and torturingly I can ply my professional skill, and again I will not harm you, but to the contrary benefit you so much that you may yet repent of your bloody deeds, and be converted to a sound piety before you die. This will be a Christian charity, holy Deacon, elect saint, would it not?" said Dr. Juno firmly, sharpening his scalpel as calmly as if he was going to carve an apple. "Oh, doctor, you do not know what drove me to do those acts, with which you are undoubtedly familiar by this time. It was love, pure love, which was refused me, that drove me to those desperate acts," exclaimed the Deacon, and continued, "And as you also know what that is, I hope you will be merciful to a disappointed man, whilst you have gained a glorious victory over me." "Indeed, you reason like a philosopher, or like a wicked fool. Does love, pure love, torture and ravish, or attempt to ravish its idol? And do you look upon a man like me to be such a contracted-minded being as to be duped by such sophistry, whilst you are securely in my power? Soldiers, gag him now, when I will to work," said Dr. Juno. It took him 25 minutes to finish his operation, when he had the Deacon freed from all his shackles, but before he permitted him to depart in peace, Dr. Juno said, "I shall be compelled to ask you to make an oath, before you leave my office, to the effect that you will never, by word or deed, aid or abet anyone or do any act that will injure either of the Armington family, myself, my followers, or my cause." "You might as well murder me at once," responded the Deacon, indignantly and haughtily. "No, sir, I will not become your executioner as yet awhile, but I can torture you quite a little more, and shall do it too, if you are not very careful," ejaculated Dr. Juno. "I don't think you can, for I am suffering 1,000 deaths at present, physically and mentally," exclaimed the Deacon. "I am delighted to think that I am able to chastise you thoroughly, by having done to you what will save you from damnation, if anything can do so. In the long run you will say so yourself, noble, pious Deacon," said Dr. Juno. "Never, but I shall hate you." "Be careful, old fellow," interposed Dr. Juno. "You are not yet out of my power." "From your present remarks, I guess you do not feel inclined to make the oath for the purpose I have proposed it." "I shall not interfere with any of you in the future, because I know it would not benefit me any. Therefore, rather than be further harassed and tortured by a hard-hearted creature like yourself, I will swear to anything that you may propose," replied the Deacon, looking more reconciled to his altered condition. "Then repeat after me, in the presence of these witnesses, repeating your own name as you know such things are done, assuming my position. I, Deacon Rob Stew, solemnly swear to never more, by word or deed, injure Dr. Victor Juno or any of his followers or friends. And, should I do so, I agree to have my upraised left hand burned into cinders, my right hand, which now clasps my beating heart, cut into fragments, and my heart torn out by its roots. Moreover, should I fail to do as before stated, I hope to have my soul cast into outer darkness, where there shall be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth forever and ever, and where the devil and his boon associates shall hiss at me, and pour pestiferous reptiles with envenomed darts upon my sensibilities, lashing and torturing me beyond the expression of language. This do I voluntarily swear, and hope for no other destiny should I fail in the fulfillment of such promises as I have herein made. So help me God. That will suffice, holy Deacon. How do you like my style of an oath? Asked Dr. Juno. You are free to leave. The deacon was dumbfounded. He could not utter a word, but amazement stood upon his countenance. He left the house with the utterance, "Accursed be your mystery." End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 60. The Bloody Conspirators Bothered and Arrested. The last meeting that the sacredly secret conclave held at Tabernacle Hall was on the night when Hansen Tiefel said, "Donner in Blitzen, I think you bis a set of fools to be so scared. Mein Gott, I used winch unser Deacon wash bin well." Never before since the organization of the Bloody Conclave were they so long without calling a meeting. But as soon as the deacon was well, he had other matters to attend to, and then his unfortunate visit to the asylum, and the results that took place in Dr. Juno's office, hindered the call of a meeting until Deacon Rob Stew and Reverend Joe Peer were ready to be present. The Reverend Joe Peer was well pleased with the nursing he received at Tabernacle Sick Room, at the hands of his beloved Nancy Clover. Therefore, he was not anxious to hurry his convalescence. At any rate, he was slower in recuperating than the deacon, who, however, had his love stimulant in that third-story cell in the asylum. Therefore, it can be seen what a powerful panacea love is. Neither of their affection was reciprocated by the ladies of their choice, but the saintly deacon got the worst dose of it, whilst the reverend lover received more kindly attention from Sister Nancy Clover, because her idol, General Washington Armington, was a lunatic, and beyond her holiest reach. After Deacon Stew had recovered from his wounds, that were inflicted upon him by Miss Armington's bite in his ear, which the young heroine nearly bit off, as also from the surgical operation performed by Dr. Juno, he called a meeting of the secret conclave for Saturday evening, sharp at 8 o'clock, requesting a full attendance, as he had many important matters to discuss. On the night above mentioned, Reverend Joe Peer took the chair, as of old, and Deacon Rob Stew made the opening address, who, however, seemed to be in many respects an altered man since he last met with them. Some conjecture that his altered condition was owing to the beating that he had received on that eventful night, when he and Reverend Joe Peer were nearly killed. Others thought that his long confinement in a sick room caused the change. At any rate, the deacon spoke gently as follows. "Brothers and sisters of the sacredly secret conclave, I rise to say that I have seen much that was disagreeable and mysterious since I have met with you in this hall. I am not splenetic and rash, but yet I have that within me which goads me on to victory in the work which was instituted through my instrumentality. We are besieged on all sides by those heretics who believe in and follow the teachings of Dr. Juno, and unless we can exercise a powerful, unanimous influence with the orthodox religious classes, and also with those who deal in the merchandise to which Dr. Juno is opposed, we are lost. Yes, I say this for the benefit of every member of the conclave, lost. Just think, I have been compelled to listen to the recital of our solemn oath by Dr. Juno himself, and after he had finished its recital, he had the audacity to ask me, 'Deacon, how do you like my style of an oath?' And he looked at me with an eye that said, 'Don't I have your oath verbatim?'" "What did you answer him?" asked Reverend Joe Pier, and continued, "For I am actually feeling weak in my loins to be compelled to listen to this dangerous story of Brother Stew." "I said nothing, because I was struck with amazement," replied the deacon. "How does it come that you were found in company with this vile innovator?" said Nancy Clover. "Do you not know that Dr. Juno mobbed the insane asylum one night a few weeks since and liberated Miss Lucinda Armington?" responded the deacon, looking distressed. "Why, certainly this is news to me, and I think it so to the balance of the saints," said Nancy Clover. "Further, I cannot understand why he has not been arrested for so doing, and why this matter should be kept quiet. If he is not summarily punished for breaking the peace and for intruding himself upon our holy institutions, he will grow bolder and become a more dangerous rival in the field of conflict." "Noble Sister Clover, you argue well," said Reverend Joe Pier, "and I tremble, fairly shake in my boots at this awfully perilous state of affairs." "Friends, will you hear me out before you come to such conclusions, or before you censure any of the saints for keeping this matter quiet?" asked Deacon Rob Stew. "Of course we will," responded Nancy Clover. "Well then, the reason for treating this outrage with perfect silence is self-evident, namely, should we expose Dr. Juno, as he dared us to do, he would profit by it at our peril, because Miss Armington is now at liberty, whilst Dr. Juno is surrounded by a numerous and determined army of soldiers, who obey his commands without prevarication or hesitation. In fact, it is said that his men are ready to invade even this sacred hall and arrest us all, which would be an end of us," said Deacon Rob Stew. "Holy Ghost, look down from above and shield me. Oh, Lord, I feel that we are lost, lost, lost. I have always been fearful that we would make some awful blunder and would be hung some day. Oh, Lord, I feel a choking sensation already," exclaimed Reverend Joe Pier, who was interrupted by Sister Nancy Clover. "You have always been a contemptible coward, and I order you to shut pan. If you cannot encourage the saints, do not discourage them. But I want to hear our noble deacon finish what he has to say, when I will show you a plan to save our cause, and that will explode Dr. Juno's movements." "Noble, holy, immaculate Sister Clover," said Joe Pier, "you do so comfort me and calm my fears, for I have never found you to fail in anything." "Silence!" ejaculated Nancy Clover, "and let the deacon finish." The deacon continued, "Dr. Juno knows all our secrets, but how he has obtained them I am puzzled to know, because I cannot believe that we have one brother or sister who would be wicked enough to violate our solemn oath, knowing what would be the result." "Yes, let them remember Harry Gossamer's fate," interposed Reverend Joe Pier. "I am not a coward," continued the deacon, "but since Miss Armington is at liberty, whilst Dr. Juno is surrounded by good and influential men, I must say that great danger is hanging over the sainthood. Still, I am in favor of rallying the friends of the elect all over the country. But I am myself a prisoner of war, being under parole, and should I be found to aid or abet in this movement, I would be mobbed and shot or hung." "I cannot think it," exclaimed Nancy Clover. "Nor can I see why you lay so much stress upon the freedom of Miss Armington. She is nothing but a chit of a thing, who has always depended upon her father, who is a confirmed lunatic." "Do not deceive yourself, noble Sister Clover," interrupted Deacon Stew, "about Miss Armington, for she is anything but a chit of a thing. She is a perfect demon, a tigress, a strategist, and a cunning, fierce, and deep woman, who will wield more influence by half than any living man if she gets a chance." "She shall not get a chance, then," responded Nancy Clover. "Then she will make a chance, for she has outwitted and outgeneraled me on every occasion," said the deacon. At this instant a furious knock was made upon the outside door, and like lightning the same was burst open, when Dr. Juno stepped into the hall and said, "I arrest you all." End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 61. Love Scene Between Victor and Lucinda. Miss Lucinda Armington felt too happy after Dr. Juno left her. She thought, "Can it be possible that I am free from bondage, free to go and come when I please? Can it last? Will not these bloody conspirators again try to abduct me? Surely I shall keep myself secluded for a time, when probably they will not disturb me. But should the deacon come to my house, I think I should kill him. Let him come. I am no more the little confiding, harmless child that I was before that fatal night, when I was carried off by those ruffians. I have an indistinct recollection of all that transpired that night. At least, I do now remember it for the first time. I walked into the lawn, deeply thinking of my dearly beloved Victor. I was worried about him, when suddenly something was thrown over my head, and I was grasped by a rude man and carried into a carriage. But beyond that, I cannot recollect what happened until I found myself in that cell. And oh, the horror that came over me, and the anxiety I felt about precious Victor was too awful. I have learned much since then that may be useful to my dear Victor. I know how to take my own part, how to chastise a villain, and I really would undertake to general an army of soldiers, if by doing so I could assist precious Victor. Victor, Victor, you are my life, my soul, my joy, my all. Without you I could not live, and should you be overcome by your enemies, I would take your place and fight like an infuriated fiend, as the wicked deacon called me. I am anxious to learn something more of what has occurred since I have been absent, so I will ring for Pat and Judy." "At your service, my dear mistress," responded Pat. "Yes, me lovely mistress, we longs now to serve ye, and we thank the Lord for being with us again," said Judy. "Tell me all you know about what has happened since I have been away, about poor dear father, and how you suspicioned that I was confined in the asylum, for dear Victor told me that it was you, my noble, brave, and faithful saints, who discovered my and dear Victor's whereabouts," exclaimed Miss Armington. "Ah, my lady, and I blarney the old deacon, and he told me enough thou gave me to know that you're in there," said Pat, looking as huge as a mountain, and continued, "The next time them devils should try such doin's, sure they'd find hocus-pocus thrown in their way. Let 'em mind that." Miss Armington listened for 2 hours to Pat and Judy, when they had time to repeat all they knew of the whole affair, with which the reader is familiar. But on several occasions they all three burst into tears, as the incidents and accidents that befell her poor deceived father and beloved Victor caused the affectionate and heroic girl terrible pain. When they were through with their story, Miss Armington asked to be conducted to her bedchamber by Judy. She retired much fatigued, and in a few moments fell into a sound sleep, and slept until daylight, when she rose and dressed herself, as she expected her idol, Victor, to come early that day. At 9 that morning he arrived, when the parlour had been thrown open for the first time since Miss Armington was abducted. She received Dr. Juno in the parlour, and after saluting each other with pleasing sentiments, embraces, and kisses, such as betrothed and persecuted lovers were alone able to bestow upon each other, Lucinda said to him, "My precious Victor, please tell me now all about your trials, privations, and sufferings, as well as what you have done toward promulgating the cause which is so near and dear to your manly heart." It will give me exceedingly great joy to do so. But I am equally anxious to learn your story, all that has happened to you since we were torn away from home," said he. "Yes, my beloved Victor, you shall know all. But I have told you the most that has transpired whilst I was a prisoner, and as I have been away much longer than yourself, for Pat and Judy told me all they knew about it, you know more to tell than I do," exclaimed she. "That is so," said Victor, "and I have a great deal to say to my precious love. Therefore, before I commence, be frank and tell me first what the vile old Deacon did to you last night. Did he accomplish his evil designs?" "No, sir, dear Victor, he did not," ejaculated she, indignantly. "But after he had me handcuffed, he thought I was an easy victim, and I let him think that I felt as though resistance was useless. When he approached me, threw his arms around my waist, and pressed me to his body, whilst he attempted to kiss me on my mouth. I did not resist in the least, on purpose to throw him off his guard, and when he attempted to kiss me on my mouth, I turned my face aside and permitted him to kiss me on my cheek, and instantly I took his nasty ear in my mouth. You know I had to do it, disgusting as it was. And then I laid all my strength into my jaws, and my sharp, solid teeth sank nearly through his big ear, which caused him to scream murder. And although I felt his nasty, hot blood upon my breath and on my face, neck, and breast, I still hung on to the ear until I must have fainted away, and the rest you saw yourself. Thank God, dear angel, that you had the courage of a lioness and the wisdom of a sage. You are a woman, a genuine woman, one whom the gods would do homage to, one whose noble and heroic deeds swell the soul of a man, and cause him to idolize and worship you as a goddess. In sooth, you are one in my esteem, and my life is magnified to 10,000 times its former size on account of being the possessor of such a treasure as yourself and your lasting love," exclaimed Victor. "Do you, then, love me so much?" said she, tenderly looking into his heaven-sparkling eyes. "But I am not worthy so good and great a man's affections." "Love you so much? Yes, truly, I love you more than pen, tongue, eye, or God could express," interposed he, whilst he sealed it by gently pressing a kiss upon her lips, which was re-electrified by the response she gave to it, and he continued, "Most exquisite seraph, this is heaven on earth. This is love to God and man, love in its normal sphere, love that could not permit a wrong thought to enter the purified temple of God. My heaven-born Victor, you overwhelm me with exquisite sparks of delight. You magnify my womanly heart until its innermost recesses become thrilled and electrified with oceans of bliss, and I am carried away to the realms of the blessed on the wings of celestial love. I pray it may continue to bind us together," said she. "Amen. So be it," responded he. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 62. The Fight Between the Naturalists and Conspirators. The time was approaching when bloody war seemed to scent the air, because either side was determined to win. The bloody conspirators had recently met with an opposition that they never thought could be brought to bear against the elect. But it only shows that truth and righteousness are more powerful and influential, when rightly presented to all classes of people, than all other things combined. Dr. Juno fully understands how to swing the flaming sword skillfully around the heads of saints and sinners, and with his great mind he can fairly carry conviction to the heart of anyone. Yes, he can make it seem that even his most cruel treatment of his enemies is a Christian charity. Take as an example Deacon Rob Stew's case, which undoubtedly will prove a benefit to the Deacon. Then again, behold Dr. Juno's noble and Christ-like amnesty and invitation to his persecutors. What an act of charity, and how much more humane such conduct is to that which is shown the world by the sectarian people, who are the children of the bloody clique. The sacredly secret conclave has been broken up at their last meeting at Tabernacle Hall, when Dr. Juno and his men took all the members of the conclave prisoners of war. As Dr. Juno stepped into their hall and said, "I arrest you all," he found his old prisoner of war, Deacon Rob Stew, on the floor making a speech, which was a breach of his parole. And when the latter beheld Dr. Juno, he almost fainted, which caused the whole sainthood to remain silent as the tomb. Whilst these two heroes gazed at each other, Nancy Clover rose to her feet, and in a most solemn and dignified manner said, "Dr. Juno, sir, what cause have you to make an assault upon our private meditations? Do we not live in a free country, where all have an inalienable right to serve God according to the dictates of conscience?" "Truly," interrupted Dr. Juno, "but conspiring to rob others of this very right that you have just spoken of is not serving God nor man, and it illy becomes you to argue in favor of republican liberties, whilst you individually and collectively have used every foul means to crush those who claim that very right, but which this sacredly secret conclave of bloody conspirators has prosecuted without just cause, has persecuted with a determination that has at last, thank heaven, aroused the loyal heart of American freedom, and I am here as the champion of that cause and people, for the purpose of dispersing, disposing, and forever subduing this bloody clique. Do you comprehend me now, and dare any man or woman in this place resist my orders? If there is anyone here who dare do so, whilst I have my army of soldiers within and without, let him do so at his or her peril. However, I am willing to hear what this ingrate and perjured villain, Deacon Stew, who is your spokesman, has to say for being found again amongst you, evidently urging you on in the treasonable work of deviltry. I pause for an explanation." The deacon stood still and silent, casting his eyes upon Nancy Clover and Reverend Joe Peer, when Sister Nancy Clover said, "Brother Stew, speak up to this man, and do not be browbeaten by a rude innovator and public rioter like this Juno. Better be a little cautious how you address your satellites in my presence, or you may fare unpleasantly, if you are the feminine planet star of this conclave. Be assured of that, my brave heroine in a bad cause," interposed Dr. Juno. "Sir, you impudent scoundrel, how dare you insult me in this manner? I order the brothers to repair instantly to the armory for weapons, and if you won't leave, shoot you down like dogs," responded Nancy Clover in a terrific rage. "Arrest that woman and convey her to the background," commanded Dr. Juno. In a moment she was seized, but she struggled terribly and called out, "Brothers, shoot these rioters!" "Ha! My lady, two can play at that little game," said Dr. Juno, and commanded, "Soldiers, make a charge upon all the conspirators who resist, and if any are found with arms in their hands, shoot them dead. Show them no quarters. They gave me none when I was in their power." By this time the conspirators made a desperate struggle to arm themselves, several having returned from the armory with rifles. But Dr. Juno had the advantage, therefore he said again, "Soldiers, slay and bind everyone who dares to resist, and carry that woman out of the hall." To which Nancy Clover replied, as she was being secured and carried away, "Fire, brothers, fire, and yield not 1 inch of ground." Just then a naturalist put a stopper of tow into Miss Nancy Clover's chatterbox, when the saintly heroine gave the ungentlemanly fellow a blow with her fist that caused him to seek the floor, and she shouted, "Brothers, victory or death! Make a bayonet charge! Shoot, cut, and kill these cutthroats!" By this time Sister Nancy was ruthlessly dragged from the scene by the hand of Dr. Juno, who said, "You are a daredevil and will cause the spilling of blood. Therefore you shall feel my power," when he threw her to the ground and gagged and bound her with his own hands, and ordered his men to remove her to the wagon and guard her. Then he returned to the hall, where he found a terrific fight. Shooting, bayoneting, and striking with chairs were freely in operation. He urged his men on, and raising his own revolver, leveled it at the face of Reverend Joe Peer, who had skulked behind a post. When the skulker saw Dr. Juno's movements, he screamed vehemently, "Brothers, stop! Oh, stop this fighting! And, oh Lord, Brother Juno, don't shoot! Don't, I pray you! I pray you!" This had a wonderful effect on the conspirators, each one lowering his weapon, and when Dr. Juno saw it, he also said, "Soldiers, cease your assaults, but if any conspirator makes an attempt to renew the fight, shoot him. Watch them whilst they have those loaded rifles in their hands. Conspirators, hear me. I order you not to stir or shoot, for the first man that does will see a bullet from this pistol kill this man, Joe Peer." To which Reverend Joe Peer fairly yelled, "Brothers, drop your arms! Lord, drop them instantly! And Brother Juno, remove that pistol for God's sake. I fear pistols, and let us make peace. I am a peace man, yes, the Lord knows, a peace man." To which Dr. Juno replied, "I see you are not a very fierce warrior, but I do not fancy the idea of being called a brother by you. I am no brother of yours, neither in bloody conniving nor cowardice." "I know that, O Lord, I know that to my sorrow and dread. But you are a noble, brave, and great hero," gasped Reverend Joe Peer. Come, Reverend President Peer, do not attempt to soft-soap me, or I may wipe your hypocritical life from that cowardly body of yours," said Dr. Juno, again raising his pistol to his heart, when he winced and stammered, "Oh, save my life only this once, and I will tell you all." End of Chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 63. Dr. Juno's conciliatory and black flag speech to the conspirators. Dr. Juno now addressed the conspirators as follows. "Fellow citizens, I suppose you appreciate the condition in which you are now placed. Your leaders are in my hands and powerless. If you value their lives, do each of you as I command, or they shall suffer for it, and you shall have the black flag held over your own heads. I have a large army of soldiers without. You are besieged on all sides, and your hero, Deacon Rob Stew, is already my paroled prisoner of war, who I am sure has violated his parole, and for which he shall pay heavily. I have no malice against you, either individually or collectively, but stern duty to my cause and my fellow creatures demands rigorous action, and I am either tender or hard-hearted, altogether according to the circumstances and behavior of those with whom I am compelled to deal. In the first place, then, I ask you to surrender your arms cheerfully to my soldiers, when you will be safe until you rebel again. Soldiers, do your duty. Take possession of all the arms of the conspirators wherever found in this building. Also, remove the dead and wounded to appropriate quarters, and guard all the conspirators, not allowing one to escape. Now then, I will lay before you what my intentions are, by what authority and power I appear before you as dictator. It must be self-evident to all thinking minds that the spirit of selfishness is the same anti-natural and anti-Christ one that sustains sectarian and partisan movements. You, the bloody conspirators, are the quintessence of sectarianism and selfishness. You have been jealous of everyone who has entertained different views to your own narrow-minded ones. You have persecuted everyone who has served his Creator as his conscience dictated, without having given him an opportunity to promulgate his views. and neither have you been able nor willing to show him the soundness and philosophy of your own tenets. But you have usurped every right of the sovereigns of free, noble America. By your Antichrist doctrines, you have made Mammon your god, and therefore you have made yourselves rich in filthy lucre by your selfish, penurious, and bigoted teachings and practices. You have had laws made to exempt your property from taxation, claiming that your brick-and-mortar temples of fashion were the churches of God, when they are houses wherein nonsense is dealt out to the sincere and unsuspicious, where the Bible is falsely interpreted, and where Jesus Christ is misrepresented, and by your sanctimonious seemings have cheated the millions of the sovereign people out of their rights to be equal possessors of all the real wants of the human temple, rights to know the fixed laws of God, and opportunities and conditions for all the people to fulfill the measure of their manhood by rigid obedience to his hallowed laws, thereby giving them a vivid appreciation of his wonderful works. You have created circumstances throughout the world that make the rich richer and the poor poorer. You have had laws made to protect the selfish sectarian and partisan in this ill-gotten lucre and position, whilst the poor, starving people, whose duty it is to themselves and to their God not to commit suicide by starvation, are imprisoned for taking a loaf of bread or ear of corn. You own all the land and claim to own heaven, earth, air, men's, women's, and children's souls, or you would feed the hungry with healthy food and clothe the naked with the habiliments of heavenly knowledge, a knowledge of the fixed, natural laws of God, created and vouchsafed to all mankind alike, a knowledge of the precepts, examples, and teachings of Jesus Christ, as contained in his Sermons on the Mount, a knowledge that, when promulgated throughout the world, will prove that sect, party, and self belong to the devil's kingdom. You therefore have my intentions, when I tell you that all sects and parties shall be abolished, and the law of love to God and man shall become the Alpha and Omega of this nation. And to bring about this heavenly condition, we, the sovereign people, must make it our business to vanquish everyone who advocates such doctrines. And I am authorized by the working men's platform, by the rights of the sovereign people and these people themselves, to subdue you kindly if I can. But if you are not willing to abandon your heinous work, then I shall wave the black flag over your heads, and the power which lies in the people who revere God's laws gives me sovereign sway and masterdom. I hope I have been understood by all of you. But for fear that some of you are too dull to comprehend plain Christianity, I will reiterate that the money power and its father, sectarianism, shall be leveled summarily by the sovereign people of America, and I have the honor to be the leader in carrying out that holy movement. Therefore, I will ask you to repent of the past, and by surrendering your property to the treasury of the nation and becoming one of us, you shall have a perpetual, equal membership in our brotherhood. You shall receive the same that we do, so long as you are faithful to fixed law and order. But, on the contrary, if you refuse to voluntarily join us in spirit and truth, we must place you in such a position that you cannot harm our cause any more. I pause for a reply, or I will hear remarks from any of the conspirators. Dr. Juno, responded Reverend Joe Peer, I have only to say that we may have been imprudent, but it never was any will of mine to deprive anyone of his freedom, and whilst I have been president of this conclave, I have never instituted any retrogressive movement. Still, I have been urged and compelled to enforce many things that were repulsive to my better nature, and I, for one, am penitent, and will join the most righteous cause, which I really cannot help seeing you espouse. I am happy to learn that the president of this conclave is ready to do penance and become a progressive Christian. But before I can confide in such promises and in the man who makes them, I would like to know how Mr. Peer was compelled to enforce many things that were repulsive to his better nature. Who compelled you? You were the president, hence the leader of this conclave, said Dr. Juno. "It was the Deacon," stammered Reverend Joe Pier, whilst the Deacon eyed him ferociously, which caused the hypocritical coward to stutter, but being pressed by Dr. Juno, who interposed, "Go on. Never mind the Deacon's threatening countenance. He is my prisoner, and death hangs over his perjured head." "Well, sir," continued Joe Pier without fear, seeming to feel relieved by Dr. Juno's assurance that his deaconship cannot harm him any more, "I will speak to the point, and without fear, as I know you are a man of your word, and will protect me from the injury which this most diabolical Deacon Rob Stew would inflict upon me if he had it in his power, for divulging any of his infamous conduct." At this point the Deacon involuntarily made a grab for the Reverend Joe Pier, who fairly screamed, "Oh, Lord, keep him from me, dear Dr. Juno!" "Stand back or die!" ejaculated Dr. Juno, leveling his pistol at the Deacon's breast. But the latter did not care for pistols or anything else, hence grasped Reverend Joe Pier by the throat. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 64. Conference between Dr. Juno and Conspirators. Dr. Juno saw that Deacon Stew was fairly frantic, and would strangle Reverend Joe Pier if a speedy act would not tear him away from the cowardly reverend gentleman. Therefore he ran up to him and gave him a stunning blow with his fist on the temple, which sprawled the savage Deacon like a dead frog, when he ordered his soldiers to bind him. The Reverend Joe Pier sprang to his feet and ejaculated, "Noble Dr. Juno, the Lord bless! Oh, the Lord bless you! Oh, I am so scared I do not know what to do. What shall I do? What must I do to be saved?" "Do what is right, as you always should have done," replied Dr. Juno. "Then you would not be found in such dangerous company." "Noble sir, you are right," exclaimed Reverend Joe Pier. "But will I be safe? O Lord, will I be safe when the Deacon gets his liberty again? I wish I had never seen these bloody people. O Lord, Lord, save and succor the elect." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Dr. Juno emphatically. "Do not talk to the Lord in my presence of the elect." "No, sir, Lord, no, sir, I won't," said Joe Pier, scared almost to death. "But what can I say or do to please you?" "Do what is natural and right," responded Dr. Juno. "Yes, sir, I will, if you will only tell me what and how that is, for I am so anxious to be a good man," coweringly said he. "You cowardly dog!" growled Deacon Rob Stew at his brother Pier. "You are a fine fellow to do what is right. You will do anything that is mean to save your contemptible life. Dr. Juno, permit me to say to you, although you hate me, and that hatred is reciprocated, that you had better not trust this hypocritical Reverend Dr. Pier, for the moment he finds out that your party becomes the weakest, he will turn and join the strongest. He is a dirty coward, and I am sorry now that I have not slain the ingrate before this late hour." "Great Lord, Dr. Juno, do not believe him. He is the most domineering, tyrannical, and hard-hearted wretch that ever lived. He will covenant with the devil himself to gain his point," ejaculated Joe Pier in the most excitable manner. "Indeed, boys, I see that neither of you are to be trusted," said Dr. Juno, smiling. "Oh yes, dear doctor, you can trust me. I am only cowardly when I am in the wrong, for I fear the devil, and to die whilst laboring in a bad cause, such as we conspirators have done, should make any conscientious man fear and tremble," exclaimed Reverend Joe Pier. "Really, you both astonish me," said Dr. Juno. "And I see good in each of you. You might become most useful members of society if you would desert your bloody comrades and join the progressive or natural Christians. I would cheerfully take you both, and all these, your brother and sister conspirators, on probation, under parole and secure guardianship. What say you two leaders?" "I'll do it, and may the Lord bless the attempt," exclaimed Joe Pier. "I won't do it," responded Deacon Stew, "and Dr. Juno knows why I will not." "Surely you do not forget the altered state of circumstances, lovely Deacon," said Dr. Juno, laughing quite freely. "Accursed be the ground you tread upon," silently mumbled the deacon. "Well, soldiers, we must to work and away. Therefore, prepare to parole those of the prisoners who will be willing to take the ironclad oath, and those who are arbitrary conduct to our secret prison." "I will give those a chance to step to the right side of the hall who wish to be paroled. The others remain where they are," said a captain of the Naturalists. The entire sainthood, brothers and sisters, stepped to the right side of the hall to be paroled. When Deacon Rob Stew saw this, he said, "Cowards! Would you all desert me and our beloved cause?" As he made this remark, he caught the eyes of the physician-in-chief and Dr. Toy Pancy, who looked sufficiently defiant to satisfy his deaconship that they would care as little for their parole as the deacon did himself. This greatly pacified him, for he had great hope that the dead and wounded, which numbered 10 conspirators killed and 6 wounded, whilst only a few Naturalists received trifling wounds, would cost Dr. Juno's life, or at least his liberty, for the deacon little dreamt what a deep and extensive undercurrent existed throughout the nation. Dr. Juno also watched, and saw the eyes of these 2 physicians, and he therefore permitted his captain to administer the oath to all the conspirators, except to these 2 physicians, when they reached Juno, said, "Captain, I will attend to them. Finish the rest first." "I have finished all but the deacon and 2 physicians," said the captain. "Bring Nancy Clover into the hall," commanded Dr. Juno. Then he brought the 5 leading conspirators together, namely, Clover, Stew, Pier, Pancy, and physician-in-chief. And, after dismissing all the paroled prisoners, he addressed them as follows, and swore them on an extra oath. "I have it in my power to shoot you." "Oh, don't, I pray you, Lord," interrupted Joe Pier. "Silence!" ejaculated Dr. Juno. "I will have no more interruptions. I will not kill you now, but shall demand an extra oath from you, and whilst I administer it, an officer has gone for a warrant for your arrest, for conspiring against the working people and myself." "Oh, Holy Ghost!" mumbled Joe Pier audibly. "You have committed sufficient crime to be convicted and hung. At least, I shall ask $10,000 bail for your appearance at court, to answer the charges as above stated." The officer and magistrate, also a Naturalist, made their appearance in the hall, and each of these parties were asked to give $10,000 security for their appearance at court. Failing to procure said surety, they were locked up in a station-house, and the following morning were bailed out. But the newspapers were full of it, there having a great change taken place in the opinions of even the editors of these papers that used to libel Dr. Juno. But it only shows, as I have stated in the first part of this story, that newspaper men have few, if any, prejudices beyond their pockets, and whenever they see that the party which they have formerly libeled is likely to become the most popular and influential, they drop all others and espouse the cause of the one that has the heaviest purse. When the prisoners were asked by the magistrate what they had to say, Reverend Joe Pier exclaimed in agony, "I acknowledge my shortcomings and imperfections, but I am not guilty of sufficient crime to be either imprisoned or hung, bless the Lord." "Mr. Pier," interposed Nancy Clover, "I consider you the greatest scoundrel in the country." "Oh, holy sister, how can you? Oh, Lord, how can you say that?" exclaimed Joe Pier. "I shall lose all my faith in you for saying that." "No matter to me, but you shall suffer for all your apostasy," said Nancy Clover. "Great Lord! Oh, but I am a heartbroken and fearful man!" ejaculated Reverend Joe Pier. "You would surely not harm me, dear sister?" Away to the lock-up with these bloody conspirators," said Dr. Juno. End of Chapter 64. Chapter 65 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 65. A Pleasing Interview Between Victor and Lucinda. Dr. Juno visited his beloved Lucinda very often, and she had so much to say and ask that she generally missed getting full satisfaction about her dear old father. But getting an opportunity this evening, she said, "My faithful and precious Victor, I have on several previous occasions desired to converse with you about dear father, and I hope you will pardon me for making this topic the subject of our interview." "Certainly, exquisite angel," said he. "But I had determined to give you my ideas about your excellent father this very night." "Surely, my love, we must be of one mind. I hope our whole lives will be as congenial and delightful as the present causes them to be. My love for you is of that ardent character that my whole body thrills with joy the day long. I feel as though my life was a charmed one, and if we should be able to have poor father restored to us, I would be the happiest girl that ever lived." "My Seraph, you warm my heart with upheaving currents of passionate and effervescent love, love that cannot be experienced and expressed by common minds, an uncommon, holy, immaculate love that stimulates every fibre of the organic domain, whilst it magnifies the soul to the dimensions of a god. In sooth, language fails to express the deliciousness of the Cupid darts that penetrate even the most minute vascular tissues of my entire system. Sweetest angel, such love is worth living for, and I cannot help thanking God intuitively for having made us so fearfully and wonderfully, that we are the strongest and most apt when love prompts the mind to perform the duties of life. Yes, truly, under such circumstances, everything is easy. That which would be drudgery under other conditions becomes delightful recreation, and the most stormy hours pass gently away and promise renewed joys so long as such love as ours exists. I pray, and I will cheerfully labor for its continuance in all time to come. You will join me in that, won't you, exquisite saint?" said Victor. "Yes, indeed, my darling, I will. And it is no effort neither, precious Victor," said she, smiling and pressing her lips upon his hand, when he said, "Oh, holy angel, here," holding out his lips, "is better metal for kissing than my hand." "But I love every spot of you," she modestly replied, and kissed his lips. "That is right, all is right, and we are blessed, quadruply blessed," said he. "But now let us speak and plan of your dear father. I think if I should take you to the asylum to see him, it might prove a great benefit to him." "Darling, I would be afraid to enter that wicked neighborhood. They might seize and imprison us again," responded she. "No, no, my precious Seraph, they would not attempt that at this late hour of the day. Of course you know that I had them arrested last night," said he. "Arrested? Who?" asked she. "The bloody conspirators, of course, all of them, and had them paroled, and the leaders bound over in $10,000 to appear at court for conspiracy," said Dr. Juno, smiling. "Why, darling, how dare you be so bold and dauntless? Are you not afraid of the religious world? You know the influence these people have over the most wealthy, and nearly every religious sect will stand by them, as well as many worldly persons," responded Lucinda. "Be not so sure of that, nor fear anything, precious saint. But remember that there are thousands upon thousands of the working classes, who are the only reliable, solid stuff, ready to fight to the hilt for our cause and their rights. Yes, these people have felt the oppression that sectarians and partisans have cast upon the whole country, and they are ready for a terrible vengeance," said Victor. "Oh, precious Victor, "Do not risk your life for these bloody conspirators," replied she. "You would not have me be a coward, would you, my darling?" said he. "But we must now make our arrangements to visit your noble father tomorrow afternoon. I will get a permit from Judge Freelove to visit him, and if we can arouse him, and he seems well enough to leave the asylum, we shall bring him home with us." "Oh, bless you, my excellent Victor! But how would you get a chance to bring father home?" asked she. "Judge Freelove knows me. He is a naturalist, and if I promised him to take care of your father, he will grant me a permit to take him home," said he. "I would be entirely too happy if God would grant us this favor," ejaculated Lucinda. "I feel it in my bones, precious love, that this favor will be granted unto us. I shall give you some instructions how to assist me in restoring him to sanity, and with your health and love for him, and my magnetic will cast into the scales of his mentality, we can right the polarity of his nervous system," said he. "Oh, love, tell me how or what I shall do to aid you, and I will so gladly do it," exclaimed she zealously. "When we go into the presence of your father tomorrow, I want you to center all your strength into your fingers, and by pressing one hand upon his forehead and the other upon his pulse at his wrist, and determinately willing him at the same moment to get well, you will aid him and me psychologically to cure him. I will give you further instructions then, if necessary," said he. "My beloved Victor, I feel as though we should succeed in restoring him, because I have unbounded confidence in your skill and in animal magnetism, and I see you understand the science of psychology as well as physiology. In fact, I think what you do not know is not worth knowing," she exclaimed. "Thanks, my angel, for the compliment, but whilst I am not vain, and hope I am not so soft as to take to flattery, yet I have sufficient self-confidence to know when I understand myself and when I do not. It were well if men, and women too, would know a little more about these human manifestations and natural functions, and have the courage to stand by actual knowledge, than to believe so much that is foolish and injurious, if harboured and followed," said he. "Verily, my darling, you are a genuine philosopher, whose equal does not live," said she. "And I long for tomorrow's sun, that we may see dear father, and restore him if possible." "So do I, precious one," said he, "for I want him in the army to wipe out the Pharisees and swindlers of the age." End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 66. Victor and Lucinda visit and restore General Armington. The day was a clear one, a rain at sunrise having settled the dust and rarefied the atmosphere, which was very favorable for a powerful psychological manifestation. Dr. Juno and Miss Lucinda Armington reached General Armington's cell in the insane asylum at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and as good luck would have it, the general was fast asleep when they entered his presence. When Dr. Juno saw this, he cautioned the keeper not to wake him, which he had already attempted to do. "I want him to remain in a passive condition for a while," said Dr. Juno, "and if you will close the doors of his cell quietly and leave us here until I knock at the door, I will be very much obliged to you." "Certainly," answered the keeper, and did as he was directed by Dr. Juno. Dr. Juno now said to his beloved Lucinda, who began to weep, "My precious dear, please collect yourself as soon as possible, because I want your physical and mental equilibrium to assist me, and by giving thus away to your feelings you spoil the conditions, provided you carry it too far or too long." "Certainly, dear Victor, I do not wish to do that," she responded, and instantly ceased weeping. "We must endeavour to impress his mind whilst asleep," said he. And if we can get him under mesmeric influence and wake him shedding tears, we have restored him to sanity. Therefore, you take his left hand into your right one, and with your left hand gently press upon the nape of his neck, whilst I will take his right hand into my left and manipulate his thinking brain with my right hand, and then we must unite our breathing, and, when united, catch up with his respiration. And the moment we have him that way, we must center our entire wills and unflinching determinations upon him, desiring his sanity. Then success must come. Ignorant people, who do not understand the laws of psychology, nor the laws of vitality, would laugh at this treatment. But it is generally the case that people cry superstition and laugh at things to which they are blind. Will you do as I directed, and do you understand me thoroughly, my precious love? I will, and fully understand you, and I am strong in my faith, said she. I will wake him at the proper time, and then if you feel like weeping with him, it will be all right, said Dr. Juno. They operated as proposed, and in about 15 minutes Victor called aloud to him, General Armington, awake to glory! Your daughter is by your side, and all is well. And truly the general awoke and wept like a child. Lucinda wept, and Victor followed the fashion, and after a few moments of tearful joy, Miss Armington said, Dear Pa, we have come to take you home with us. How do you feel? Oh, my dear long-lost child, have I really found you? And is this not a delusion? Exclaimed the general. No, precious father, it is no delusion, said she. But it was my dear Victor who has saved and restored both of us. Come, father, and thank him for it. God bless you, my son, responded he. I have accused you wrongly the other day, and I once more ask your pardon. Can you forgive me for the accusation? Dr. Juno fell upon his knees before the general and said, in tears of grief and joy, Dear General, you are not to blame, and as I told you then, had you done less than you did, I could not respect and love you as I now do. Those were the words you repeated after I shot at you. But as it is all over, and since my dear daughter is safe in my arms, I am delighted to meet you again. But why are we here? Said the general, looking around, seeming thunderstruck. For it must be remembered that when the mind returns to sanity, it can only remember what happened when in its last moments of sanity previous to getting insane. Well, dear father, if such I may call you, said Dr. Juno, I will tell you all about it. You turned insane in my office, where you last recollect of seeing me, and the pious people placed you here. Pious people? But where is this? Interposed he. It is the West Philadelphia Insane Asylum, responded Dr. Juno. But your lovely daughter and myself were determined to restore you to health if possible, and by the aid of God's natural laws we have accomplished our task. And, thank God, are rewarded. Moreover, I have a permit from Judge Freelove to take you home with us. Heaven bless you, my son, ejaculated the general, and began to weep and shake like a child, which caused a triune weeping respiration, because the pulses of these three souls beat as one, and it seemed the Holy Spirit baptized them, as were the apostles of old. Soon they composed themselves, when Dr. Juno knocked at the cell door, and the three passed out of the asylum, entered Dr. Juno's carriage, and drove home to the general's residence. When they arrived at the homestead, Pat O'Connor was busily engaged doing some work in front of the house, but when he spied Dr. Juno's coach, he dropped everything and ran to the house and called Judy McCrae, when they came together to receive their mistress. But when they saw the pale, careworn general, they leaped for joy, but kept perfectly silent, because they did not know that he was restored to sanity. The moment the general saw them, he exclaimed, My excellent servants, you are still faithfully at your post. God bless you, as I wish my own children blessed, noble souls. Pat and Judy gazed at each other, then at the general, then at Dr. Juno and Miss Armington, then at each other again, when they fairly bellowed and blubbered forth, "Ah, the Lord, the Lord, the Lord!" End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 67. Dr. Juno's plans laid before the secret order of Naturalists. Beloved Naturalists, I have need this evening to lay before you my plans, which I have already in operation throughout the West, and I propose to have them as speedily inaugurated in the East and South as possible. Harry Gossamer, the man whom the bloody conspirators are still under the impression is dead in the sea, has been my right-hand man throughout the West. He goes under an assumed name. His wealth has given him power to reach what are called the better classes of thinking people, as well as the less apt or less cunning classes of the working man, and I can call any day upon the West for an immense army. I have also Jemmy, the former overseer of the insane asylum, whom I had pardoned, working amongst the Irish and other Catholics throughout the Northwest. And further, as you know, we have vanquished the sacredly secret conclave, and I have General Washington Armington restored to manhood, and he is ready to go into the field when the trumpet of the Naturalists shall sound. Therefore, we are having a public of our own. But still, I will give you my plans for a thorough overthrow of money and sectarian monopoly. Jesus Christ advocated doing things in secret that cannot be appreciated by dogs and swine, and as he is our exemplar, we shall heed his teachings. Therefore, here, East and West, as in the West, I shall propose to introduce our doctrines and plans, for the purpose of overpowering the spirit of Antichrist into all the now existing secret societies in which the working men are members. In the West, Harry Gossamer has been perfectly successful with all the secret beneficial societies, the Freemasons, Knight Templars, and a few other aristocratic organizations were skipped. And whilst the members of these secret societies are naturalists, according to our secret order of naturalists, they are not known as such, as they go by their old names. It is important to let our enemies think that we are feeble in means and numbers, whilst they claim to be strong and numerous. Moreover, they really think that the people have faith in their teachings, hence do not fear to war with us. And when the strife will begin, we will astonish them, by not only mustering an immense army of drilled and secretly equipped soldiers, but when the thousands of their own cowardly dupes, who are still their followers for gain of some kind, will desert their ranks and step into our field, which will be blooming with more natural and congenial fruit. These are my plans, and when our views are ably presented to the working people, who always should have been the rulers of America, but who have been ruled by scoundrels in the various sectarian, political, and lucre-grubbing rings, and who care no more for the poor bone and sinew of the land than a monkey cares for the multiplication table. Show me any Christ-like love for the race of mankind as emanating from our opponent's side of the house. Show me where the fallen, the poor, the misled, the debauched are taken by the hand, as Christ so humanely and beautifully inculcates, and are raised to manhood, are elevated, are invited to reform, to repent, and are blessed with favorable conditions, by which they would be made to grow sound, and finally would become partakers of the kingdom of God. I might go on and cite innumerable instances where the race could be improved. But degenerative circumstances are increasing with the increasing wealth of individuals and corporations, whilst the spirit of sect and party hoodwinks those who would govern church and state aright. And the grand aim and end of this whole fabric of the bloody conspirators is to become the owners of everything, and the result is apparent in the signs of the times. If this machine of human affairs fails to work aright, it is no fault of the Creator, no fault of Jesus Christ, no fault of the Holy Spirit, no fault in the science of life, no fault of a sound physiology. But it is the fault of those who are breeders of sinners, those who increase and multiply their own species under deteriorating circumstances, thereby springing imperfect, sickly, criminally organized children into existence, who cannot act otherwise than their own congenital defects direct them to do. And such pitiable creatures are easily gulled, are driven to the wall, and when they cannot help committing petty crimes, are imprisoned in dungeons, or punished for the sins which their generators have thrust upon them, whilst the wholesale thieves, cutthroats, and sensual propagators of imbeciles are the honored and feted of this land, where milk and honey should flow. Are we then blind also to the multitudinous grievances that continually embroil our country, and rob the children of earth of their inalienable rights? Or are we ready to proclaim salvation to the fallen, the poor, the humble, the congenital or hereditary criminal, by using the means that God ordained for this purpose? Or will we lie calmly quiet and permit those scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites, whom Christ has condemned with 8 of the most terrible woes as recorded in the 23rd chapter of St. Matthew, to proclaim salvation by tongue and lip, when their hearts and good works are far from the work that was ordained for its bona fide fulfillment? We need eloquent apostles in the lecturing field, men and women, who can proclaim with Demosthenic and cloven tongues, whilst those who know the right will use their bone and sinews in striking terror to the souls of the tyrants who now usurp the rights of God, angels, and mankind generally. I am not splenetic and rash, but I have within me which would make the ocean one vast sheet of human gore, if it were necessary to save the fallen, the enthralled, and the misled. Brothers and sisters, can you appreciate my feelings, my motives, my zeal in the work before us? Can you realize the duty that rests upon each of us who knows the right and sees the wrong? Can you let days and years pass away whilst understanding your duty, making it not your individual and collective business to strike the fatal blow at the national serpent that has crawled over generation after generation, simply because what is everybody's business has so far proven to be nobody's business, until this hydra-headed monster has so snugly and tightly encoiled itself around your necks that you fear to strike the first blow for its disentanglement? In conclusion, I implore and entreat each of you to work in this cause as you do in your workshops to build scientific machinery, when this immense machine of human government will bequeath to you and your children the kingdom of heaven. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68, of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 68. Efforts to arrest Dr. Juno for riot and murder. Although Dr. Juno disbanded the bloody conclave and had the leaders arrested and under heavy bonds to appear at court, they, the latter, still endeavored to have Dr. Juno arrested and tried for riot and murder. But it seemed that the tables were being completely turned. Verily, it is a long lane that has no turn. Dr. Juno told Deacon Rob Stew, "If I ever catch you in public conflict, I shall order you to be shot on the instant, for violating your parole. You must not think, because I permitted you to go free this time, that you will be permitted to go on in your lawlessness." To this the deacon made no reply, but he soliloquized, "I'll have your neck surrounded by hemp before you will get that chance, you infernal innovator and rioter. I shall influence the religious people to arrest you forthwith. Who shall I get to swear out the warrant? I dare not do that myself, because it would look malicious in the estimation of the saints. Moreover, this Juno would be demoniacal enough to slay me for it. I will consult some of the members of the conclave, even if it is broken up. They will not observe their parole. No, sir, not any one of those who have taken our solemn oath. I will see Brother Grumbler, Nancy Clover, Dr. Toy Pansy, and Physician-in-Chief. Either of them will issue the warrant, I'll bet." The deacon went straight for Mr. Grumbler's house, for the purpose of requesting him to go before an alderman to swear out a warrant for Dr. Juno's arrest for riot and murder, having caused the death of 10 conspirators. Mr. Grumbler was at home, but did not receive the deacon very kindly. He said, "Good evening, Brother Grumbler. I have come to ask you to do a little work for the saints." Mr. Grumbler savagely spied him all over, and exclaimed, "I should like to know into what other trouble you would drag me. Have I not suffered enough for the bloody clique, and do you forget your own parole, and expect that I am fool enough to walk with open eyes into the lion's mouth? You may do your own dirty work hereafter. I am no more under your control." "Great heavens! You false too, as well as that cowardly Joe Pier!" ejaculated the deacon. "No, old tyrant, not false, but true to my honorable oath, made for a just cause, a thing that I have long since wished for. I am going to join the Naturalists, and so are all the conspirators who have been your tools, whom you have cuffed and ordered around like cattle, and considered to be your mere dupes, having used us to carry out your infamous plans. And I tell you now, unless you cease your plottings against Dr. Juno, I will expose you in these very efforts at renewed conspiracy, whilst doubly under parole, and besides under bonds for conspiracy. Moreover, I will have you arrested and locked up for having murdered Harry Gossamer, as well as the several other heinous deeds that you are guilty of," said Mr. Grumbler in great earnest. "And this from you," responded the deacon, looking chopfallen and humbled. "Yes, sir, from me," exclaimed Mr. Grumbler. "And more, I want you and all your associates in crime to keep a very respectable distance away from me, and if you have done, there is the door." "You would not dare to turn me away in this rude manner?" said the deacon. "Dare!" exclaimed Mr. Grumbler in holy wrath. "Yes, by my soul, I'll kick you out of my house in the twinkling of an eye if you come any of your presumption over me. I am your equal in any way, and in honorable manhood your superior, but in dastardly criminal plotting certainly your inferior. Now, quit my premises." "I will leave you as you requested, but—" "No buts, sir," interrupted Mr. Grumbler, and caught the saintly deacon by the neck and bottom of his pantaloons, and pitched him headlong into the street, and slammed the door shut and bolted it, and grumbled, "I guess that will cool his ardor and humble his conceit. This villain has always professed to be better than we, the working people, but we shall let him and his clique know very soon who is boss in America." The deacon left Mr. Grumbler's premises a wiser, if not a better man, and he meditated, "My God, has it come to this? Have really our followers and co-laborers deserted us? Well, I shall not be bluffed off in this manner, but I will at once visit Sister Nancy Clover, who will not desert us, nor treat me in such a rude manner. I will warrant she desires to see me as bad as I want to consult her. However, I cannot ask a woman to swear out a warrant for the arrest of Dr. Juno, and I want him jugged tomorrow morning." He reached Nancy Clover's residence at 8 o'clock, and was invited into her handsome parlor. But when Nancy learned that it was Deacon Rob Stew, she directed the servant to conduct him to the library, where they met in affectionate delight. Still the deacon was less passionate in manifesting love than Sister Nancy Clover, who fairly embraced him and said, "Oh, dear deacon, I am too happy to meet you. But what do you think of Joe Pier? Did you ever think that we had one single member in our conclave who was so cowardly and treacherous?" "Truly, noble sister, I am taken back considerably. But you know Joe Pier was always a coward, and a mere catspaw to scratch others for us. Still, he is not the only apostate that we harbored as loyal and trustworthy brothers. I have just come from Mr. Grumbler's house." "Well, surely he is a staunch and faithful brother until death," interrupted she. "Alas, good sister," sighed the deacon, "I am heartily grieved to say that you are very much mistaken, for he has joined the Naturalists, and has literally kicked me out of his house not 20 minutes since." "Great Jehovah!" exclaimed Nancy Clover. "Kicked you out of his house and has joined the Naturalists? You stun my sensibilities. You set me wild. Brother Grumbler deserted our cause. Could soul of woman think it? Could any man be loyal until death?" "Yes, brave sister, here is one," ejaculated the deacon. "And if all the world prove false, I alone would continue loyal to my cause until death would stop me from further promulgating it." "Deacon, dear Deacon, I honor and love you for that expression," said she, while she threw her arms around his neck and wept, and continued, "You have my respect, my love, my all. Can you reciprocate this feeling?" "Well, I do not know that I can," sadly replied the deacon, and looking the disappointed elderly heroine and maiden lady in the face, and continued, "I have suffered entirely too much through the villainous acts of that Juno, curse his filthy soul, but I respect you and honor the ground you walk on." "Truly, you must know that Miss Armington is forever lost to you, and the General is lost to me, so we may as well link our fortunes and affections together," said she, very affectionately. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 69. Desperate Efforts of Deacon Stew and Nancy Clover. "Noble Sister Clover, I have not come here tonight on an errand of love," impatiently said the deacon, "but for the purpose of consulting you on a more important matter." "Indeed," exclaimed Nancy Clover sarcastically. "What then is this more important matter?" "I want someone to swear out a warrant against Dr. Juno, charging him with riot and murder, which will send him to prison at once. You know murder cases are not bailable, and we can then go ahead again. We can postpone his trial for several months, and in that time may be able to gain on him and his crazy followers," said Deacon Rob Stew. "You are a shrewd fellow, Brother Stew," replied Nancy, much changed in her feelings. "And you need not delay in that matter, but any advice that I can give I will freely proffer." "Tell me then," said he, "who do you think would swear out the warrant?" "Do it yourself," ejaculated she. "No good, sister, it would not be wise or quite safe," responded he, "because, well, I have several reasons." "Because what?" asked she, "and what are these several reasons?" "Well, because I am already the second time under parole, beside under bail, as you know," said he. "Then again, I have been threatened by Mr. Grumbler. He said if I would annoy this Juno any more, he, Grumbler, would expose us, and have me and you too arrested for murdering Harry Gossamer, and for other deeds that were instituted and carried into execution by the sacredly secret conclave." "Lord, did he not help to execute all these deeds?" interrupted she indignantly. "And would he be fool enough to get his own neck into the halter?" No, never. You need never fear his threats. They are futile, and I mean to tell him so tomorrow." "You have always been wise and discreet," said he. "But I am afraid that you would do an imprudent thing to say anything to Mr. Grumbler, because he told me tonight that if he should learn of any more conspiring on our part, he would at once inform on us, and cause our arrest, and as we are now under bonds to appear at court for conspiracy, it would injure us to violate the law again. Therefore I advise you to give up the idea of saying anything to Mr. Grumbler." "Under these perilous circumstances, I shall consider discretion the better part of valor. But this riles me dreadfully," said she, "and I shall find some way of revenging myself upon all apostates and innovators. Mind, I am not to be subdued so easily." "What is your opinion we had better do?" asked he. "Do? Great Lord! Arouse the religious community by telling the leaders plainly that their freedoms and rights will have to take back seats if this vile heretic is not summarily punished for his audacity," ejaculated she furiously. "You are right," said he. "This is our only hope. But we dare not let them know that we have been carrying on a sharp game in secret conclave, whereby we have duped them. The masses of the people are too great idiots to understand that the religion of the various sects is only a make-believe, a mockery, and if they have been so easily duped for so many years, it will be no trouble to gull them further." "You are right, dear Deacon," replied she. "But if our own lives were not in danger, I would as lief join you in the holy bands of wedlock and leave this harassing life. What say you?" "I do not feel like marrying. I am an altered man in many of my views, and since this Juno has fallen across my path, I have not the least desire to marry. I have no taste that way," said Deacon Stew. "I see, dear brother, you do not love me," said she despondingly. "But you are not to blame." "No, indeed I am not," responded he. "But Dr. Juno is, the low scoundrel." "There is Joe Pier, who has always loved me to distraction. In fact, he was crazy to marry me, but he has turned naturalist, therefore I despise him more than ever." "Well, you better prove true to your parole, and also join the heretics, when you can marry the dastardly and contemptible Joe Pier," said the deacon, with a sneer on his countenance. "Never!" she ejaculated. "But I have no one left me to love and respect except your noble self." "I am grieved at that," said he. "But had not things taken such a peculiar turn, I might have married you, for I used to think more of you and Miss Armington than of all the world combined." "Say that again, beloved Deacon," she exclaimed affectionately and hopefully, "which gives me real joy, for I cannot see, then, what objection you have to marrying me, since all hope has gone with that hateful girl Armington." "I am not a marrying man," said he impatiently. "I cannot marry. I am ruined as a man." "Ruined as a man?" interposed she. "How can you be ruined? I have wealth and everything else to make us happy." "No, you have not. I wish to God you had," exclaimed he. "But now let us talk of business. How shall we jug Juno? Who will swear out a warrant?" "Try Dr. Toy Pancy," exclaimed she, considerably depressed in spirit. "And if he will not do it, I will, for I do not care whether I live or die, if I am to spend my life in single blessedness. I despise single life." "God bless you, noble heroine," said he. "Conquer or die is my motto," exclaimed she. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 70. What the newspapers said of the riot. At this date, being several years since Dr. Juno was imprisoned for publishing a reported obscene book, when he was universally libeled by the newspapers, 3 or 4 new papers have been in successful operations, which were started upon the principles of the working men's platform, and Dr. Juno's plans were all approved and promulgated by these reformatory organs. In fact, Dr. Juno edited the leading one himself for several years. The Oracle was the oldest of the advertising sheet, which was purchased by a moneyed clique, and was conducted by a hypocritical saphead, who was, with all his little heart and contemptible soul, in league with the sectarian and lucre-grubbing people. And, of course, as this Oracle was looked up to by all the dastardly picayune papers of their sort, they followed in the steps of their lofty Oracle. The following articles appeared in the various daily papers of Philadelphia, after the arrest of the conspirators by Dr. Juno, which the sectarian press entitled a riot, whilst the advocates of the Naturalists called it by more exalted names, as will be seen. Editorial from the Oracle. An infamous riot. Dr. Juno the ringleader. 10 killed and 6 wounded. Night before last, one of the most infamous and dastardly riots took place at Tabernacle Hall that was ever recorded in the annals of history. Never until such lectures and such books as his were thrust into the faces of all who were bad enough to hear and read this ignorant charlatan's harangues and obscene publications, was Philadelphia disgraced by such crimes as midnight mobs and cutthroat riots. And not until the mayor and his detectives will summarily arrest this dangerous culprit, and the honorable court convict him for murder and the sundry other acts that he has been guilty of, will the peace of citizens and safety of life be vouchsafed to the Christian community. It is fully 12 years since we refused him any access to the advertising columns of the Oracle. During all that time he has been going on in his infamous course, and now we hope and pray that the authorities and religious community will attend to him and his deluded followers without compunction of conscience. Editorial from the Evening Moon. Note: this murder-reporting little sheet is the tiny cur that swallows the bark of the Oracle and rebarks the latter's sentiments, aping after its godfather in everything. Dr. Victor Juno has again shown himself in a new, infamous phase of criminal action. This bold, bad man will never have his just dues until the gallows ends his demoniacal life. Night before last, he and a lot of his deluded comrades armed themselves and went to Tabernacle Hall, and there not only disturbed the inoffensive meditations of our best class of Christians, but actually killed 10 and wounded 6. Besides, arrested our noble Deacon Rob Stew, Reverend Joe Peer, Miss Nancy Clover, Dr. Toy Pansy, and the physician-in-chief of the insane asylum, upon a charge of conspiracy. Conspiracy of what, we cannot solve. But when the trial comes off, if it ever will, we shall see where the shoe pinches. Will the authorities forthwith arrest this infamous doctor and reverend gentleman and his chums in riot and murder? Or will he again be allowed to go scot-free, or be pardoned by our generous governor? We will see and report. Editorial from the Evening Telltale. Note: of all the contemptible and dastardly cutthroat liars and hypocrites, the white-eyelashed editor of this sectarian knuckling sheet beats it. He is one of Jesus Christ's genuine vipers. An old offender in the field again. Victor Juno, not content with the just conviction and imprisonment he received several years ago, has made riot and bloodshed his present game, and that upon our most respectable, inoffensive religious people. The other night, as sacred worship was held in Tabernacle Hall, Juno and his co-conspirators in crime went to the hall, broke the doors open, and killed 10 and wounded 6 Christians. Now, unless our present governor interferes and pardons Juno, as his friend Governor Golden did on a former occasion, it is likely the penitentiary or gallows will closely embrace him for the infamous and cold-blooded riot and murder of innocent people. When Juno was convicted and sentenced to the penitentiary, it was sincerely hoped by the decent part of this community that he will be kept securely under lock and key for as long a period as the law allowed. For a number of years past, he has been an unmitigated nuisance in this city, and he should have been suppressed long ago. We hope and pray for the peace, comfort, and safety of our religious classes that he will be speedily convicted and put where the law finds he belongs. We proffer our services free for its consummation. Editorial from The Morning Workman. Note: this is a new journal of large circulation and influence amongst the bone and sinew of the state. The ball started to roll. The bloody conspirators ousted and arrested. Our valiant and heroic fellow townsman, Dr. Victor Juno, did last night what he long since ought to have done. He equipped his regiment of picked soldiers and marched direct for the old haunt of the bloody conspirators. As he marched his men into the hall, himself at the head, the irate and brazen-faced saintly Nancy Clover ordered the bloody hounds to repair to their armory for weapons, a third-story room, where these Christian lambs keep a finely equipped outfit of military trappings, and she ordered them to shoot down Dr. Juno and his soldiers, which, of course, caused a furious fight that wound up killing 10 and wounding 6 conspirators, whilst only 2 or 3 of Dr. Juno's men were slightly bruised. The leaders of this bloody clique were very pugnacious, and would not promise to desist from their heinous work when the doctor had them arrested for conspiracy. But before he sent for a magistrate, they unanimously agreed to be paroled. This was granted to all of them, but the leaders were bound over in $10,000 to appear at court. Thus bad begins, and much worse remains behind. The Oracle and his satellites, in malicious falsifying, will swell their saintly columns with praise for their pious people, and holy invective is in store for our heroic leader, Dr. Juno. We confidentially whisper a word of caution to our deluded contemporaries, as we have often done before, for we pity these misled zealots. The hour is close at hand when their lucre, sectarian, and political power must yield to the sword of the working people, who are rapidly being indoctrinated into the work of bona fide popular sovereignty. Long prayers, either to God or man, will avail them nothing. But they have been exhorted and reminded often and long enough to heed the voice of wisdom, which fell upon their self-righteous ears with contempt. Therefore, mercy cannot be exercised until the last foe expires. Mark our admonition, haughty vipers, your hour is drawing nigh. Therefore repent while it is today, and take the consequences. Dr. Juno, who has suffered the most barbarous martyrdom at the hands of these self-styled elect, is not a man to be trifled with at this 11th hour of the downfall of the blasphemers. They ought to know him by this time, and they also should know that the people have looked on patiently for many years, and are heartily tired of these canonical usurpations and corrupt administrations in church and state. The era of the new radical, scientific departure is rife, and the trumpet may sound any day. Editorial from The Evening Communist. The hour of retributive justice has come. Dr. Juno made a raid upon the vilest set of cutthroats last night that ever disgraced a decent nation. We can fairly worship the wise, the brave, the genuine Christian man, who has labored with indomitable energy for the cause of God and humanity for a quarter of a century, and who, in his hour of prosperity, can forego the pleasures of a life of affluence to do justice to his poorer fellow creatures. The malignity that the editors of the would-be public press of Philadelphia have heaped upon this genuine reformer for many years will now have an opportunity to see the beginning of the end of their nefarious usurpation and malicious lying. They have duped the people for many years by making them believe that Dr. Juno was the scoundrel which they said he was. But, thank God, Dr. Juno persevered in the right until he has convinced 7/8 of the entire community of the righteousness of his cause, and the course he has pursued during his entire public and private life. We prophesy that these domineering saints, who love money, self, and position more than truth, principle, or God, will soon have cause to open their deceived eyes when they find the feelings of the masses of the people that they have engendered by trying to misrepresent this benefactor. Lay on, Macduff, and damned be he who first cries hold enough. And let all of them know the deep-dyed rascality that has for centuries been practiced against the Christian rights of the people. Look out, scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites, for a just providence exercises vengeance through his instruments, the faithful people, on you. Wait a little while longer and see. Editorial from Dr. Juno's Weekly. We have had occasion to silence the bloody conclave at last, and we counsel repentance and return to God and nature, or a doomed existence for those who persist in the error of their ways. We pity the misled and haughty people, but duty calls for terrible work. End of Chapter 70. Chapter 71 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 61. The editors of the conspirators' newspapers received documents asking them to leave the country. The newspapers having had their say, the secret order of Naturalists held a business meeting that was attended by nearly every male and female member in the county of Philadelphia, and the editorial remarks of the Oracle, Evening Moon, and Evening Telltale were discussed, when Dr. Juno said, "Beloved Naturalists, you have before you the sentiments of that instrument which greatly molds public opinion. And as these organs have always been governed by men who were after lucre and glory of men, and who cared not, nor do now care, whether they benefit the people, or even their own followers and believers who support them, I think it is fully time that we should give each of these scribes 24 hours' notice to leave the country, or take them and hang them by the mob law upon the first poles that can be reached, with this motto upon them, Sic semper tyrannis. I am delighted to see our father so decided to mete out a just reward to these demoralizing newspaper men, who have cried thief and cutthroat long enough, whilst they themselves were the veriest ones," responded a brother naturalist. "And I move that we draw up a legal document and seal it with our official seal, and have it signed by the secretary." "That is right," said another. "I second the motion, and would call upon Dr. Juno, our father, to compose the document in his usual dignified style." "All those in favor, please say," spoke the president, and added, "It is unanimously carried." We, the sovereign people, known as the Naturalists, have congregated together for rigorous work, do unanimously agree that you, the editor, J.G., and proprietor, L.C., of the newspaper entitled the O, who, having recently written and published articles in your columns derogatory to the character of Dr. Victor Juno and his followers, are hereby positively ordered without hesitation to leave this country, the United States of America, in 24 hours from this hour, and that you do not return again until such time as we choose to permit you to come back. And this we order under the penalty of death by the law that is inherent in the sovereign people. We hereunto affix our legal seal of the secret order of Naturalists, which give you the bona fide evidence of our determined intention to execute what we have herein expressed. May God have mercy on your sinful souls. Given under the hand and seal of the Secret Order of Naturalists, Secretary, President. The above legal form of a document was made out for each of the editors and proprietors of those 3 newspapers, and a committee of 3 fine-looking men served them in company upon each editor and proprietor. And that self-same hour, each of these cowardly howlers scrambled to get ready for a hasty exit from the land where they had their own way in everything for many years. They did not let it be even hinted what caused them to leave home so abruptly. The bald eagle managing proprietor of the Oracle and his man Friday steered hastily for Europe, the former's favorite place of resort. Being an Englishman by birth, as well as his editor, Man Friday, they fled to the bosom of their mother's home, evidently singing Sweet Home as they journeyed away from their ill-gotten lucre and falsely earned reputation as liberal Christian benefactors and generous right-hand donators of the working people's money. The lambs in despair left their noble pile. Yea, the wolves in sheep's raiment skedaddled like whipped curs, but dared not let it be known what caused this sudden departure. These papers had nothing more to say about any transactions that referred to Dr. Juno or the working people. The bag of wind exploded, and the cowards slunk into silence in a foreign land. Thus were the conspirators deprived of their most useful instruments for arousing their own people, and the worldlings who had not yet become indoctrinated into the new scientific departure. However, these zealots and their various sects, who stuck by them, had not the least suspicion that so few continued faithful to the orthodox powers. They consoled themselves that their holy religions would cause the great majority to take sides with them in the hour of conflict, provided an internal war should be commenced, a thing which they expected and hence prepared for it. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 72. Futile efforts to arrest Dr. Juno, his wedding instead. Although Nancy Clover promised that she would herself swear out a warrant for Dr. Juno's arrest, she found her game blocked, because she could not find a magistrate that would issue a warrant against the man who was wielding more influence than even Napoleon I. She at last went to the mayor of the city, but although he was a sectarian bigot and lucre-worshipper, still he smelled a huge rat. Having been secretly informed that if he would take any steps against Juno, he might get his walking papers, like the editors and proprietors of the rascally orthodox newspapers, and he was not so ambitious to knuckle and prance around European aristocrats as was the bald eagle manager of the Oracle, who was continually sought for communion and recognition amongst the European potentates for many years. Therefore his honor told his beloved sister Clover that circumstances had materially changed within a few years, and that he would have to have a large army of soldiers at his elbow before he would dare to comply with her request to issue such a warrant. This from the honorable mayor was an awful knockdown argument, and a damper upon the high spirits of Sister Nancy Clover. She therefore soliloquized, "Great Lord, no one dared to grant me law. I cannot get a warrant. Even the mayor refuses, on account of the powerful influence that this impudent Dr. Juno, Reverend Dr. Juno, M.D., D.D., bah! This is most disgusting and revolting to my womanly nature. And there remains but one thing for me to do, to clear the track, and thereby remove this great obstacle that blocks the game of the elect, and that is to shoot him through the heart and send him to his long account. I shall to work and revive the practice of shooting. And I understand Miss Lucinda Armington and this superb Reverend Dr. Juno are to be married next Thursday evening at General Washington Armington's residence. Yes, they are going to have a good time, having invited several hundred of all sorts of people. Even common working people and poor trash are to commingle with the rich. Lord, oh Lord, what is this world coming to? Before I would permit my servants and the dirty working people to come into my parlors on even a common occasion, much less a festive period like a wedding, I would die in despair. But then these lower classes are Juno's strength. Oh, how I long to continue in communion with the elect, yes, the elite and refined, where real piety and chaste civilization predominate over vulgar and obscene nature. Naturalists, truly vulgar trash. But then these devils are making the rich even fall in love with their natural doctrines, and, in sooth, uncouth country-looking lasses and coarsely formed men are looked upon as the loveliest and best creatures. Oh, horror! This is poison to my refined and fastidious tastes and habits. No doubt at all but that when Miss Armington and her crazy father, the once refined and beloved idol of my soul, were brought to their home by this great naturalist, Reverend Dr. Juno, they embraced those illiterate, low, rough Irish servants, Pat O'Connor and Judy McCrae, the deceitful Catholic devils. How I long to choke the whole set of them! I am fairly spoiling to serve the whole batch of them an irreparable injury, and if it costs me my life or worse. Next Thursday evening, the brave lover of Miss Armington will die at my hands, before the minister shall say amen to the nuptial ceremony. Mark me, or I am none of God's elect. What a brave and useful woman this Nancy Clover would have made had she been engaged in a good cause. She had learned that Dr. Juno and Miss Armington were to be wedded, and that all of the members of the secret order of naturalists were invited guests, who were the people that Dr. Juno converted to his doctrines, and whom he taught to live together as one family, having a common interest, a common love, and a common treasury, out of which all would be sustained. Even Pat and Judy, who were formerly Roman Catholics, joined this reformed body of natural Christians, who believed in living a life, as nearly as possible, as Jesus did himself, and as he directed all should do, regardless of color, position, condition, or birth. All were God's children in a general sense, and therefore all who were faithful to fixed injunctions had an equal right to have their real wants supplied. But those who voluntarily led infidel or unfaithful lives could not expect to be blessed with freedom on earth, nor obtain salvation. Instead of Dr. Juno being under arrest for riot and murder, he was at liberty to plan his varied work. He practiced healing of the sick and preached the genuine gospel, made all the arrangements for his marriage, and superintended the rapid equipment of the naturalists throughout the country, for the purpose of snatching the reins of government, of what is known as church and state, from those who have usurped every right of man, and even of beast. He was convinced that God gives his human species the power to hold dominion over everything, provided no false prophets and blind guides are allowed to mislead and hoodwink the confiding and sincere people. And he esteemed money, and its concomitant matters, as filthy lucre, as trash, as compared with that knowledge of God's fixed laws and wonderful works. In other words, what will it profit a man if he should gain all the wealth that money can buy, and thereby lose his own happiness, his own beautiful manhood, his own health of body and soul, and thereby claim a fame and name that would cause the Spirit of Christ to weep, the angels to mourn, and God to frown? End of chapter 72. Chapter 73, of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 73. Night of the Wedding. Dr. Juno Shot. Dr. Juno and his dearly beloved Lucinda were amazingly happy and buoyant in spirits amidst all the hubbub that was going on in relation to the great question of the day. He was fully aware that great plottings were going on with his enemies, and although he had banished some of the vile agitators, the newspaper scribes, and had the leading bloody conspirators under bonds, still the beginning of the terrible work had not yet even fairly commenced. Therefore he kept a vigilant eye on his enemies, and the night of the wedding he had ordered a company of picked soldiers to bring their weapons and deposit them in the general's mansion as a little safeguard against contingencies, for he was accustomed, for a quarter of a century, to be annoyed or arrested when he made any manifestation that had a tendency to excite favorable public attention. The night was a beautiful one, the moon dimly illuminating the eastern horizon, and being in the fall of the year, when the gentle draughts of exhilarating air were gratefully quaffed through open doors and windows, which made the festive scenes a most normal and delightful manifestation of an united and affectionate people, leaving nothing to mar the pleasures of joyous hilarity, merrymaking, and Christian love. After all the guests had arrived, and everything was being prepared for the nuptial ceremony, a woman could have been observed amongst the numerous guests that congregated around the large parlor windows, which opened to the floor, who was disguised as a humble working girl, and who kept herself in the midst of the female visitors. She watched every movement of the happy bridegroom, and she worked her way to the side of a window, where she had a clear look of the entire parlor. And when the guests formed a circle for the commencement of the ceremony, and as the minister began to ask Dr. Juno, "Wilt thou have this woman?" Nancy Clover, having aimed beknown to anyone for Dr. Juno's heart, fired a bullet, and the bridegroom fell to the floor, bleeding immensely, which caused a tremendous commotion. General Armington sprang in the direction from which the pistol was fired, and cried out, "Arrest the culprit that fired that pistol, no matter who did it! Bring him into the parlor!" The Naturalists at once formed into a line, at the request of a captain, who said, "Friends and soldiers, do not permit anyone, man, woman, or child, to escape at the peril of his or her own life. We shall learn who fired that fatal shot." Nancy Clover had, of course, no chance to escape as yet, and what to do puzzled her awfully. She meditated as follows: "If I remain amongst the crowd, I will be detected. Still, I have less chance to escape through this line of people, who seem to be armed and ready for action. I look like an humble woman, and I shall act as innocent as a lamb, but I must get rid of this pistol. If I could only slip it into the pocket of one of these servant girls, it might be that no one could vouch for her honor, and whilst they would accuse her, I should go free. I will feign to be sick, and thereby cast myself upon some of these women, when I may find a chance to slip the pistol into someone's pocket. It was glorious that I was standing entirely amongst these females, who, like poor geese, all shut their eyes when the pistol went off, hence did not detect me, and they already have their eyes on another person, which relieves me vastly. I shall tell them that the blood of the poor doctor made me sick, which will gull them and give me a chance to escape if all goes as I anticipate." She played her part well, got ill, put the pistol into an old woman's dress pocket, and fainted dead away. A rush was made towards her. Then the old lady said, "Please, do not crowd so this way, but make room so that the air can pass this way, and bring some cold water. This lady has fainted from seeing the blood." "Is that all?" responded several. "I'll soon be better," sighed the innocent murderess, and verily such was the case, for she felt quadruply better on account of having nothing about her person that could betray her. Dr. Juno was instantly removed to the drawing-room and laid on an easy lounge, whilst 3 physicians, who were present, naturalists, waited upon him in connection with the faithful bride, who was as pale as a ghost, but uttered not a word until the general asked, addressing the physicians, "Gentlemen, what are your diagnosis? Does he live yet? And is there any possibility of his recovery?" "He revives," responded one. "Yes, he seems to be coming to," said another, when Miss Armington grasped his right hand in her left and placed her right hand upon his forehead, and forcing her life into him, said, "My beloved, you are better." This caused him to say, "Yes, darling, I only fainted. But who struck me?" "No one, my love," said she. "Please do not deceive me, precious one. I even now feel it here," exclaimed he, pointing to the left side of his chest. "Someone shot you," said the general. "But I thank God you are alive, and devoutly pray that you will soon be well." "Thank you, dear father," said Dr. Juno, and added, "Doctor, see if the bullet, or whatever struck me, entered into my thorax." The physicians probed the bullet hole, but found it had struck a rib and glanced off, making merely a bad flesh wound. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74, of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 74. All the Guests Examined and the Assassin Detected. After the wounds of Dr. Juno were dressed, he felt very comfortable and expressed a desire to go to sleep, when all left the room except Miss Armington, who remained by his side, expressing her great affection and grief at the sad termination of the ceremony, when he said, "Darling Lucinda, do you remember the dream I once told you I dreamt 3 times concerning our nuptials, and each time being interrupted by deep, designing enemies?" "Indeed I do." "This seems like a fulfillment of that dreadful dream. But now, will you sit by me a while, until I compose myself, for I feel it is necessary for me to keep quiet and go to sleep if I can." "Certainly, my beloved. With joy I will remain with you and pet you to sleep," responded she. When General Armington and the 3 physicians returned to the parlor, he said to the officers of the regiment, "Gentlemen, order your men to guard well the outside, preventing anyone from escaping, whilst you order, first all the men in single file, to pass into the parlor from the right-hand window there, and after we shall examine each one, and finding him not guilty, we will pass him out by the left door, separating them until all the men are examined. And if we do not find the murderer amongst the males, we shall then do the same to each lady. Now begin." The line was formed, and every man was vouched for as a good, loyal naturalist. All cheerfully permitted to have themselves thoroughly examined, because they were as anxious to find the criminal as the general himself, and all were of the opinion that it was a woman who fired the pistol. The floors and surrounding grounds were examined, but no weapon was found. Then the females' turn came, and nearly 1/2 of them were being vouched for as being loyal naturalists, upon whose persons no weapon was found, which seemed to appear very curious, and some even suspicioned that a traitor or traitoress was amongst the members of the naturalists. But at this moment the made-up, disguised Nancy Clover's turn came. No one could vouch for her. She was a stranger. Not a single person even knew her. She was examined without the least objections being made on her part. She seemed innocent, but General Armington said, "As this woman is a stranger, and cannot be vouched for, although she seems innocent, it cannot be esteemed improper to retain her as a prisoner until we find the true culprit. And if we do not find him or her, we shall be compelled to make this lady give a full account of herself, who invited her, and how she happened to be here." The heroic and determined Nancy Clover was asked to stand aside, and was guarded by 2 soldiers, whilst the balance of the women were vouched for and examined, until the third to the last made her appearance, who had the pistol in her dress pocket, and as the examiner at once got his hand upon the pistol and took it from her pocket, he said, "Here is the weapon." "Great God!" was an exclamation that was heard all over the room. "Maria! Oh, Sister Maria! What have you done?" exclaimed a gentleman, and the entire brotherhood and sisterhood of naturalists were amazed. Some exclaimed, "It cannot be possible that our most faithful sister is guilty." "No, never. I have done nothing." "But how came that pistol in your pocket?" interrupted General Armington gently. "I do not charge you with the crime, but cannot you tell us how you came to have this pistol in your pocket?" "I do not know," continued Sister Maria. Nancy Clover's nerves were wrought up to a high pitch of excitement at this state of affairs, and she soliloquized, "The old fool is being vouched for as one of their most popular and loyal sister naturalists, which makes it seem dark for me. But I will be calm." "Think for a moment," said the General. "If you recollect that someone was close enough by you who might have slipped it into your pocket." "Curse that old crazy scoundrel," thought Nancy Clover. "Yes, I do remember," exclaimed Sister Maria, and, turning toward Nancy Clover, continued, "This woman fainted and threw herself into my arms, and I now remember that she was fumbling about my dress, but then I did not suspicion her. I am sure she is guilty." The General said, "So I thought," and a groan went through the large crowd. "Sister Maria, you also stand aside," continued the General, "until we finish the balance of the ladies." In a few moments the rest were examined and vouched for, when the General ordered, "Captain Thomas, please order your soldiers into the parlor, and form a circle with them, and 6 of us and these 2 ladies will go into the center and complete our search." This done, the General questioned Maria as follows. "You are sure, Maria Wilson, that this woman," pointing to Nancy Clover, "was the person that fainted in your arms?" "I am most positive of it," said Maria. "I know by that mark on her forehead." "Do you think she really fainted?" asked he. "No, but I can now easily understand why she recovered so quickly after she had done fumbling about my dress," said she. "She evidently only feigned to faint to deceive me." "What have you to say to this stranger?" asked the General of Nancy Clover. "I have never touched this woman to my recollection," answered Nancy. "Who are you? What is your name?" questioned the General. "I cannot see why I should be suspicioned," she ejaculated, waxing indignant. "Neither do I see that it is any of your affairs what my name is." "I will show very soon whether it is or not," responded the General angrily. "Look here, General," said the captain, whilst pulling a wig from the chaste stranger's scalpology. "This woman is in disguise. She is evidently a bloody conspirator, fixed up for assassination." The General took a piercing look at her face and form, when he exclaimed with holy indignation, "It is Miss Nancy Clover, the Prime Minister of the bloody clique, by the gods! How dare you, miserable wretch, come to my house to assassinate my son-in-law?" Here a tremendous rush was made for the would-be assassin by the Naturalists. End of Chapter 74. Chapter 75 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 75. The attempted assassination of Dr. Juno by Nancy Clover caused a terrible public wrath. Had General Armington not interfered, the Naturalist would have lynched the indomitable Nancy Clover, but he exclaimed, "Do not harm the poor wretch, but let her receive an ordinary trial by court-martial, which will give her all she deserves. In the meanwhile we will send her to prison, until we see the result of the wounds which she has inflicted on Dr. Juno. Sir, you are a gentleman, even if you are my enemy, and I thank you for this courtesy to one who would scarcely have done as much for you," said Nancy Clover, really looking grateful at the General. "And, if it is not asking too much, may I be permitted to say a few words in my own behalf?" "I have no objections. But, to be candid with you, I must assert that you had better not enrage these people too much, as I might not be able to control their just indignation, when you might fare much worse than if you had remained silent. They all consider you guilty. Therefore, any denial or excuse for this dastardly act would surely add flame to the fire. But use your own discretion," kindly said the General. "Well, General, I will speak to you in the presence of all that are here assembled, and say that I am not guilty of the crime with which I am accused." "Silence! Impudent, ignorant ingrate!" shouted two stentorian voices, which interrupted her speech, and one of them added, "You serpent, liar, and assassin! How can you have the audacity to make such remarks in our presence, when you were just told by our kind-hearted General to be cautious how you insult us? Do you take us to be fools or cowards, thinking that you can throw dust into our eyes, because the noble Christian of the house has been lenient with you, and on account of respect to him we have desisted from summarily dispatching you?" A dash for her was made by men, who almost tore her limb from limb, when she screamed vehemently, "General! Oh, General, save me!" "Please desist for a moment," exclaimed the General, which they did at once, when he continued, addressing the assassin, "Have I not told you to be cautious? Why did you not heed me?" And, turning toward his guests, added, "I really would rather not see violence used upon this woman in my house. Not that I think she does not deserve instant death, but I dislike to have my residence made a scene of even just shedding of blood." "Then let us take her away from your premises, far enough away, and there do our sworn and imperative duty," ejaculated an indignant naturalist, whose cry was sanctioned by a general "Amen," to which General Armington said, "Still, the principle would be the same if you acted so in this house. Permit an escort of our brave soldiers to conduct the doomed woman to prison." "Then she shall be let out on bail," interposed a Herculean voice, to which several said, "That's so." "I move," said Maria Wilson, into whose pocket the assassin put the pistol, "that we send her to prison, and leave her to the just indignation and scorn of the whole people, and that the whole truth be published in our daily papers tomorrow." "You are right," said General Armington, and this seemed to pacify the entire company present, and Nancy Clover was conducted to Moyamensing prison and closely locked up. The newspapers had a correct statement of what had occurred largely displayed in their local columns, and the reformatory journals had made scathing editorial remarks, whilst the orthodox press simply published the local report as handed to them by the Naturalists. The spirit of furious war was now infesting the atmosphere, and large groups of all sorts of people were found to congregate in the streets, who discussed both sides of the question. A few made reckless remarks to the effect that "it served him right," meaning Dr. Juno, which were immediately resented by fist, knock-down arguments, which made the sympathizers with the conspirators rather more cautious in their public expressions. The followers and friends of the bloody conspirators, who had been domineering for many centuries, and claimed license almost from heaven to usurp every power on earth, were sorely chagrined at the onslaught that was being made upon their kind in successive successful attacks, that they now came to a sense of positive danger to their whole fabric of sectarianism. Hence they were being unanimously aroused throughout the country. Telegrams were sent all over the states, requesting the equipment of the saints, politicians, and worldlings who agreed with orthodox and unphysiological customs and doctrines, which was the only panacea for the subjugation of the poor, the working trash, who were led on by this Victor Juno, and who were infatuated with the teachings that this bold innovator presented to the masses. When the bone and sinew of the land, the sovereign people, saw that the bigoted sectarian and rotten political spirit was running rampant, they too laid their heads together, and the various secret societies throughout the United States held special business meetings, where all the arrangements for a civil war were made, without a single sectarian or politician knowing anything about it. Hence the conspirators all over the land were of the opinion that when they once commenced to resist the Naturalists by war, the latter would soon be subdued and forever silenced. But, alas, what a great mistake this presumption of the elect proved to be. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 76. Dr. Juno and Lucinda Armington making love. Dear precious Victor, although our nuptials were interrupted last night, and your dear life was in great danger, but, as the old saying is, a miss is as good as a mile, and I am so thankful to God that your great and noble heart was missed. If we had no trials and deprivations, we might not appreciate the gifts of heaven as much as you and I do under the various perilous circumstances through which we have passed. Don't you think so? Said Lucinda, with her heaven-blue eyes full of animated love and fire. My dear darling angel, in one sense you are right, but in another wrong, replied Victor. For instance, if we were perfect, entirely perfect naturalists, and were surrounded by similar creatures, it would not enhance our joy to be persecuted, tortured, and libeled. But as long as we are far from being perfect naturalists, and are neither surrounded by such, we have not the capacity of appreciating God's last and noblest piece of mechanism, without being stimulated by the undulations in life's great battle. Therefore, precious Lucinda, we sinful creatures are benefited by great contrasts. But if we really were the purified temples of God, we would love him with all our strength, and one another as ourselves, which was the hallowed rule that the blessed, loving, and beloved naturalist, Jesus Christ, laid down for us. Love, immaculate love, unalloyed by self, should be the only law that real naturalists or Christians should learn to understand, possess, and obey. But as the means are not used to gain this end, we as a nation can never fully appreciate God's goodness toward the highest type of his mechanism. But, dear Victor, do you not love me more than a perfect naturalist would love his neighbor, as Jesus says? Asked she. Do you suppose, my most precious darling, that I could love you more than, or even as much, as Christ loved the world? Not that he loved the evil ways of sinners, but he loved sinners, because they were part and parcel of the Creator. And although he denounced the selfish, self-righteous, self-willed, and haughty viper, who had only a whit of God's vitality in him, Christ did not turn away from those who were born and bred under morbid circumstances, visiting thereby upon the human species weaknesses over which they had no control. By looking over all the teachings, acts, and life of Christ, you will behold what powerful love he possessed for the passive sinner, for the sinner who was penitent, who was willing to learn and live out God's fixed laws, and by love, as we claim to heed the many admonitions that God alone is just, we can appreciate his highest law the more, namely, love. Do you not think so? Indeed, indeed I do, and I love you so much more when I see that your noble mind is fairly wrapped up in the great science of human life, and in the Herculean effort of perpetuating it everlastingly. What a crown you will have laid up in heaven for yourself by this noble and godlike work in which you have been engaged all your life, through calm and storm, in spite of opposition, persecution, and martyrdom. Who, that possessed any good sense, could fail to love you, to almost revere and idolize you as I do? ejaculated Lucinda, with a serenity of expression that almost excelled the archangel's. "I devoutly praise the Lord for your appreciation of my love, which you have so tenderly, earnestly, ardently, and innocently expressed. It vitalizes every fibre that has been wounded by that assassin, and it makes me almost love the hand that brought me to this sick-bed, where I have learned to love whatever partakes of God's vitality," said Victor. "Oh, Victor, most glorious Victor! I cannot help realizing that you possess a Christ-like heart," interposed she, "for you would pardon this person, I believe, who has within a hair's breadth taken your precious life, if she would ask for forgiveness." "She," said he. "What do you mean by she? It is not possible that a woman fired that bullet at me." "Yes, dearest love, it was a woman," responded she. "God forgive the woman," sighed he. "I am not so sure that He will forgive her, unless she changes her course of conduct," responded Lucinda. "Who was she? What is her name?" asked he. "It was Miss Nancy Clover," said she. "Nancy Clover!" ejaculated he. "Yes, that fiend," said Lucinda. "Well, well, these bloody conspirators are becoming desperate," said he. "But let us not discuss disagreeable things, but let me tell you of my love for you, my saint." "Oh, do, exquisite Victor," interposed she. "I love you with a love that passes not away with a man's passion, but a love that is registered in the book of life, a treasure in heaven, where my heart is also. Hence it can never fail, can never lose its ardor. And when once legitimately centered upon the normal propensities, I hope will magnetize the physical organism to perfection, that will cause the elements of human life to flow with the extremest mental joys and physical pleasures in the consummation of the command to increase and multiply in the blessed image of God." "Darling, you speak beautifully, but I cannot say that I comprehend you exactly," modestly exclaimed she. "Oh, never mind. You will understand all in due time, and be blessed, I think, with those blessed gifts of which Christ says, 'For of such is the kingdom of heaven,'" said Victor, when she laid her head on his breast, and their souls bled with joy. These lovers were continually together until Dr. Juno was able to go about his business. They postponed their wedding day for a month, and in the meantime were in good spirits. But Miss Armington was convinced in her own mind that war would break out before their wedding day would arrive, when a further postponement would be necessary. She did not look upon the dark side of the picture, neither did she desire to put gloomy feelings before the mind of her beloved Victor, who needed encouragement just then to assist his cure. But she saw war, cruel, terrible war, a civil war which would subjugate the sovereign people of America and give the spirit of selfishness and Antichrist sole control of church and state. End of chapter 76.
Chapter 77 of the Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Navarre. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 77. Congress Mobbed for Recognizing God in the Constitution. When the religious people found that Miss Nancy Clover was cast into prison, they went unanimously to work to have her freed on bail. And as Dr. Juno improved very rapidly, having not at any time been in danger of losing his life by the pistol wound, on account of having had too healthy blood and solid bodily tissues, therefore nothing but the penetration of a vital organ could have caused his death. She was allowed to enter $20,000 security for her appearance at court, and when she was again at liberty, she created a terrific stir throughout the Orthodox community. Hence, a feeler was thrown out by the saints. They petitioned the United States Congress, which was in session, in the strongest terms, demanding that God should be recognized in the Constitution of the United States. The following were the leading points, which fairly broke the camel's back. We, the evangelical religious denominations of the United States, hereby petition to the 60 members of Congress to enact a law whereby the Constitution of the United States be instantly amended as follows. Whereas numerous blasphemous and Sabbath-breaking organizations are regularly holding secret meetings throughout the country for the purpose of desecrating the Lord's Day and subverting the holy religion of the Lord Jesus Christ, and whereas a certain innovator has violated the most sacred institutions and holy rights of God's elect by riot and bloodshed, and whereas this outlaw threatens to mob the holy saints and is already so great a terror to the nation that public officials everywhere dare not enforce the laws against him, therefore be it resolved that the holy religion of the Lord Jesus Christ be acknowledged in the Constitution of the United States, and it is hereby enacted and ratified by the majority of the members in Congress assembled that, firstly, no one shall be allowed to preach the gospel of Christ who has not been regularly ordained in some orthodox evangelical denomination, and secondly, that no ordained preacher shall be allowed to preach as a minister of the gospel or perform similar functions who is not in good standing in a regular evangelical church organization, and thirdly, that the Sabbath day shall be kept as the Lord's day, in which no secular or worldly work, business, or recreation shall be allowed to be performed, and fourthly, that every citizen shall attend once on each Lord's day, unless too ill to go, some evangelical church that is in good standing, and fifthly, that each and every evangelical denomination shall have to undergo annually an examination by a board of censors, which board of censors shall be composed of one or more of the leading officers, bishop, priest, elder, deacon, etc., of each evangelical denomination, and sixthly, that all children, as soon as old enough to understand their paternal dialect, shall each Sabbath day attend some evangelical Sabbath school, where the Holy Bible is read and taught, and seventhly, that all other worship claiming to be religion shall be suppressed, and its leaders shall be tried by a jury of 12 evangelical Christians, who are of good standing in some evangelical church of good repute, and if found guilty of violating one or all of said ordinances, herein expressed, shall suffer the penalty of death by hanging. And eighthly, that this amendment shall instantly take effect, and that each informer on an innovator and violator of said constitutional amendment shall receive from the Treasury of the United States as reward $1,000, one half of which he shall donate to the church of which he is a member, and the same shall be so recorded on the church book, and shall be accounted reward laid up in heaven. The foregoing amendment scheme was a feeler, which met with favor at the capital of the United States, where ink-sucking scoundrels had 2/3 of a majority, and who were ready for anything that placed filthy lucre into their pockets. This the evangelical amenders knew, hence instantly raised $100 millions, which was divided between the lucre-seeking legislators, and which gave the sovereign working people, who were taxed in the long run for every cent of this money, a loathing for the whole batch of usurpers and cutthroats. And as soon as the amendment was announced as having passed, an army of Naturalists were found surrounding the Capitol at Washington, D.C., who opened up a terrific fire with shot and shell upon the building wherein Congress sat, which caused the bribed scoundrels to scatter, some endeavoring to escape through the lines of the soldiers, who were shot down like brutes, whilst others hid in the cellar, in niches and corners of the great marble structure. But all this availed them nothing, because every man who voted for the amendment was killed in less than 10 hours. The President telegraphed to the governor of each state to send on all the militia that could be mustered, as a furious war had commenced, which required every available means to subdue. But only 3 governors responded to this call. End chapter.
Chapter 78 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Navarre. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 78, Dr. Juno's First Great War Proclamation. When the newspapers all over the Union had published this unconstitutional amendment, it aroused the masses amazingly. Even those who formerly had no sympathy with Dr. Juno, nor love for his doctrines, now freely investigated his teachings. And almost like magic, he became the accepted heroic reformer of the close of the 19th century. In fact, the orthodox public press all over the country disapproved of the course which Congress had taken because this usurpation came too close home to many, who were willing to ride on the backs of sectarians and politicians, so long as it paid them and their precious rights were not too closely clipped. But this amendment their own scribes stigmatized as a dangerous usurpation that cannot be tolerated in this nation. This was throwing fuel upon Dr. Juno's hearth, and he was wise enough to see it, and made capital of it by issuing the following Proclamation. Fellow citizens, from the condition of things in general, I am constrained to issue this, my first proclamation to the people of the United States of America. Firstly, I ask each one, male and female of all colors and nations, who reside within the jurisdiction of the United States, to join the Naturalists, who inculcate the observation of all natural laws, and have but one faith, one God, and are members of one family, whose highest law is love to God and man, whose aim is happiness, whose end is universal salvation by a return to and obedience of the Creator's fixed natural injunctions. Secondly, I offer protection to all people who are opposed to the power that money and lucre-gained positions wield, who are opposed to sectarian and political cliques and rings, and have recently shown to the world, by a constitutional amendment, what I have always said they would do if permitted, and you, the sovereign people, the bone and sinew of America, have, by your unconcerned silence and forbearance, given them permission to place scoundrels into all the high positions of church and state, which was giving them the power to cut down your inalienable rights to serve God according to the dictates of conscience, and to keep science from the field of human life. Thirdly, I also offer succor to the people who will, in this hour of war, aid us in slaying and subjugating these criminals, who have stolen the livery of heaven to serve the devil in, no matter whether such people are Jews, Gentiles, Protestants, Catholics, or worldlings, and if after they are vanquished and peace is declared, the said Jews, Gentiles, Protestants, Catholics, or worldlings cannot conscientiously join the Naturalists, they shall not be molested in thinking and acting as they choose, so long as they do not become a nuisance, an injury, and meddlers in our affairs. Fourthly, I proclaim that no more dishonest men or women shall hold any office in the United States so long as I have influence enough to prevent it. But I claim that if my doctrines, as laid down in the 42nd chapter of this truthful novel, were observed, by making an amendment to the Constitution of the United States that no man shall become a millionaire, whilst thereby hundreds are made paupers, dishonest officials would naturally become obsolete, when a healthier state of affairs would reign, and plenty of time would be afforded every one to devote himself and herself to pleasant and rational enjoyment, which would make earth heavenly, a thing that these vipers and constitutional usurpers would deprive every person from doing by their selfish antichrist and anti-natural dictations. Fifthly, I would kindly hint that there is now left only one of two things. First, join us in conquering the usurpers and bloody conspirators, and remain free to serve God according to the dictation of conscience. Or, second, remain passive or neutral in this conflict, and thereby without action, aid those who would rob us of all our property, of our natural rights of our salvation, and call it the piety of the elect, from which, great Lord, deliver us. I appeal in conclusion to all the people to seriously pause before they cast their lot with the destroyers of every liberty and comfort that God and a sound physiology have vouchsafed unto every human soul. I pray all the people for their children's and grandchildren's sake, and for the sake of God and the angels, to assist us in subjugating our enemies, when war, rumors of war, famine, pestilence, and hard times would come no more. When all sorts of slavery, all sorts of selfishness, usurpation, and anarchy would take wings and fly to the infernal realms of damnation. In the name of God and man, I hereunto set my hand and seal. This day of 1900, Victor Juno. It was astonishing to see the effect this proclamation had upon the masses of the people, and it was still more astounding to see that every newspaper, daily, weekly, and monthly, published it. Some of the most bitter orthodox papers published it as a presumptuous and wrath-exciting document, hoping by doing so they would rile and arouse the people in their favor, whilst others inserted it for fear its omissions might create an onslaught upon them. Many of these people, Pharisee-like, a la Rev. Joe Pier, were afraid to die in their hardened sectarian sinfulness. Therefore they would do, on such occasions, as they were taught, by precept and example, by their blind leaders to do all their lives, namely, act the hypocrite. If they were experts in nothing else, they were in hypocrisy. A poor wind that does not blow someone good is an old saying, and I might apply it to the traitors of all countries and nations, who betrayed either party for gain of some kind, and to gain an extended lease of life was a sweet balm of Gilead to treacherous cowards, knaves, and hypocrites. End chapter.
Chapter 79 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 79. Dr. Juno's Terrible Army Orders. Now, cruel war was fairly in operation when the wedding day of Victor and Lucinda had to be again postponed, as Dr. Victor Juno was the chief general, and in fact father of the Naturalists, who instituted this revolution that now called him into the field of terror. General Washington Armington, who was a powerful and eminently popular tactician, having earned a world-renowned fame in the War of Mexico and in the more recent rebellion with the Southern Confederacy, was second in command to Dr. Juno. And as the former was the intended father-in-law of the latter, they were sworn friends, who wielded a talismanic influence at home, where they were best known. Harry Gossamer, the was-to-be-drowned conspirator, who labored in the West under an assumed name, but for convenience sake we call him by his own name, General Harry Gossamer, led a Western army into Washington, where the war was commenced, and generaled the successful attack upon the bribed and cowardly congressman, but who was driven speedily westward by the militia, who obeyed the president's call. Dr. Juno now took the field, and moved instantly into the rear of the conspirators' army that drove General Gossamer westward, and on reaching the country through which the armies had passed, Dr. Juno issued the following: "To the sovereign, God-fearing, and loving people I issue this order, with a determination to carry it out to the letter. First, all persons who aid the army of the conspirators shall be considered as the allies of the enemies of the working people. Second, all the enemies to the working classes and naturalists shall be shot, unless they were forced to take up arms, and when taken prisoners must at once be sworn into the army of the naturalists, and enter their ranks or be shot on the spot. Third, the sick and wounded of the enemy shall be humanely cared for until well enough to take our oath of allegiance, and when sufficiently recovered shall take the field against the conspirators or be shot. Fourth, No distinction shall be made between the sexes, so far as our enemies are concerned. But little children alone shall be kindly and tenderly guarded and protected, no matter who are the parents, for they have had no choice in the conflict, have no voice. Hence must be cared for. This is peremptory. Females are not compelled to take up arms, but they must take positive sides, and be treated as friends or enemies. And if enemies, must be shot the same as men for their disloyalty to the natural cause of the producers. Fifth, this war was not our production, but we were compelled to strike for God and mankind, or suffer the devil to swallow us and our descendants up in victory. Therefore, we are in favor of being as cruel as we can be to our enemies, for the purpose of giving them the sooner a surfeit of rebellion to God and mankind. Sixth, we await with open arms the return of the prodigals, or we shall wave the black flag over their heads. War knows nothing but cruelty and death to the foe, and on these principles has this strife been inaugurated by the bloody conspirators, and on the same platform it shall be carried on and ended. My soldiers will promptly execute every part of my first proclamation, and this my first army order. Given at headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, this 6th day of blank, 19 blank, by Victor Juno. When this army order was published, many said that General Juno could never raise an army under such discipline that would be able to cope with the army of the Orthodox people. Moreover, that thousands would not join his cause that would have done so had he accepted the customary course that is pursued in time of war. But Dr. Juno was an original man, and knew what he was doing. It was a great mistake on the part of the sectarian conspirators to flatter themselves that any such cruelly stringent orders from Dr. Juno would prevent him from having a sufficiently numerous army and navy to enforce his commands. But his enemies did not know that all the secret beneficial societies throughout the United States and even Canada were a unit in fighting for the working people's cause, which Dr. Juno espoused. Therefore, when the tyrant, Juno, as he was called, wanted more men, all he had to do was to say so, and on all occasions and in every part of the country they came forth equipped and drilled soldiers. This amazed the orthodox advocates, whilst it frightened thousands so badly that they esteemed General Juno as a man of talismanic powers, whose will and orders dared not be opposed with impunity. Still, the orthodoxy had the most money, hence could buy enough drunken and daredevil men to make up an immensely numerous army and navy, far outnumbering the naturalist soldiers. But the purchased men fought for gain, and not for principle, and constituted a dissipated and drunken army and navy, whose leading officers often were dead drunk when the most fierce battles raged. On the other hand, General Juno's army and navy was composed of men who fought for principle, and who had been the bone and sinew of the nation from their birth, therefore the following. Army Order No. 2 of the Naturalists. To the soldiers and marines of the Naturalists. I have simply to say that they shall be fed on the best fruits, grains, vegetables, and lean herbivorous meat that the country can afford. Those who remain at home, except the little children, shall live on the poorest food, whilst you will have the very best, which is necessary to carry you through the war with safety. Water and pure liquors are the only admissible beverages, and the latter shall only be used as stimulants and medicines by those who have been in the habit of the vice of stimulating. The physicians will see who needs the pure liquors. Clothing, blankets, and general equipments shall also be the best in the land, but no fashionable and useless display shall be tolerated. Tobacco, spices, drugs, and other delicacies shall not be admissible under any pretext, and our hygienic medical and surgical treatment will furnish better remedies. Every secret beneficial society has had several men and women educated as physicians and surgeons, who understand the law of cure or law of growth. Therefore, our soldiers and marines shall be killed in battle only, and not in hospitals by charlatans. By treating our soldiers and marines to food and drink that makes nothing but pure blood and solid nerves, flesh and bones, their wounds will heal like magic. Hence we have no dead weight on our hands, but having 2/3 of them in hospitals. Nor will we have any prisoners of war to guard and feed, because we send them as sworn soldiers into our ranks, or shoot them charitably, ending their lives hastily. Given at headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, this blank of blank 19 blank, by Victor Juno. End of Chapter 79. Chapter 80 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 80. Retaliatory Measures of the Conspirators' Army. When the Army and Navy of the conspirators became acquainted with the Black Flag Order by Dr. Juno, they appealed to their officers for the privilege of retaliating, by not giving any quarters to the Naturalists. To this the officers did not object in the least, but were rather pleased with the idea of summary retaliation, forgetting that such a course of license to a drunken, paid and daredevil army of men was a dangerous pretext, dangerous to their own safety and the safety of their own people, because such privileged license was only proper with men who fought for principle, fought for what they loved and knew was right. This privilege of retaliation, granted to an army and navy of men that were not interested in the cause for which they fought for lucre, could easily be turned to advantage against their own employers, provided insults were offered these soldiers and marines, or if a chance for greater gain of money could be obtained, they would carry their retaliative measures as willingly against their own people as against any other. And as these hired soldiers hated the rich people, who had always made and still make mere slaves and drudges of them, it was a great oversight in the officers of the Orthodox Army and Navy to permit retaliation. Dr. Juno, having been a man of extensive foresight, who fully comprehended human nature in all its numerical phases, saw all these things in advance, hence was prepared to take advantage of everything. He told his men that their enemy should surely retaliate, and if they did, it would be a great feather in his cap, because such a shiftless, dissipated, and unprincipled set of hireling warriors as they would soon ravish their wealthy masters. Yes, rob their leaders, slay them, and seduce their women, in retaliation for the wealth and power the rich have always had over them. No one should be so big a fool as to think that the poor, the wretched, and even the most debauched had no desire to possess large amounts of filthy lucre. These were the very people who saw the most value in the dirty stuff. Therefore they felt vindictive, and were inclined to retaliate on their employers even before they had received their bounty. They looked upon the war, for which they were hired to shoot people, as a popular way of being paid for murdering innocent people in cold blood by the wholesale. Hence a single-handed murder, in all time to come, seemed to them a trifling offense, as compared with the wholesale butchery to which they were accessory. To the wise, these conclusions are scientific, and the prophecy of these deductions may be seen, in time to come, to be fulfilled to the letter, as they have been in the past. Dr. Juno had all his officers instructed, before the war was known of, in all the important points that would be necessary to successfully consummate the work of the Reformation. He said often to his disciples, "Beloved naturalists, evils must often be exchanged for evils, when false prophets and blind leaders are recognized as the sovereigns of a nation or nations, because all the conditions surrounding the people are, under this state of affairs, unfavorable to the purification and elevation of the race. Hence even the best men and women of such a nation are creatures of morbid circumstances. Therefore, cruel war, to speedily wipe out self-righteous and domineering leaders and their satellites, would be a charity, although a cruel momentary caustic, to create a healthful granulation of a malignant indolent sore, which requires the most fiery escharotic to burn out the virus of such a detrimental disease. I am for peace and goodwill to man. But before the calm and balm of peace can come to such a wicked, God-forsaken, lucre-worshipping people as this generation of the bloody conspirators are, we must thoroughly purge this terrestrial globe with fire, thunder, and lightning, and wash the sins of hereditary diathesis from amongst the propagators of future generations. The quickest way to do this, the easier and better the results. Hence, an internal war that will strike terror to the hearts of the self-righteous, Bible-hardened, and reckless transgressors of fixed law will be the only specific panacea for the thorough eradication of our national consumption. This, dear naturalists, is my apology for instituting a rigorous and black flag war, the cruelty and terror of which was never and shall never be known. And if it pleases God that I shall be the greatest sufferer by it, as I have always suffered by adhering to these teachings, I am very willing to hold out faithful to the end, and thank the Spirit that moved me to commence and consummate this work, which I am fully convinced will be finished by you if I should fall in the first battle. Therefore, strike with a glowing heart, and strike vehemently, and do not spare a foe any more than God himself would save an impenitent soul from perdition. So help you God. With such teachings, tactics, and management as Dr. Juno has for years labored to instill into and establish amongst his followers, there was sufficient magical vitality and heavenly bounty bestowed upon them to satiate all with a never-ceasing love for God and mankind. Hence, when they went into the field of battle with a hired foe, they cared nothing for such retaliation as could be heaped upon them. The first retaliation that transpired fell upon the innocent of the conspirators' own flesh and blood, which demoralized an already demoralized and debauched army. Therefore, 20 of these soldiers were not equal to one naturalist. This was proved by the first great battle, which was fought on the western shores of the state of Virginia. General Gossamer had only 2,000 men thoroughly equipped, who were being driven by an orthodox standing army of 40,000 regular soldiers, whilst Dr. Juno pursued the pursuers of General Gossamer with only 5,000 picked naturalists. And when Dr. Juno's brigade had reached the pursuing conspirators' army, he ordered an immediate assault, and General Armington directed the attack, whilst Dr. Juno ordered General Gossamer to turn upon the foe, when 30,000 conspirators fell dead besides the wounded, but only 600 naturalists were killed and wounded. General Armington took the balance prisoners, and Dr. Juno immediately appeared upon the ground to swear into his own army those who were ready to side with the naturalists, and those who refused were shot dead without compunction of conscience. End of Chapter 80. Chapter 81 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 81. Captured Conspirators Shot Dead. Dr. Juno addressed the prisoners, who were not too badly wounded to comprehend him, as follows. Fellow citizens and prisoners, we do not war against men for gain, or for glory of men, but for the rights of all who are of woman born, for equal rights, for just rights, for the subjugation of those who possess more than their share of this world's goods, for the subversion of those who pay you with the money which belongs as much to you as to them to fight for them, so that they can continue to usurp every right of mankind and thereby hold you in bondage to their heinous tyranny. But we are here as your friends, the friends of the whole people, who are willing to live and let live as freely as they themselves wish to live. I wish you to join us, and if you refuse, you may know the consequences. Those who desire to join us will move in the direction of our soldiers. Room was made for the prisoners who desired to join the naturalists to walk within the lines of the latter, when all passed over except what remained of 2 regiments, when Dr. Juno continued. Do you, who remain in your old positions, desire to continue rebellious? I will give you 30 minutes to consider the question of either joining our cause and our army, or to be shot dead within that time." "You would not dare to shoot us!" ejaculated a half-intoxicated and impudent colonel of one of the regiments. "Do not be deceived, my misled man," said Dr. Juno. "But you will see that I shall do that very thing." Dr. Juno now administered the oath of allegiance to those who were willing to join his army. The following is the oath. "You do solemnly swear that you will join the army and cause of the Naturalists, and will never more, by word or deed, aid or abet the Orthodox or Conspirators' army or navy, but will faithfully obey the commanders of the Naturalists. All those of you who are willing to abide by this oath, or expect to be shot dead if violating it, will signify it by raising their left hands toward heaven, and placing their right hands upon their hearts." It only took a few minutes to administer this oath to a whole regiment, on account of being able to administer it to them all at once, because the answering it with their hands gave the officers a chance to see if all had taken it. When Dr. Juno had finished this task, he said to the rebellious prisoners, "You have 5 minutes to decide between death and joining our army," which caused about 24 more to take the oath. And when they had done so, the same colonel cried out, "Cowards! You do not mean to fight for the heretics. I know you won't. But you are scared by the high-flowing language of this braggadocio. He dare not shoot us, and he knows it. Your time for repentance has expired. Your hour of grace has gone by. Soldiers, prepare to fire." Here a regiment of Naturalists formed into a line, when he continued, "Aim. May God have mercy on your souls. Fire." Bang! Off went the rifles, and about 1/2 fell stone dead, when Dr. Juno repeated, "Soldiers, prepare to fire. Aim. May God have mercy on your souls. Fire." When the balance were dispatched, without one prisoner falling to expire at once, except the impudent colonel, who was not yet aimed at. When Dr. Juno saw this, he said, "Providence or chance has saved your miserable life, and before I will order you to be shot, I will permit you to say what you now think, whether I dare not shoot you." "Sir," quite humbly said the colonel, who seemed fully sobered by this time, "you are a brave man, and if you will permit me at this late hour, I will cheerfully fight desperately under so heroic a commander as yourself. I pray you, accept my offer." "Certainly, sir," responded Dr. Juno. "Come and take the oath, and you may be of great service to us, if for nothing else but to warn others, who in the future may be of your opinion. I do not desire to shoot men in this or any other manner, but war means surrender to the strongest or death, and this is the only way to strengthen and make an army victorious. If I may be so bold as to ask, are you not afraid that these compulsory deserters might turn upon you when an opportunity affords?" said the colonel. "Not at all," smilingly answered Dr. Juno. "We are guarded against that, and our remedy is specific, which you may see some day." "I hope so indeed, since I have become a naturalist," said the colonel. "But your most generous and sound sense addressed to our men, previous to ordering any of us into your ranks, then touched my better nature. Still, I felt ugly toward all of you, and I must say without a cause, for I am already convinced that your motives and teachings are misunderstood by the great majority of our soldiers." "May God open the eyes of all before one more drop of blood is spilled," sadly responded Dr. Juno. "Amen," came from hundreds of the men, and some of them had large tears in their eyes, caused by the sincere, earnest, and impressive manner in which Juno said, "May God open the eyes of all before one more drop of blood is spilled." Let the reader, for one moment, think of a man who had suffered for nearly half a century the most barbarous martyrdom, and when he had it in his power to speedily annihilate every one of his enemies and become dictator, he could utter the foregoing sentence and act upon it. Was this not enough to cause the Spirit of Christ to hover around the hearts of all who saw such an act by man? Could anything more noble, more Christ-like, more God-like be done by sinful mortal? And could any heart be so stony as to spurn such an achievement? End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 82. The Religious Conspirators Dumbfounded. The newspapers all over the country published the proclamation and army orders of Dr. Juno, which, however, few but his own people believed he would execute. But after he did so, the whole orthodox world was dumbfounded. In fact, they could not believe that the man lived who would assume such a responsibility as to inaugurate such black deeds as shooting dead prisoners of war. But such was the case, and many of the public journals denounced Juno as an infamous tyrant and dastardly usurper, whilst the liberal press approved of this novel but effectual warfare. The President ordered a draft to be made for 500,000 men, and issued a proclamation ordering the guarding of every arsenal in the Union. But he was too late, because 7/8 of them had already been in secret possession of the Naturalists, and by the time the draft was fairly begun, over 900,000 Naturalists were in the field, equipped with the military trappings which were stored in said United States arsenals. Even the war vessels had nearly all been in possession of the Naturalists, which was a dreadful state of affairs. There was but one thing left for the orthodox people, and that was to offer immense bounties, amounting to $5,000 and $6,000 for good, able-bodied soldiers who were familiar with tactics, and half as much for green men. This was sufficient inducement to raise an immense army and navy, the President having by this time made an additional call, making altogether over 1 million of men. But, alas, when the officials of the government that was, the Orthodoxy, went to the various arsenals for the implements of war, great Mars, they were apparently empty. The muskets, cannon, and accoutrements had fled, and what to do with this immense army and navy, and not enough weapons to equip one half of them, was a stunner. This news was kept as secret as possible. The Orthodoxy would not expose it, because the effect would be fatal to their cause, and the Naturalists would never divulge their secret operations, hoping, however, to astonish their enemies when the crisis of war would come. There were many excellent generals in the Orthodox army, who were on the field, and who mustered and marched all their equipped veterans toward the main army of Dr. Juno, hoping and expecting to outgeneral him, and, if possible, take him prisoner and shoot him, as he shot their men. A terrific battle was fought in the southern part of Ohio, where the army of the Naturalists lost 10,000 men in one day in killed and wounded, which made things look blue. But in less than 24 hours they were reinforced secretly, or unexpectedly, to the Orthodox army, when the wheels of fortune were immediately reversed, and over 30,000 conspirators fell dead in 6 hours. 10,000 prisoners were taken, and the balance of them escaped the fire and wrath of Juno's men. The same day the prisoners were again challenged, as before, when about 2/3 of them could not resist Dr. Juno's appeal, nor cared to be summarily sent beyond this shoal of tears. The persistent and rebellious ones were shot dead, except 4 Orthodox generals, who, of course, could not join the Naturalists, and they felt certain Dr. Juno would not shoot them. He addressed them as follows, after he had the balance shot. "Brave soldiers, you are the leaders of a misled and drunken people. You have deserved 10 deaths, where these poor soldiers that have just fallen at our hands have scarcely deserved death. but my way of carrying on war is greatly different from old customs and usages, and all who are fools enough to join your army and navy cannot expect any better than death if caught in rebellion against the sovereign people's rights. Although you deserve instant death, I will still not have you shot until such time as I find it necessary for my own safety to shoot you. I do not believe in policy in times of peace, but in the terrible hour of war, good management points me out the plan I am about to institute. I will retain you as hostages, and should any of my generals or myself ever be taken as prisoners of war by your people, I will now issue my order that if we are shot, or whatever ill usage we shall receive, shall instantly be given to you in return. If you have anything to say, now is your time. I make it a rule never to execute or imprison a foe without giving him an opportunity to fully vindicate himself by words, if he can do so, and I hope I shall in all future time be granted the same privilege, which, however, your people have denied me for nearly 25 years. Yes, they have closed the newspaper columns against me, have robbed me and mine of every right that God and a free republic permit their subjects. And since you and yours have started the war, we mean to finish it in prime order. Now I shall be happy to hear from the intelligent gentlemen who stand before me." "Noble sir," said the eldest of the four, "we have never before been able to appreciate your excellent character, and although you have always done business in an original manner, we have not given you credit for being so great a philosopher and general as your novel tactics prove you to be. It is said that still waters run deep, and I have been of the opinion a month ago that you could not raise 10,000 soldiers. But I now see that, whilst you seem to be apparently still of late years, you have been running deep, working almost wisely in secret. And, although I am your prisoner, I do not fear that any insult or injustice shall be visited upon us, whilst your hostages. Therefore we shall cheerfully submit to whatever you dictate." "You flatter me," responded Dr. Juno, "but whilst I harbour no malice, I am nevertheless not easily gulled by flattery. But I may never find it in my power to repay the debt I owe the leaders of the orthodox conspirators. Still, I will assure you that you will never harm yourself or my cause any more. And if I did not see the necessity of using a little policy in case of a mishap, I would shoot you with as little compunction of conscience as I would kill a snake. I mean this kindly, because duty cries aloud for such kindness to the little ones, and as long as the accursed doctrines of the orthodoxy rule, human souls will be sprung into existence at haphazard, through lust and assumed chastity, whilst the land will be flooded with criminals to the manor born, who are reared with less science and care than farm brutes or vermin. End of Chapter 82. Chapter 83 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 83. Dr. Juno writes to his Lucinda. Dr. Juno ordered that it should be kept a secret that these hostages, the four generals, were alive, until such time as he saw fit to permit its publication. He said, "Let the enemy think that we have shot them as well as the common soldiers." He now wrote the following letter to his beloved Lucinda. Headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, December 19 My dearly beloved Lucinda, I have great cause to thank God and the working people for the advancement of our cause. I have just taken many prisoners, and amongst them 4 of the greatest generals that this country can produce. I did not shoot the latter, but wisely retained them, my darling, for hostages, because I may some day fall into the enemy's hands. And I will here say that I expect some immense fighting shortly, and whilst I have it kept a secret that I have not shot the generals, I wish you to keep posted in all that transpires. And should your father, myself, or other naturalists be taken prisoners, I desire that you at once execute the plan that I have left to your hands, and should they kill me, do not despair, my most precious darling, but carry out my will as you have it with you. The secret order of naturalists will obey you to the letter in carrying it out. I do not wish to distress you, sweet angel, but you know I am amongst the army, and often in the thick of battle. But the angels guard the soul of man who proves faithful to God's cause. Should I never see you more, which, however, I hope to do, be assured that as my spirit liveth, it shall whisper comfort into your soul, and when you come home, where parting shall be no more, we will have cause to praise God with such delight that the supremest joys will quicken and eternally magnify our great love for Him and one another. We do not die, but simply go to our Father who is in heaven, when the spirit leaves this mortal coil. And I do not fear him who can destroy my body, but cannot harm soul or spirit. I dress like a common soldier when in battle, but on other occasions I wear my uniform as general. I am well and in excellent spirits. Be of good cheer, and give my love to all who may honor me sufficiently to inquire after my health. And, most dear angel, keep a mountain of my warmest gushing affection for your holy self. Farewell, and may heaven smile upon us all, and upon our enemies, and upon those particularly who I am compelled to send hence so speedily. From your own faithful Victor. Headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, January 19 My precious darling, I hastily take my pencil to write you particulars of the state of our position, and the intention of the enemy. I have just heard from 3 naturalists, who are in the conspirators' army, and whilst we are never entrenching ourselves very strongly, we have on this occasion thrown up strong breastworks. But we shall tomorrow morning, at 6 o'clock sharp, go for the enemy, and your father, General Gossamer, and myself shall be in the heat of battle until we win the day or die on the field. Our 3 spies say that the enemy is making its best effort to whip us, and if they fail this time, all is over with them. But if they win, they expect to retaliate and rout us and speedily end the war. They do not know what we know. Do they, precious dear? They have 3 men to 1 of ours. Still, that is nothing. But if you hear that we lose, arouse the naturalists all over the Union. Do it anyway, as soon as you receive this letter. The Orthodox army is awfully demoralized, and many of their officers are fashionable topers, who are setting a bad example to their men. But with us it is otherwise. Considering then that we are clear-headed, and they nearly all intoxicated, who can doubt what the result will be? Still, we may lose the battle. At any rate, this is to be the fiercest butchery that was ever fought on American soil. Arouse the naturalists, and fear nothing, my sweet dear. Trust to God and the right, and all will be well. Farewell, darling. I remain until death your own Victor. Terrace Garden, January 9, 1900. My own dear Victor, I received your last letter about an hour ago, and whilst I am no coward, still I am afraid that sooner or later you will fall into the enemy's hands, when they will shoot you in retaliation. I do not wish to lose you and live myself. Should you be killed, I promise you that I will instantly take your place and fight to the death. I am not revengeful, but I am sure that you are in the right. And as I love you, equally so do I love the cause for which you have jeopardized your precious life 1,000 times. And when you are gone, what have I to love or live for but that which you loved, lived, and died for? The Orthodox community are fairly in a foam about your Black Flag proclamation and its execution on the field of conflict. They denounce you in the strongest terms that language can express, and if they are not afraid of the working people and naturalists, they would set a reward of millions on your head. I assure you, most precious Victor, that I am and have continually been arousing the Naturalists in an effectual manner, and I am making hundreds of converts to our cause daily. If you are the head in the field of battle, I am the head in the field of conversion. Trust me with anything that may aid you, and I will add it with a vim. Precious Victor, please write to me as often as you can, for I am awfully anxious to hear from you personally, although I am very busy in arranging regiment after regiment, which I fill up by my secret workings and by lecturing in public. I suppose you will feel astonished at this, but I cannot be idle and grieve, like too many women who would do under similar circumstances, whilst I am capable of practically helping you and the great cause of mankind. I find a woman can do more than a man to arouse the sympathies of thinking minds, and although several attempts were made to insult me when I was addressing large audiences, your friends soon settled the unruly members. I am now fully called for, therefore excuse my abrupt closing, but accept my warmest love, and believe me to your own most affectionate Lucinda. End of Chapter 83. Chapter 84 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 84. The Fear and Distress of the Conspirators. It is often astonishing how long it takes the masses of the people to accept, or before they are even willing to examine, anything that is novel. New ideas and new discoveries or inventions are spurned, are the conjurations in public esteem of some brainless seeker after lucre. Probably this conclusion is arrived at by the masses because they themselves are guilty of doing nothing that does not bring money or its equivalent, hence the above-named conclusions. Oftentimes the most useful and logical matters must be kept floating before the public gaze for years before any of the modern patterns of society will behold the grandeur and superiority of such useful and logical matters. For instance, look at the public press, which should be and is the moulder of the public mind. These men, who own and edit the newspapers, claim to stand at the head of the pile of moralists and humanitarians. But whilst they look upon long-established unphysiological and abnormal usages as the legitimate institutions of the land, they overlook and even spurn the establishment where new ideas, new to them but old as the world, are presented to the gaze of the people. These journals will collect all the murders, rapes, thefts, and other crimes that are committed over the world, and fill their columns, local and editorial, with these heinous and disgusting sins of criminals to the manner bred and born, and send this olla patrita to all the Christian families, where innocent, dear little children are fed on it, which has the effect upon these undeveloped minds to cause a desire for the sumptuous dishes which come through criminal courts and crime-publishing newspapers. Whilst these heathen owners and editors of this public mind-molding press have looked for many years upon the science of sexual physiology, secrets of generation, and normal regeneration with a holy horror, they nevertheless profess to be the guardians of the public and private morals, whilst they were themselves besmeared with criminal slime from crown to toe. Consistency seems to be no part of such men's acts, as little as it is with the lethargic minds who spurn new ideas, inventions, and discoveries. But when the people once begin to see through such a criminal code of morals, they change like magic, and then the obsolete matters will be instantly forgotten, and will be treated as stupid and worthless. It has been so from time immemorial in all things, and it is equally so with the scientific teachings of Dr. Juno. The whole people now applaud him, and those who, several years ago, have spurned and persecuted him would now kiss the ground he walks on, if they were privileged to do so. Many cannot even yet see the propriety and need of advocating the fixed laws of human generation and regeneration. but to the wise a hint on this subject will suffice. These are the two topics which have caused one continual round of distress to the orthodox conspirators, simply because if such practical, scientific piety were carried out by all who increase and multiply, that false religion of the conspirators, which is founded upon conjecture, would receive a permanent death, and this bitter spirit of persecution of the man Juno, who advocated the only bona fide piety, would not have taken place. Consequently, this war, and the terror that now prevails amongst the orthodox conspirators, would not exist. These bigots and self-righteous drones are paying heavily for their folly. Very, very few respectable people stand by them, and they are all as much in fear of the working classes and naturalists as they used to despise these sovereign people of America. Who but sensualists, drunkards, gluttons, misers, and selfish dupes are their satellites and hireling soldiers? Not an honorable, decent person would, even at the close of this 19th century, be counted as a partner of their religion or illy-gotten lucre that was unjustly wrung from the working people by all sorts of cunning and craft, as is too well known to their dullest followers. Today, these people are in terrible fear and distress, from the fact that they see that the bone and sinew of the land are exacting their inalienable rights, are demanding the long-standing account to be summarily settled, which was due to them many years ago, but was haughtily withheld from them by these political and sectarian usurpers. These false guides would cheerfully, this moment, sell their birthrights for a mess of pottage, and join the cause of the naturalists if they would be sure that they would be accepted, and thought they could extricate themselves from their Augean filth and stereotyped blasphemy. They have by far the largest army, but their leaders lack courage, their soldiers are debauched, their women are downcast, and in fact the whole thing looks bad, viewing the matter from an internal standpoint. Of course, the world at large is not acquainted with the true state of affairs, and it is now the time when the leading but gloomy conspirators can practically and excusingly apply their hypocrisy by keeping up the deception that their army and navy are by far the most numerous, which is their only salvation to this hour. For if their own people, throughout the sectarian world, would know the true state of affairs, 7/8 of them would prove false to the bad cause of orthodoxy and leave it, joining the strong and safe side, because these people are awfully afraid to die. You can hear them continually lament that it is a serious thing to die. If they were the saints they profess to be, they would rejoice when the hour of their departure for the blessed realms of angels would arrive. In fear and trembling, the orthodox conspirators are pushing the war with all their might, and the cry is, "This coming battle will win for us. Our army is immensely large. We have the very best generals. The navy is in a good state, but of little use in the coming fray. Hurrah for the Orthodox army." End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 85. Terrible Battle Fought, Dr. Juno Shot and Lost. At last, the hour had arrived for the critical conflict to begin, and it did begin with terrible fury, in the southern portion of Ohio, through Indiana and Kentucky, until the Ohio River was dyed crimson with the gore of human beings. At first, the conspirators' army dashed into the field as though they were going to fairly swallow up the Naturalists, but the brave heroes did not fear them very much. At least, the manner in which they repulsed the right wing of the conspirators' army proved that they were prepared and ready for the fray. This flank movement of the Naturalists fairly routed and ruined the conspirators, and in their flight they were shot and cut down like chaff. However, the conspirators were very heavily reinforced when they made a stand which caused a considerable commotion against the Naturalists, whose time for a repulse came in turn, and they were driven back in good order for 10 miles, but only 700 prisoners were taken by the conspirators. And what seemed very peculiar was that only about 2,000 Naturalists were killed and wounded, whilst over 60,000 conspirators were crippled and slaughtered. The latter seemed to fire too high. Whether this was owing to drunkenness or mismanagement of the officers was not known. Still, they made a poor impression on the sober Naturalists. When the report spread that the latter were driven north into Ohio, a new uprising and influx of Naturalists took place, when the conspirators were again routed and were driven, bloody and worn out, through the Ohio River in double quick, many having been taken prisoners. Many were drowned who ran into the river, and finding it too deep to wade, and could not swim, sank to rise no more. These scenes were heartrending and revolting. It was Dr. Juno's black flag proclamation that caused the enemy to risk their lives in the river, rather than be taken prisoners, to be summarily shot down like dogs. When the army of the Naturalists reached the Ohio River and found that the enemy was demoralized, Dr. Juno ordered his men to pursue them, whilst he was at the head of a brigade, dashing forward like infuriated demons. Those who could swim he ordered to wade and swim, whilst his immense cavalry force swam their horses, and the ammunition was carried across the water on flat boats, pontoons, and over the old bridge, which the conspirators had not time to disturb. Now the climax of carnage and horror approached. Both armies were heavily reinforced from every available point, and in Kentucky the next to the last and worst battle was fought. Dr. Juno kept pursuing the enemy until he could go no further, on account of the conspirators having received immense new supplies of men, who fought like envenomed veterans. And the Naturalists on the northern side, where Dr. Juno's division was so fiercely pursuing the conspirators, were repulsed furiously, and quite a great many Naturalists fell dead and wounded. They did not run, but fought until they reached the Ohio River again, when Dr. Juno was riddled with bullets and the balance of his army had to surrender. Over 30,000 prisoners were taken, Dr. Juno included. But at the same time, the army of Naturalists under General Gossamer, from Indiana, were pressing vehemently upon the left wing of the entire conspirators' forces, whilst General Armington had an immense fresh army marching from the east upon the right wing of the enemy. Under these circumstances, the conspirators had no chance to either shoot or guard their prisoners, who were immediately rescued and again joined their own army, when the conspirators were making tracks for their fortifications in the southwestern portion of Kentucky, where they were pursued and reinforced. Thus ended that terrific battle, but neither army had many prisoners, except the wounded, who were kindly treated by both parties until such time when the black flag was swung over those who refused to take their respective oath of allegiance. One thing must be said to the credit of the conspirators, that they rescinded their order or permission of retaliation, and each Naturalist prisoner had to be tried by court-martial before he could be punished. Their own people all over the Union demanded this in respect to their old customs and usages. However, there were other things pressing down against advocating or pursuing the course that Dr. Juno instituted. First, they found it too dangerous for their hired and demoralized army to be allowed to shoot prisoners in retaliation. And second, their entire community could not bear to let their army do what all of them so severely denounced as barbarous and uncivilized. It was this very cry against Dr. Juno's black flag conduct that united the Orthodox people. Had it not been for this cruel course, which Dr. Juno inaugurated and carried out, not one half the people that did unite themselves in active warfare would have taken any interest or part in this war. Dr. Juno knew all these things in advance, and he also was aware that the conflict would be much more severe by the course he adopted than it would have been had he followed the old usages. Still, his way proved to have been, after all, the wisest, most charitable, and practical. Dr. Juno could not be found by the Naturalists, but by mere chance a brother saw the conspirators carry him alive from the field dangerously wounded, which the Naturalists kept quiet. But this fact caused an immense stir amongst his people. End of Chapter 85. Chapter 86 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 86. Miss Armington takes the field when she finds that Dr. Juno is gone. When the news secretly spread amongst the secret societies that Dr. Juno was either dead or a prisoner of war, Miss Lucinda Armington issued a proclamation through the newspapers, and also sent it far and near by telegraph to the workingmen and naturalists, which was given in hieroglyphics, so that none could comprehend it except the members of the secret societies. It was to this effect: Terrace Garden, blank 19 blank. The hour has come when our hero is no more with us. He has been shot at the head of his brigade in the retreat on the 7th instant, and is now in the enemy's hands, either dead or alive. Probably they are not yet cognizant of it. I need not say that this is a terribly distressing affair to me personally, as well as it must be to the brotherhood of the people, and it behooves us to make Herculean efforts to rescue him, whether he is dead or living. If he is no more to be with us as a friend and a benefactor, let us nevertheless obtain his body and finish the war for the people. I have promised my beloved Victor, in our last interview, that if he fell on the battlefield, or was otherwise deprived from seeing this work completed, that I would take his place and fight and labor until I too followed him or gained the victory. This was his will, as expressed in a written document now in my possession. I therefore proclaim to you, the loyal subjects of my devoted and betrothed husband, that I will take the field at the head of the army of naturalists, and I hereby call for every available able-bodied man that can be secured to instantly join our army and navy, and by at once, in secret, attacking the enemy on all sides, we may finish this cruel work of warfare by one united gigantic blow, and thereby obtain the body of Dr. Juno. General Gossamer will rally and control the western portion of the army. My father will take charge of the eastern divisions, and I will see to that part of it which can be centered upon the enemy from the north. 1 week from today, at 8 o'clock in the evening, I have appointed for a united clandestine movement upon the conspirators. In the meantime, the enemy shall be made believe that we are nearly used up, and cannot take the aggressive for months. This will cause them to relax their vigilance, when half of their officers will get drunk with bad liquors, and the men will imitate their masters and superiors, as is always the case. Admiral Cunning I hereby order to advance his ironclad navy up the Ohio River as fast as possible, and although he cannot do any particular harm to the enemy where he now is, still, when the land forces shall scatter the conspirators, he shall be able to cause a river of blood to flow in horror. The sisters of our secret order of naturalists will cooperate with the soldiers, and each regiment will have a free supply of them with it to prepare food, do nursing, and attend to such duties as they feel disposed to voluntarily perform, and such as will be assigned them by the officers. Remember the hour for the united assault, and be it particularly understood that I order that the proclamation and army orders of my betrothed husband, Dr. Juno, shall be carried out in all cases as if he were upon the field. Given by the successor of Dr. Juno, who will instantly repair to the headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, by Lucinda Armington. This proclamation of Miss Armington had a most salutary effect upon the entire country, and the working-men and naturalists rose as one man to slay the enemy. Every word of it fell upon holy ground, and mind, muscle, and money were lavished in every conceivable manner to carry out this proclamation of the betrothed lady of the lamented and most beloved Dr. Juno. The females were ready to shoulder arms all over the Union, At a public meeting that was held by the ladies the day after this loyal document was issued, the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. Whereas our beloved benefactor and loyal master, Dr. Victor Juno, has won a great battle on the 7th instant, and whereas several of our men have fallen into the hands of the enemy, who may execute them summarily, and whereas we, the female population of the United States, feeling a great interest in the cause of humanity, shall instantly cooperate with the Army and Navy of the Naturalists, and whereas we desire to see this war ended, that peace and goodwill may come unto all the working people. Therefore, resolved, that we recognize the proclamation just issued by Miss Lucinda Armington, the affianced wife of Dr. Victor Juno, who will preside at the head of the army of the people during the illness of Dr. Juno, and that we shall lend our assistance toward the subjugation of the enemy, and solicit the cooperation of our sisters throughout the Union. Mrs. S. T., President. Miss R. K., Secretary. Headquarters of the Army of the Naturalists, blank 19 blank. I hereby order that my proclamation be strictly observed, having this day learned that our beloved Victor is a prisoner of war in the hands of the enemy, having been penetrated with bullets without injuring a vital organ, and he is recovering very rapidly, as he always does. At any rate, I understand that he is to be tried by court-martial on the very day I have mentioned in my proclamation. You are all familiar with that, and I hereby enjoin vigilance and punctuality, giving extra dignity and power to the cause. The rest remains to be seen on that auspicious day. Heaven grant that the right may conquer. Lucinda. This terse little order was published to the world, but no one but the naturalist understood the whole of it, as the proclamation was not published to the world, but only to those who understood the hieroglyphics of the secret societies. It kindled a fire of fury and determination in every loyal breast. Dr. Juno a prisoner of war, and to be tried by court-martial! Great powers above! Was the unanimous impression. Surely he will be shot forthwith, unless the conspirators dread his followers. The following sentiments were freely expressed by the sympathizers of Dr. Juno. The Orthodox army dare not shoot Dr. Juno. We will make it too hot for them to do so in the next 24 hours. Dr. Juno will make a speech before that court-martial that will magnetize his enemies with dreadful horror and come away unharmed. If Dr. Juno is allowed to speak before he is shot, he will defy the enemy. When the conspirators learn that Miss Lucinda Armington has taken Dr. Juno's place at headquarters, and has ordered the execution of his first proclamation, they will not find him guilty of crime. If the court-martial will sentence Dr. Juno to be shot, they will find it entirely too dangerous to execute the sentence. If Dr. Juno is shot by the conspirators, it will cause a terribly revengeful feeling throughout the world, because his motives and movements have been all too unselfish and philanthropic to deserve death. Beware, O Pharisees, how you insult and handle our heroic master. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 87. The Trial by Court-Martial of Dr. Juno. After the Orthodox conspirators had lost nearly one-half of their men in that dreadful battle just fought, they were very blue, although then their army was safely inside of their strong fortifications, until the news came that Dr. Juno had been shot and was their prisoner in one of their hospitals. No one knew him until he had been carried amongst other prisoners to a hospital, and then not until the surgeon had dressed his gunshot wounds, of which he had 20, no one fatal, when one of the nurses recognized him, who at once went to the physician and said, "Dr. Johnson, Do you know that the man who has had 20 wounds, neither of which you said was dangerous, is Dr. Juno?" "You are crazy," ejaculated the doctor, and stared at the nurse as if he would devour him. "No, sir," emphatically exclaimed the nurse. "I am not crazy, but I am telling you the truth, for I know the doctor well." "Pshaw," interposed the doctor. "He was a private soldier, dressed in the commonest manner. He may resemble Juno, but never was it he." "If it is not he, you may shoot me," exclaimed the nurse, very much agitated, "for I have spoken with him, and I know his voice as well as my own, and it is not likely that I am deceived in his voice and personal identity. Please come with me and see for yourself." "I don't know him if I should fall over him," said the physician angrily. "Therefore my going to see him would not benefit anything." "We will ask him whether it is not he," interposed the nurse. "Fool, do you think he would be big enough an idiot to tell the truth?" ejaculated he. "For if Juno was dressed in a private soldier's disguise, he will not acknowledge that it was he were we all to ask him, knowing that such an acknowledgment would prove his instant death." "Yes, he would," exclaimed the nurse. "I know him too well. He is no coward nor dissembler. Do please come and let us ask him. You know the reward that is offered for his capture. We may be entitled to it by this move." "Sure enough," said he. "I will go with you." They hurried to the bedside of Dr. Juno, who was sleeping as serenely as if he had never seen a care or had a trouble, when the physician said to the nurse, whilst they both gazed upon his manly face, "Tom, this man has an uncommon face, and he sleeps as if he were in perfect health and enjoyed a happy life. I hate to wake him, because he is recuperating like magic under the influence of such a sleep." "Never mind all that," said the nurse. "He will soon sleep again." "That may be so," exclaimed he. "Here it goes," and he touched his shoulder and said, "Dr. Juno, is that you?" "Yes, sir," ejaculated Dr. Juno. "What do you want?" This almost paralyzed the physician, when he asked again, seeing that the man was now fully awake. "Sir, I wish to know if you are Dr. Victor Juno." "I am," very calmly said he. "Do you know where you are, Dr. Juno?" continued the physician, still doubting. "Of course I do," said he, and turning slightly in his couch, continued, "I am in my enemy's hospital. Now please let me sleep, and when I am better I will gladly speak with you." The two inquirers of the name of their patient now left the room together, and after they were beyond Dr. Juno's hearing, the physician said to the nurse, "Tom, this man astonishes me. I am favorably disappointed with him. I always thought that he was an ugly-tempered and rascally old fellow, without sense or conscience. But such a head as this man has shows talent and good qualities. I did not notice him when I dressed his wounds, or I would have seen by half a glance that noble countenance. I love and respect him." "Is it possible that you are so violently taken with the man who has caused this most unjust and cruel war? And then, think how he shoots our soldiers when they are taken prisoners. I want to see him shot in return for his uncivilized and barbarous conduct," said Tom. "I do not wish to see him shot. He is too noble a looking man to execute in that style. Have you read his masterly proclamation and army orders? They are sound in doctrine, and, if carried out, will soon end the war and prove a real charity," exclaimed the physician of the hospital. "I shall at once repair to the office of General Orthod and report what I have learned," said Tom. When the officers of the conspirators had learned that Dr. Juno was their prisoner, they at once convened a special court-martial, and in a few days, when he was able to sit up, they tried him. The day of trial and other particulars were published to the world in all the orthodox newspapers, in staring headlines. The orthodox people and army and navy were in high glee over this sudden downfall of the Naturalists, for they were certain, if Juno was no more, the war would instantly close on their own terms. In this they were very, very much mistaken, as this state of affairs caused an opposite effect. They, at any rate, considered that the Naturalists were well nigh exhausted, and as soon as they found that their leader was taken prisoner, they would yield and sue for peace. From these conclusions, they considered that they would make haste slowly. They would recruit their army, and after disposing of Dr. Juno, would offer terms of peace. They found the celebrated prisoner recovering so rapidly that they thought if they would not give him his trial and execute the sentence quickly, he might escape from their clutches. The leading members of the court-martial agreed to visit Dr. Juno in the hospital and ascertain from him if he was able to appear at court. Some of them thought that he would feign to be worse than he was, to cause a postponement of the trial. General Orthod asked him, "Dr. Juno, we have convened a special court-martial to try you, and I wish to know if you think you are well enough to attend court tomorrow." "Well, sir," said he, "I have considerable pain in several of the wounds, but I am strong and very well at heart. Therefore, I shall be delighted to appear at the special court which you have had the kindness to convene for my benefit." "All right, sir," responded General Orthod, and added, "Can we serve you in any way?" "No, sir, I kindly thank you. I have all I need, and he who wants more in time of cruel war is no Christian," responded Dr. Juno. These remarks were very bold, decidedly cool, and to some of them seemed sarcastic. They caused the officers to discuss Dr. Juno's sang-froid with deep anxiety. In sooth, they felt more fear and concern about the easy manners of the prisoner than the latter did himself of the trial and its results, which was a stickler. The following conversation took place concerning the matter. "General Orthod, please tell us, what do you think of the self-composed and easy manner and monstrously cool language of our prisoner?" asked a colonel. "Indeed, indeed, I am more puzzled than I have ever been in my whole life," responded the general, with a sigh, and remaining silent, stared, as it were, upon vacancy, which was an uncommon thing for him to do, and which caused the rest to feel very superstitious about the matter. After exchanging several other remarks, they parted to meet in their courtroom the following day at 10 o'clock in the morning to try Juno. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 88. The Court-Martial Tries Juno. The hour of 10 in the morning had arrived, and the officers constituting the Juno court-martial were all present, when General Orthod said, before the prisoner was in court, "Gentlemen, I have had some very strange forebodings since we have had that interview with the heroic prisoner, who is about to be arraigned and tried before us this morning. And as I am the presiding judge in the case, it is my duty to act according to the usages in such cases. Otherwise, I would much rather be excused in having a part or parcel in the case that we are called to pronounce upon. This man Juno is, to say the least, a brave enthusiast, and I believe that he feels that he is in the right, but that cannot save him from summary punishment at our hands." "I agree with the general," said Colonel Sanctiblower, son of Judge Sanctiblower, "but I am determined not to falter in the rigid performance of duty." The general then ordered the prisoner to be brought into the court, after which the doors were thrown open to spectators, who crowded the room to its utmost in a moment. Dr. Juno was brought into the court by 4 officers, who assisted him to walk, having been too lame, from the wounds he received at the head of his army, to walk without considerable assistance. He was placed into an easy chair, which the sympathetic physician of the hospital had ordered to be provided for his august patient, whom he desired should be as comfortable as he could make him whilst he lived, even if he would be shot afterwards. After everything was arranged, and the court called to order, a lengthy silence ensued, which partook of the nature of a Quaker meeting, causing everyone to feel as though a solemn hour was at hand, and more solemn work. At last General Orthod said, in a tremulous voice, "The court is ready to proceed with the trial of the prisoner. Are counsel ready to proceed?" The prosecuting attorney responded, "We are prepared to proceed." Dr. Juno was asked to stand up, when the clerk of the court said, "Victor Juno, you are charged with high treason and murder. How say you, guilty or not guilty?" "Not guilty," responded Dr. Juno in a cool and composed manner. "Dr. Juno, have you counsel engaged?" asked General Orthod, to which he replied, "No, sir. I will be fully competent to act as my own counsel." "The court is ready to hear the case," said General Orthod. The prosecuting counsel rose and spoke as follows. "Your Honor and gentlemen of the Commission, it becomes my painful duty to charge the prisoner at the bar with felony of the highest grade. Firstly, this indictment charges you with high treason and inciting to mob law. Secondly, it charges you with cold, premeditated murder of innocent persons, who have fallen into the hands of the rebel horde, which you claim to control. Thirdly, it charges you with riot, robbery, and malfeasance of office. The line of prosecution which I propose to pursue is that of the second charge, cold, premeditated murder, which is ample to find a verdict for the states for murder in the first degree, the penalty of which, in times of rebellion, is death by shooting. I will not ask this commission to hear useless testimony, neither will I take up their precious time with the discussion of minor charges as found in this bill, but content myself with proving that you, Victor Juno, the prisoner at the bar, are guilty of shooting men dead, contrary to the usages of civilized life. Will George Henry Atkinson take the witness stand?" After being sworn, the witness testified as follows. "I was in the next to this last battle, which was fought in the southern part of the state of Ohio. Myself and several thousand other soldiers of the Union were taken prisoners, and, after the fray was over, as Dr. Juno's officers marched us toward headquarters of the prisoner at this bar, Dr. Juno, I slipped away and returned by good luck to our own army. The rest were all shot by the order of Dr. Juno." Prosecuting Attorney: "Were there any of our generals taken prisoners?" Witness: "Yes, 4. P.A. Name them. W. Generals Cadwell, Stew, Paney, and Pierce. P.A. Were these 4 generals also shot? W. Yes, sir. P.A. Do you know whether our wounded men were kindly treated? W. Yes, sir. They were very kindly treated, and were very skillfully doctored, were very soon cured up, but were shot as soon as well enough to stand upright. P.A. Did this Dr. Juno, the prisoner at the bar, himself order them to be shot? And did he not give them a chance to defend themselves? W. He did himself order all to be shot, but he gave them only this chance of defense, that they should voluntarily take his oath of allegiance and go into his army at once, if well enough to do so. If they refused, they were shot. P.A. Cross-examine. Dr. Juno: Did you see anyone shot with your own eyes in the manner you have stated to this commission? W. No, sir. I did not see anyone shot, but I was told so, and read your proclamation and army orders to that effect in the newspapers. Dr. J. You should not swear to what you hear, or what you have read in the newspapers. It is not a sound doctrine. That will do. I have no more questions to ask. William N. Snigglefritz, sworn. Prosecuting Attorney: What do you know of this man, the prisoner at the bar? W. I know nothing but what I have heard and read in the newspapers. P.A. That is not legal evidence. That will answer. General Orthod: Mr. Snigglefritz, were you a soldier for the Union in this present conflict? W. No, sir, not exactly a soldier, but I have been with the Army. G.O. What did you do with the Army? W. I sold liquor and tobacco. G.O. To whom did you sell liquor and tobacco? W. to anyone that would buy. G.O. If I catch you again at that work, I'll have you court-martialed. Mind me. W. Yes, sir. Gustav Fierce. Sworn. Prosecuting Attorney. Where are you from, and what do you know of Dr. Juno, the prisoner at the bar? Tell us all about it. W. I will. I was a spy in the army of the working men, and saw all your drunken soldiers shot in battle and after battle. Dr. Juno was always doing his duty, and he was always sober, too, a thing that I cannot say of the Union Army. P.A. interrupting him. Stop, Fierce. You talk entirely too fast, and too much that is irrelevant to the subject. Tell us, did you ever see or hear the prisoner shoot or order anyone to be shot, who was a prisoner of a war? W. Yes, sir. I have seen the prisoner shot, and have heard the prisoner say to his men, "Be sure you shoot well, aim well, shoot fair and quick." In fact, the prisoner is a practical, clear-headed, and sober man, which is more than you can say. P.A. Stop, stop. W. Yes, sir, I'll stop, but— General O. You must not speak any more than you are asked. W. I don't, for he told me to tell them all about this matter, and I simply complied with his request and told him what I knew to be a live fact, for really I consider Dr. Juno the best soldier and purest man living. P.A. Now stop, sir, or I'll send you to prison. W. Oh, goodness, do you think that you can scare me with prisons? No, sir, I am a native-born naturalist, although I do not belong to the secret order of naturalists of which Dr. Juno is the founder and father. P.A. That will do. I have no more to ask. W. But I have not yet finished. P.A. Never mind that. Let go. Leave the stand. W. I won't do it. Dr. Juno. Your Honor, may I be permitted to cross-examine this witness? General O. Certainly, sir. Dr. J. Mr. Fierce, were you in our army when Generals Cadwell, Stew, Pansy, and Pierce were taken prisoners? W. Yes, sir, indeed. I was at home at that hour. Dr. J. Do you know if these generals, Cadwell, Stew, Pansy, and Pierce, are alive, or were they shot? W. They were alive 3 days ago. You know that you retained them as hostages. Dr. J. That will do. This testimony of one of their own witnesses, a loyal saint as they thought, and one of their own spies, who spied, however, more for Juno than for them, put a damper on their feelings, which caused the laying of heads together all around the courtroom, and the astounding exclamation could have been heard everywhere, "Generals Cadwell, Stew, Pansy, and Pierce held us hostages and not shot! Great heavens!" End of Chapter 88. Chapter 89 of The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or The Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 89. Honorable Bluster Gibbon's Speech Before the Court-Martial. Half a dozen more witnesses were examined, but nothing positive could be proved that Dr. Juno had either himself shot or ordered any prisoners of war to be shot, and according to orthodox customs, no one can be convicted on such evidence. Moreover, it was proved by what the orthodoxy considered her best witness, Mr. Fierce, that Generals Cadwell, Stew, Pansy, and Pierce were alive to this day, and were held as hostages, which looked badly for the conspirators' court-martial. Nevertheless, they had to carry the matter through. Therefore, the prosecuting attorney closed his remarks in the following speech, in which the spectators evinced little interest. Honorable Bluster Gibbon's prosecuting attorney's speech. Gentlemen of the Commission, the duty is incumbent upon me, as a loyal man to my God, to the elect, and to the country, to argue this case in such a manner as to do reverence to our holy cause. Gentlemen, you have listened with great interest to the witnesses who were this morning examined. If we were not, each of us, fully assured that this Right Reverend, this Doctor of Divinity and Doctor of Medicine and Psychology, was guilty of the crimes of riot, treason, and cold-blooded murder, I should have more to say about the matter than I probably shall in the few remarks which I propose to submit to you in this case. Gentlemen, you and I have no business to entertain any feeling about this case. We are simply here in the performance of a high public duty, simply to vindicate and sustain the majesty of the laws under which we live, simply to protect that most sacred right that any of us may claim as our home or constitutional right, the right to execute the invader of old established usages, the murderer of prisoners of war, such as the prisoner at the bar is. Gentlemen of the Commission, you have heard the testimony of the witnesses, and you know, without witnesses, that this man is guilty of murdering our brave soldiers as if they were dogs, as if he had the right to trample upon the sacred usages of all civilized countries. I hope this progressive Christian, this Right Reverend Bishop Juno, is not to carry us back to the age of Mohammedanism, or to the Dark Ages. The assurance of an innovator like he, to dare to shoot our men as if they were mere cattle, not even giving them a chance to defend themselves, as you here permit him to be defended. Why, gentlemen, he should have been immediately shot, as he shoots our men, whom he has taken on the field. Yes, we should not give him an opportunity to open his impudent mouth. He has always been a perfect nuisance to decent Christian people. Look what he has not done to disturb the peace and comfort of the religious community. He was justly been arrested and imprisoned for publishing and circulating obscene books that were so lewd, filthy, wicked, and infamous that the same were too offensive to go on the records of the criminal court in which he was convicted, and that is bad enough, God knows. Gentlemen, you are called upon to give a verdict of murder in the first degree, and by so doing you will remove a stumbling block to grace divine, a bugbear to the liberty of the saints, because you are all very well informed how this man at the bar has, for a quarter of a century, thrust himself impudently into the face of every decent man, woman, and child. His harangues to the sensual masses he has everywhere delivered, until he has so agitated a bad cause as to proselyte thousands, and with these dupes he has instituted this most barbarous, gigantic, and atrocious rebellion. And unless you, gentlemen of the Commission, find him guilty of the highest crime in the country, and forthwith sentence him to death, and order his execution instantly, this war will continue. Once he is removed from terra firma, then farewell rebellion. I hope every person within the reach of my voice agrees with me in this view of the question. Why should we hesitate in doing or delaying our duty in this plain business transaction? Let us vindicate our cause whilst we have it in our power, whilst we have this malignant upstart, this reverend tyrant, this butcher of human beings, who has no more conscience and heart than a tiger or an infuriated bull. The testimony is ample to cause his speedy conviction and execution. Look at him, how cool, hardened, unconcerned, and lost to shame he is. A man who is guilty of such crime as this right Bishop Juno is, should repent in sackcloth and ashes before the avenging hand of justice sends his impious soul, if he has any, into the presence of a wrathful Creator. Of all the brazen-faced, egotistical, and self-elated scoundrels, this wicked wretch beats it. Of all the calm-headed cutthroats and presumptuous braggadocios, I must assert he is the quintessence. If there were any symptoms of insanity, if he had any slight signs of not being compos mentis, we might have some sympathy for the creature. But a non-compos mentis could not wield the mighty influence for evil that this prisoner at the bar has done. He is a self-made demon, who can speak so plausibly to the masses as to cause them to believe that he is the most learned and wise man, when he is moved by Satan, guided by imps, and sustained by the cheek of all that is infernal and damnable. Who of you, my hearers, doubt this? Who of you doubt anything that I have said of this deliberate murderer? I will wager all that is sacred to me that, if this honorable court will permit it, he will make an attempt in a harangue to justify himself in every crime that he has figured. He is so lost to decency and good breeding that his conscience is seared, and it is only sport to the wretch to murder our innocent soldiers. And if he had us this moment in his power, as we have him, he would order us to be drawn into a line, and place a cannon at one end of the line, and blow us to glory like dogs. Yes, like he did our soldiers in every battle where any of our men fell into his dastardly hands. In conclusion, gentlemen of the Commission, I do not wish to insult your intelligence, nor continue to argue with you as though you were also conscience-void, like this beast at the bar. Although he looks self-satisfied and composed, but I assure you that he is almost scared to death. Yes, I can at times see an expression on his countenance that shows his dread of the result of this just trial. Let us make an example of this leader of the greatest mob of ruffians that ever breathed breath. Who are his followers and rioters? I will tell you. The greasy, dirty mechanic, the common laborer, the off-scouring of the land, who are not good enough for us to wipe our feet upon. Yes, these stinking working-men make up his so-styled army and navy, who have stolen our war implements by a series of secret society movements, knowing well enough that by fair means they could not have given us so much trouble. Gentlemen, I am not going to doubt your morality, your virtue, your Christian graces. I am not going to suppose for a moment that you mean to stand by and justify this flagrant violation of law by any further remarks upon this subject of these atrocious wholesale murders. I shall simply present the testimony to you under the charge of rigid justice, and will ask you to find a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. End of chapter 89.
Chapter 90 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 90. Dr. Juno's Great Defiant Defense. Mr. President and Gentlemen of the Commission, as I am privileged to defend myself, permit me, in the onset of my remarks, to say that I shall not appear before you as a whining coward, nor shall I seek favors at your hands. You have not proved anything against me upon which, according to stereotyped orthodox usages, you could find a verdict of guilty against me for murder in any degree. But I emphatically acknowledge that I have ordered all your men to be shot dead who were taken prisoners, and who would not take our oath of allegiance and fight in our army and navy against you, after I exhorted them to do so, and I gave them an opportunity to defend themselves. Hisses and groans. I am aware that this course of warfare is looked upon by all nations as outrageous, but I am not controlled or guided by the public opinion of this or any other nation, simply because this and every nation on the globe are governed by customs or habits. Whatever is a custom or usage finally becomes a law. Custom makes law, whether such custom is founded upon fixed law or God's law, or upon conjecture, and the result of this habit of allowing customs to create law for a nation proves to have been, and still is, the ruination of the people, the working people, the poor people, the fallen people, for whose welfare and eternal salvation I have lived and labored, through calm and storm, for many long years, regardless of comfort, gain, glory of men, or the favor of the Pharisees themselves. To me, war is always outrageous, and therefore, as we must have this outrageous evil as a necessity, the severer the blow, the sooner will it be ended. It is quadruply outrageous to protract war, to make it a lingering cruelty, carrying it on for years until a nation is ruined in every way, and finally closing the conflict without having established a sound public doctrine, or without having taught the belligerents that it was caused by unfaithfulness to God's hallowed injunctions, without teaching the nation or nations that Jesus Christ was a naturalist, who taught us by precept and example that the poor man's soul is as near and dear to him as the rich person's. Yea, he went farther and said, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God." Jesus meant what he said, for it is utterly impossible for a man to be happy in the hereafter, when this mortal coil returns to clay, and the spirit stands aloof and reflects upon the impiousness of having held as his own that which he neither brought into the world nor took out of it, and which God designed for the use of all alike, whilst they journeyed on his footstool, where the most talented, apt, and wise should do, but do not, as Christ commanded, preach, saying that the kingdom of God is at hand, meaning all the fixed laws and wonderful works of God. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils, freely ye have received, freely give. Provide neither gold nor silver, nor brass in your purses. I have by acts followed these natural teachings all my life, and you and your co-conspirators, who have worshipped God contrary to this scientific method, have persecuted me and mine for nearly half a century, until you became so cruel, tyrannical, overbearing, selfish, and self-righteous, that neither I nor my followers could exist in peace and comfort. Therefore, we saw that it behooved us to teach you a terrible lesson, and by so doing, save the unborn generations from falling into the same horrible pool of corruption that nations have waded in for hundreds of years. Thus I have instituted the most speedy, although cruel plan to save the race from the thraldom that filthy lucre creates, and thereby give to the poor a chance to be honest, healthy, and natural. Great applause. Do I look like a man fond of war, who would delight in the misery of the people? I hope not. Do I look like the man that the Honorable Bluster Gibbons has made me out to be? Cries of "No, no." Do any of my sermons, lectures, orations, or writings advocate cruelty to the people? Or have I always advocated that the few should be sacrificed for the good of the many? Cries of "Yes." What induced me to oppose the whole world but my unfeigned love for the people, and the practical reverence I had for God? War is always cruel, and thousands of innocent ones must suffer for the guilty, in such outrageous times. But the right always conquers in the end. It was such men as yourselves, yes, you and your proselytes, that have caused this barbarous conflict, and it is I who had shot, and intend to have all your rebellious men speedily shot, when taken as prisoners. And if I die at your hands, Generals Cadwell, Stew, Pansy, and Pierce die also. Such have been my orders. However, I feel that it would be best for my cause if you should shoot me. Therefore, I resolutely and fearlessly defy you to shoot me. Cries of "Hear, hear." If I should fall at your hands, it would cause such a holy indignation throughout the Union, amongst the sovereign people, the working people, whom the Honorable Bluster Gibbons styles the offscouring of the land, who are not good enough for you to wipe your feet upon, that they would wipe you out like slate pencil marks. Yes, I am fully convinced that I had better die at your hands. So find me guilty of anything, and vent your hypocritical spleen upon him who has been a stumbling block in your unhallowed path, and then you will see the glory of God appear. Tremendous applause. I speak this, gentlemen, with reverence and in great earnestness. And now, as I have given you a brief explanation of the motives that prompted me to shoot your men, I will add that I esteem you, gentlemen, and your boon associates, not these spectators, who are twin to our offscouring of the land, as the most impious, black-hearted, and dastardly set of hypocrites and vipers that the world ever looked upon. You have had your own way so long that you think it presumptuous in any man, or body of men, to throw you from your sacrilegious saddle, in which you have been riding to the devil on the double quick, and have dragged the millions of sincere and confiding working people with you. Deny this if you can. And more, you have owned everything. You have stolen the livery of heaven to serve the devil in. Have, by your selfishness, usurped every right of the people. When I say the people, I mean the working people, the producers, the offscouring of the land, who are not good enough to wipe your pharisaical feet upon. Tremendous applause. I, gentlemen, have the honor of having caused your little game to be permanently blocked, and even your own people, these your spectators, seem to approve of my course, if I may judge of the kindly applause that I have received since I have feebly spoken in defense of their rights at the sacrifice of your lofty positions which you have obtained by cunning, craft, and deception, which very much looks to me like legalized wholesale robbery, like selling principle and piety to the highest bidder, and which resembles the graphic picture which is painted in the 23rd chapter of St. Matthew of the New Testament, in the language of the Son of Man, who likewise gave himself as a sacrifice or ransom for the cause of God and humanity, that is, Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. In conclusion, let me invoke you to repent, every one of you, and join our cause of God and humanity, that the Spirit of Christ and the reappearing or second coming of Christ may be made manifest. Uproarious applause. But if you refuse to accept the bona fide boon of salvation, and persist in your haughty manner to usurp the power, which alone is vested in God and his faithful people, you will shortly receive your doom. Mark the words of one who is your friend, however abrupt and cruel his language may seem. Vociferous applause. I have done, and it remains for you to do as you see fit. In either way, I will be benefited. May God have mercy on your souls. End of chapter 90. Chapter 91 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 91. The Verdict and its Effect. After the close of Dr. Juno's speech, the spectators were all removed, as well as Dr. Juno, when the following wrangling discussion between the gentlemen of the commission took place. "Well, gentlemen," said the president, General Orthod, "I scarcely know what we had better do with this bold man. If we find him guilty of murder in the first degree, as we ought, and sentence him to be shot, we may prove to be our own worst enemies. For, assuredly, it will cause a mutiny in our ranks, which was plainly to be seen when Juno made that daredevil speech. He is certainly a great, bold, and heroic man, and I rather admire him. I feel that we had better acquit him, on the ground that the testimony was not sufficient to convict him, but I am ready to hear your opinions." "Gentlemen, I am astonished, thunderstruck, at the remarks of our general and president of this court-martial," ejaculated Colonel Fury Stuckup. "We must strike a fearless blow now, or become the laughing-stock of the whole civilized world. If mutiny, riot, and internal rebellion are to come, now is the time to let them come, because the enemy is well nigh used up and cannot take the aggressive for a long time. Whilst we can easily subdue the few giddy-headed rioters who were psychologized by Juno's blustering sophistry, and who will as soon yield to our commands as they applauded this arch-fiend. Again, once Juno is dead, we will be master of the post, for his like does not exist. And as regards the testimony not being sufficient is nonsense. Did he not boldly plead guilty? And after his speech will reach the masses of our people, would they not spurn us and denounce us as cowards and cutthroats, were we to acquit him? No, gentlemen, he must be sentenced to death, and tomorrow he should be shot." "For my part," said Colonel Windy, "I agree with Colonel Stuckup. This man must die as soon as possible. I would myself feel disposed to assassinate him if he were acquitted. Therefore, I am for speedy work, let the consequence be what it may. I call for the vote of the commission." "I second that motion," interposed Colonel Stuckup, who was terribly elated and stuck up over the apparent victory his speech had over General Orthod's wise remarks. "I would like to make a few remarks before action is taken in this very important matter," responded Brigadier General Longhead. "I perfectly agree with our wise, experienced, and eminent president, who can see farther than these young men, who probably are moved more by passion than discretion. This man, Dr. Juno, has made a wonderful and lasting impression upon our own fighting men, upon whom we must depend for victory, and if we sentence this fearless creature they will murder us. I saw a phonographic reporter take down the whole proceedings, and a friend of mine whispered to me, during the time Juno was speaking, that compositors were then at work setting up the same for publication in pamphlets, and their distribution amongst the army, navy, and the people will be self-evident. The result you will see, if we convict this man. In sooth, we may be executed by our own men, before Juno, if we find him guilty. We have made a great blunder in having allowed the people to be present in the trial, and the Honorable Bluster Gibbons's remarks about the working people were a stab into our own sides. I will vote against conviction." "I call now for the vote," ejaculated Colonel Windy. "No, sir, first give me a moment to answer General Longhead according to his folly," interrupted Colonel Stuckup. "You talk like a man who is about turning traitor, or like a scared boy, or a villain—" "Sir, to whom do you address your ungentlemanly and illy timed remarks?" interrupted the President, General Orthod. "If you speak of General Longhead, you yourself are guilty of the charges with which you would brand this wise superior officer, and I emphatically command you to make an apology to him, or I shall order your arrest." "I did speak of General Longhead," responded Colonel Stuckup, "but his foolish speech made me too indignant to hold my tongue, and I only make an apology by the order of our president and superior officer. Under any other circumstances I should resent the proposition and challenge discussion to the death." "Your apology is accepted, but in the future guard your stuck-up tongue as becomes a subordinate young officer when your words may be heeded," said General Orthod in a firm and polite manner. He knew that this was not the place and time for bantering words, but he wanted peace in his commission until the verdict was rendered. There were 24 men in this commission. Nearly all were rabid orthodox conspirators, except Generals Orthod and Longhead. Therefore the wise remarks of these sages were not heeded, and as the votes were called for without any objections, 21 were cast for conviction and 3 for acquittal. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and when the verdict was made public, a rush by the people was made for the court-room, where the commission had convened. But the members of the court-martial had all left except Colonels Stuckup and Windy, who were addressing some of their friends on the fight and fuss they had with Generals Orthod and Longhead. The mob forced its way rudely into the midst of the room, and cried tumultuously, "Where are the members of the commission?" Colonel Stuckup jumped upon a table and violently called for attention, and said, "Fellow citizens, Colonel Windy and myself are the only members in the House. The rest have left. Groans. We have worked hard to render a verdict of guilty. Hisses. Please permit me to acquaint you with a dastardly outrage. Groans and a move to lynch them. Keep silent for only a moment, when you will hear who are your best friends and who your enemies. Cries, go on, and hurry up. Would you think it, Generals Orthod and Longhead did their best to acquit Juno? Good. Go on, quick. But the Colonel here and myself made strong speeches for conviction, and the rest you know. No sooner had these remarks been made, when these two colonels were seized and dragged into the street, where ropes were furnished, and they were hung to the nearest trees, and their swords were taken from them by the rioters, who stabbed them dozens of times into their abdomens with deadly violence. When the mob saw that their victims were dying, they pinned printed black cards upon their bodies, which were previously prepared, with these words upon them: "The work of the greasy, dirty mechanics, the offscouring of the land, and friends of Dr. Juno." The mob now moved for the Honorable Bluster Gibbons's residence, but they were disbanded before they went a square, by the regulars, who were ordered to fire upon and arrest them. Still, this did not remove the perturbed spirit that had invested the minds of the working people, the very people who fought against their own interest, which was indelibly inscribed upon their minds by that great speech of Dr. Juno, which even the entire army and navy of this people had read by this time, and which was fomenting the feelings of these hired soldiers and marines to a fever heat. General Orthod was appealed to by the citizens to issue a proclamation, which would check this internal rebellion, this threatened mutiny. But he said, "I have advised the two young men, Colonels Stuckup and Windy, who were lynched by the mob. I told them, and so did our prudent General Longhead, that our own people might become our executioners if we should find Dr. Juno guilty. But they spurned our advice, and found him guilty, and what is still worse is, they have sentenced him to be shot tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, which will cause a terrible scene of bloodshed. I am fully persuaded that we are lost, utterly lost by following the program of the Commission. I have done my best, so has Generals Longhead and Wisdom, who were the only members that opposed conviction. All the rest were for it." "But, General," responded a parson, "do you not suppose that a judiciously executed proclamation would put a stop to this fearful rioting? Offer them good will if obedient, and summary death if disobedient to your orders." "I will do my duty," said he, when he speedily wrote the following: Proclamation. It is my duty to issue this proclamation, which grieves me to the heart. First, all rioters, or those who incite to riot, shall be shot on the spot. Secondly, I will do everything, as I always have done, to benefit our cause and our people, but riot in our own family divides the house, when it may fall, which might encourage the prostrated foe sufficiently to rally his forces and continue the war after Juno is shot. Thirdly, the soldiers and citizens will heed and execute this proclamation. Given at headquarters in the Army of the Union, this day of 19 by Orthod. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 92. The Shooting of Dr. Juno and the Last Battle. The evening when the verdict against Dr. Juno was published to the conspirators' army, at precisely the same hour when the Naturalists' army began to move toward the enemy, the Naturalists received the news half an hour later, and this caused a vehement, double-quick march for the scene that was to take place the following morning at 10 o'clock. Lucinda telegraphed to her entire army, navy, and people to make tremendous haste, and strike vehemently, as they, the conspirators, had internal trouble, which might postpone the execution of her beloved victor. The enemy was informed that the Naturalists were moving rapidly upon him, but this kind of news was not believed by the officers of the conspirators. Hence they gave themselves no uneasiness in that direction. However, they feared their own people, and the only thing they cared about this report was that it might embolden their soldiers and encourage them in their mutiny. General Orthod's proclamation was published in the morning papers and by circulars, which created a determination against the officers to execute it and frighten the people, if possible. But the majority of the men of their army that was in that place were only waiting for a time to show their determination, and although their fortifications were very strong, and a few men could hold an immense force in abeyance, still all this would avail nothing on this momentous occasion. At 8 o'clock in the morning the conspirators had to believe to their sorrow that the army of the Naturalists was approaching, because their pickets were driven in from all sides, who reported that an immense army was besieging them, when General Orthod ordered the men into the forts. But hundreds of them were intoxicated. Even many of the officers had too much gas on their brains to attend to their duty. They had their hands more than full, as Dr. Juno must be shot peremptorily at 10 o'clock, which would be an hour of sore distress. Because the enemy would be upon them, the execution of Juno might cause riot and mutiny in their own ranks, and what to do was a puzzle to the leading generals in command of the troops. Time was brief, and the rattling of musketry and clattering of wagons and horses' hoofs were audibly heard in the distance. The fray was ready to begin, and the planting of huge cannon all around the conspirators' forts seemed to be the work of a minute, when shells and hot shot fairly rained upon the fortifications and camps of the conspirators, which made awful havoc. Thousands were shattered to atoms by the fierceness of bursting shells, and truly the hour of terror had arrived, being now 10 minutes of 10 o'clock, when the officers who were ordered to execute Dr. Juno speedily selected 50 soldiers to prepare to shoot him. Dr. Juno was brought into an open space of the main fort, and the men were commanded to aim and fire, which they did. But instead of hitting Juno, they, from some cause or other, missed him, which amazed and almost paralyzed the officers, who were now becoming superstitious, believing that this man's life was a charmed one. This, however, was not the case, but the soldiers aimed 2 or 3 inches higher than his head. This was a settled matter amongst the soldiers, that whoever would be selected to shoot Dr. Juno should aim too high, and should any one of them prove false, the rest should shoot him on the instant. Dr. Juno saw that the officers were affrighted, whilst the soldiers seemed to evince a desire to have Juno command them, when he made one leap for the musket of a soldier, who had his piece ready loaded to fire, and cried aloud in a commanding manner, "Soldiers, obey my orders, and shoot down every officer and man who fights any longer against the working people." In an instant every officer in that large fort fell dead, and the white flag was run up, when the Naturalists took possession of the strongest fortification. General Armington commanded this division, and as he stepped into the fort, who should he behold, with open arms, but Dr. Juno? The scene was a grand and impressive one. They embraced each other and wept for joy, and the soldiers of both armies, who beheld them, also shed tears like little children. Even half-intoxicated men seemed to realize that a holier element was going to rule, and that scene of carnage was changed into a peaceful audience chamber. But the battle still raged most furiously in other quarters, men falling like drops of rain in a furious thunder-shower. However, the news soon spread that Fort Principal was taken, and that Dr. Juno was alive, which caused an instant surrender of the entire Union or Conspirators' army. General Orthod surrendered his sword to Dr. Juno, they being the chief commanders of both armies. The general said to Dr. Juno, as he handed his sword to him, "Dr. Juno, I cheerfully surrender my sword to you, and hope that we may never more have need to take it up. My best wishes are for the advancement of your cause. I have never understood you until you made that bold and noble speech before the court-martial, of which I was president. And, if you will permit me, I will state that myself and my excellent associate here, General Longhead, favored your acquittal, which act almost cost us our lives. The more rabid and inexperienced officers that were members of that court-martial overruled us, but they are, every one, dead now, having been lynched and shot by the mob, by the working people, who saw in you their savior. And my sympathies were, and forever shall be, with you and your cause." Applause. With these intrusive remarks, I submit myself to your charge, and pray to be accepted as a brother naturalist. Tremendous applause, and hurrahs fairly rend the firmament overhead. Dr. Juno modestly received the general's sword, and said tremulously, having been perfectly overcome with joyful emotions, "This act of yours alone is sufficient joy." Sobs and tears caused silence for a few minutes. "I say your generous sympathy overwhelms me with joy and gratitude. You, sir, upon whom I have always looked as having been one of the greatest generals and statesmen that America has ever produced, are doing reverence to me, and are ready to join our beloved order of naturalists. This, truly, is a conquest of which I am proud, and I thank God and my followers for this victory, for now little remains to be done to finish the work of reformation, because the camel's back is broken, and the country will freely receive its new habiliments, which will bring goodwill to men, a thing that must be desirable to all rational minds. General Orthod, I hail the hour and worship the power that gave you into our hands, and brought our hearts to beat in unison on the religion of the Lord of hosts. The blessed naturalist, Jesus Christ, is our exemplar and guardian, whose sympathies always were with the poor, the fallen, and needy people. I represent him to the best of my ability, and I hope that the millennium is not far distant." "Amen to all you have said, generous brother," responded the general, when quite a tumult was caused without the guards. Miss Lucinda Armington, the female general, had arrived, and desired to see Dr. Juno, which produced tremendous cheering and deafening applause. End of chapter 92. Chapter 93 of the Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social War of 1900, or the Conspirators and Lovers, by Simon Landis. Chapter 93. Pathetic Meeting of Victor and Lucinda after the Battle. The interview between Victor and Lucinda was, what shall I say, heart-rending or heart-bleeding? In sooth, thousands stood with quivering lips and tearful eyes. Remember, this was not by any means a common meeting of common lovers, but, when we reflect upon the numerous privations, sufferings, and anxieties that these two lovers of God, lovers of humanity, and lovers of each other, were compelled to go through, and at the close of these perilous adventures they meet again, safe and sound, it was really a touching scene. Very few who have lived in affluence, or who led reckless lives, could appreciate the impulses that moved these lovers and their spectators. The latter had suffered in battle, had experienced the hands of the haughty lucre king, the power of the inhuman tyrant, and the misery that poverty and want caused in a land where, so to speak, milk and honey should abundantly flow unto all the children of earth alike. When Dr. Juno heard that the people were exclaiming, "General Lucinda! Hurrah for General Lucinda! Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" he asked what this all meant, for he was not yet aware that his beloved affianced wife had taken his place in the field of battle, and after General Armington briefly told him, he cried aloud, "Make way for my affianced wife!" Then the people parted to permit the happy couple to meet. Dr. Juno stood like marble, with open arms, and exclaimed, when she flew into his arms, "My beloved, my guardian angel!" Silence and throbbing of hearts spoke the balance, until the lovers regained their equilibrium, when Dr. Juno raised his head and said, "Friends, pardon a weak man's overflowing soul, which is an evidence of the love he bears for a good and true woman, such as this one, my Lucinda, is." When he repeated the last part of his sentence, he had his right arm around her waist, whilst he held her right hand in his left, and gazed most lovingly into her upraised eyes, which made a picture that was almost celestial to behold. He now conducted her into an open coach, and Generals Armington and Orthod joined the couple, when they were driven through the immense crowd of the soldiers of both armies, besides citizens, who cheered vociferously, many rending their garments, throwing their hats into the air, and many novel expressions were made that indicated joy. However, several persons expressed themselves as displeased, who were literally torn into atoms by the infuriated concourse of working people. The people had learned for the first time that they were the sovereigns of America, and they recognized Dr. Juno as the man who brought about this great reform, and they vowed to heed his counsel in all time to come, as he was the only man who thoroughly understood how to direct a sound government according to the new era. After the four generals, namely Lucinda, Dr. Juno, Armington, and Orthod, had been driven through the large concourse of spectators, they went to the headquarters of General Orthod, where they had all their wants supplied, for they were all hungry, and Dr. Juno had his old, common army clothes on yet, which looked none too clean and sound, because he was taken prisoner in them, was wearing them ever since, and they were full of bullet holes, which gave them a ragged aspect. After he exchanged these war-worn rags for a new suit of black, he appeared before his beloved Lucinda, and the happy couple had a great deal of news to relate that transpired since they last met. Dr. Juno told her how he defied the court-martial, and Lucinda said to him, "You are a most fearless hero. It is a miracle how you have escaped, but Providence seems to favor us, for which I pray and thank God without ceasing." "You are an angel," replied he, "but I knew what I was doing when I defied them. You know, my precious darling, I have always told you that I had unbounded confidence in the people, and when I saw that the courthouse was crowded with spectators, I felt secure because I knew that I would be able to make firm friends of nearly every one of them. It was my speech that saved my life and won the battle so easily." "How so, my love?" said she. "I cannot see that, because they found you guilty and ordered you to be shot at 10 o'clock this morning." "Just so, my angel, but don't you see that the soldiers rebelled, and would not shoot me, and my speech caused a crowd to lynch every one of the court-martial that voted for my conviction," responded he. "You are my great hero, and I can only thank God for again being with you, safe and sound," said she. They sat for several hours in deep conversation concerning the things with which the reader is familiar. The war was now literally at an end, and the officers and leaders of the conspirators made themselves very scarce. Not that they dreaded the Naturalists so much, but they feared their own people more, who were just beginning to find out how they had been humbugged for so many, many years by the false representations that were made by the conspirators. These orthodox conspirators had always represented Dr. Juno as one of the worst, lewd, low criminal men living, whilst the shoe was on the other foot. He was the very man who ought to have been brought forward by these professed saints, who took upon themselves to guard the welfare of the nation, when it is being proved by unimpeachable testimony that they were the very ones who bankrupted body, soul, spirit, church, state, and finance. Their house was founded upon the sand, and the rain of shot and shell, and the storm that the working people have produced, caused their infamous temple to fall, and great was the fall of it. Dr. Juno published a brief order, stating that his generals would attend to the disposal of the armies that were at that place, whilst he would journey east, and when home in Philadelphia he would issue his proclamation of peace. He took 2 regiments of picked Naturalists as an escort with him, but he had something else in his mind's eye besides escort, which was to settle the long-standing account with the lucre tyrants and sanctimonious demons who had persecuted and robbed him of all his rights for years. The axe shortly fell upon the necks of the guilty parties, as will be seen as we pass on. End of chapter 93.